Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth. You have to go back to the roots. Go to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I want to welcome you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. If you're new here, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to unite people with the truth instead of dividing you with lies. You see that people talk about Pan-Africanism, especially. But do they really understand what Pan-Africanism is all about? It depends on who you ask. But the criterias, you need certain criterias to be able to honestly consider yourself a Pan-Africanist. So, for example, Kwame Nkrumah, right? He's a visionary. He talked about Pan-Africanism. He's even considered one of the founders of Pan-Africanism. But did he ever live the dream? The country where he came from, could he have brought the spirit of Pan-Africanism into fruition, meaning into reality? He couldn't. He had the vision though, but he couldn't bring it to fruition. And today I'm going to explain why it didn't work for Kwame Nkrumah. But now, what about Gaddafi? Because you see, there are many obstacles in place, especially in Africa, when it comes to implementing Pan-Africanist agendas. You have to be able to change the people's minds. Many people are superficial about, what Pan-Africanism is about. Some are obsessed with tribe, some religion, some skin color, where I've even heard people question if not Africans and Horners are in fact Africans, right? But the only true Pan-Africanist, the only individual that brought Pan-Africanist dream to reality, right? That is Muammar Gaddafi. You have to have a country, a territory of your own that you took by force, meaning through military coup, and unite the tribes, the people in that country. First, you have to have them under your control, and you become the undisputed leader of that nation for you to be able to even implement any agenda. You can have the greatest ideas, but if you cannot unite that nation where you're coming from, you can't implement Pan-Africanism. So I hear many Westerners, some of them, they read books because that's where their Pan-Africanism comes from. They would tell you about Marcus Garvey. You cannot put Marcus Garvey, you can't compare a Marcus Garvey to even Kwame Nkrumah or Gaddafi. They have the fantasy of it, but Marcus Garvey didn't have a country under his control. He didn't have the control over a group of people. So If you are not on the continent of Africa in charge of a territory, you're just a so-called Pan-Africanist. You are just fighting, asking the white man to free you. But true Pan-Africanists do not ask the white man to free them. They do not ask anyone to free them. They free themselves. This is the truth. So, Gaddafi, what differentiates him from Kwame Nkrumah? If you look at it, Kwame Nkrumah was from Ghana, right? So, when he came to power, mind you, prior to that, he had the idea about Pan-Africanism. He came to school in the United States. Many, I hear some of the, Western Pan-Africanists say Kwame Nkrumah was influenced by Black Americans. Totally false. Because his ideology and Black American ideology was different. Kwame Nkrumah is looking to take a nation and an entire continent. That is completely different from somebody fighting to ask another group to give them freedom, equality. Not the same. And he did come to the United States. This is like around early 50s to go to school. From there, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, today is a new day. This freedom of speech and Kwame, if you guys mention yesterday, if you want to come here and tell me what the show should be about, you will be blocked and you won't have the privilege that I'm giving you for you to comment here. If you have no interest in the topic that I'm having here, please, by all means, just exit. Do not try to be a detractor here. If you mention part 2 from yesterday, you will be blocked. No questions asked. Okay? If you're looking for another show, wait till the part 2 comes or whatever you consider it. But it is disrespectful for you to come here and see that we have a completely different topic and you want to come with your own agenda. That will not be tolerated here. So if you don't have self-respect and you continue putting these emojis, you will lose the privilege that I'm giving you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me before I was rudely interrupted by some of these nuisances in the chat. So Kwame Nkrumah, long story short, ladies and gentlemen, he came to Ghana, became the leader of Ghana. In fact, you cannot be a Pan-Africanist if you were put in charge through election. If the people voted for you, you cannot be a Pan-Africanist. You have to take that country by force, and I'm going to explain that here. Kwame Nkrumah had great ideas. In fact, when he was elected, he was in jail. But you see the problem that Kwame Nkrumah faced in Ghana. Let me explain that to you. You see, Ghana, the country of Ghana, they've had a long history of trading with the Westerners, Western world. Since back as, before America, this modern America was even, discovered by Christopher Columbus. I'm talking back around 1438. You can go see some of those castles were built back then. So they've interacted with different European groups. So over time, many Ghanaians, in fact, on the coast, mind you, were highly educated. Even from back then, even when you heard about the slave trade, there were many Ghanaians who still were able, I'm talking especially the Fantis on the coast, they still were able to travel to the Western world, England, France, but England mostly, to educate themselves. So they have a history of being educated. So when the colonialists, eventually when Ghana became colonized, when they took over, it doesn't mean it was white people, all over running things. No, they had these educated Ghanaians running the administration, like the colonial administration. They were running things. There were white people there, but most of the workers are this educated group of people. So Kwame Nkrumah being educated, but he has vision, he has ideas. So when he took over, he has his ideas. These people also have their ideas. So when he wanted to implement Pan-Africanism, it couldn't work. It couldn't work because Ghana, those people have a nationalistic idea, meaning Ghana for Ghanaians. They want to focus on Ghana. Kwame Nkrumah wanted to unite Africa to be the king of Africa, but Ghana didn't have the money or the resources to be able to bribe other countries. So eventually, as you guys know the story, Kwame Nkrumah's dream of becoming the leader of Africa, to unite Africa, didn't work. He had a vision, but that vision failed. They eventually kicked him out and they deported his Egyptian wife and her two children. Kwame Nkrumah's wife was an Egyptian, right? Because Kwame Nkrumah was very tight with Gamal Abdel Nasser, the first president of Egypt. He also had the same type of ideology, but he was pushing for pan-Arabism, meaning uniting Arab-speaking countries on the north. So they have similar ideology. So Kwame Nkrumah, was friends with Gamal Abdel Nasser. So as you can see, through that friendship, Kwame Nkrumah married an Egyptian. He couldn't find a beautiful woman in Ghana, so he had to look to Egypt and found him one there, right? So obviously, after they ran Kwame Nkrumah out of Ghana, the way they treated his Egyptian wife and the children tells you how they felt about her. They deported her and her kids out of Ghana to Egypt. Okay? So we fast forward, we have Gaddafi from Libya. Gaddafi is from a Bedouin tribe, a desert tribe. So back in those, when he was born, Italy was colonizing Libya at the time. They had a king that formed unity with the Western power, which is Italy. So pretty much he just agreed, okay, you guys are going to help me fight my enemies and everything is good, right? Let's see. Freedom was what? He couldn't find a beautiful woman in Ghana. That's disrespectful. Well, what's disrespectful about that? Is that what you'll interpret it as? See, people like to use these words, respect, disrespect. I mean, or they'll say, I deserve to be respected. Look, I hate to break it to you. Nobody deserves no respect, okay? Respect is earned. And it's all based on your interpretation of this. So, how can you prove me wrong if his wife is from Egypt? How can you prove me wrong? If you have a different answer, by all means, put the evidence here. But as you know, his wife was Egyptian, right? So, nothing disrespectful about that. Absolutely nothing. So, Muammar Gaddafi, when he was growing up, he looked up to Gamal Abdel Nasser because Egypt was colonized too, right? Egypt was colonized by the English. I bet most of you didn't know this. So eventually they got their independence, and he was speaking that pan-Arab stuff to bring pan-Africanist, Arab-speaking countries together so they can form a stronger force to fight, not only to free themselves from colonialism, but also neo-colonialism that followed. So Gaddafi, as a young man growing up, he looked up to Gamal Abdel Nasser. That's who his hero was. He is from a humble beginning, meaning, he didn't have much. He joined the military and eventually removed the king that was in charge for him to become the ruler of Libya. Mind you, remember this. He removed a king, not a president. So if you remove a king and you want to, that means you are replacing a king, right? But why would you remove a king and then reduce yourself to being a president? Because a president has to take permission from parliament. They have to agree with it. So you see the problem Kwame Nkrumah faced when he was in charge in Ghana. He tried to shut down his political opponents. It didn't work. Even for Gamal Abdel Nasser to control Egypt, he has to create a police state. So he had success a bit, to unite the Arabs. But when he was, replaced by Sadat, that pan-Arabism fell, wayside. So they started regarding, Muammar Gaddafi came to power in 1969 at the age of 27 with his idea. Mind you, this guy is a philosopher. He has his own ideas that he wanted to implement. See, you cannot just say you cannot call yourself a pan-Africanist when you don't have a country or have an idea or unite a group of people to make sure these ideas are implemented. So it's completely different. Internet pan-Africanist, or let's say like a Dr. Omar pan-Africanist, even up to Malcolm X level, because Malcolm X is fighting in a country controlled by a completely different group. So he cannot take America. But Gaddafi and the Africans on the continent can take entire countries. If they can unite that country, then they become they become the king. So Gaddafi, just like King Leopold, whose story I told here, he wanted a colony. He wanted a colony, right? He couldn't find it. He looked around. He looked in different areas. It's not about where the colony is, but it's about your ambition. So when Gaddafi first, he pursued pan-Arabism, which makes sense, right? Because he speaks the same language with the people up north. They are from the same religion. So it makes sense to unite with those people. So when that didn't work, because the Arabs were like, hey, we don't want to, we don't want to do this pan-Arabism stuff. So it didn't work. They called him the mad dog. The Arabs were looking to do something completely different. But Gaddafi did not quit. Gaddafi was like, okay, I'm going to try elsewhere. How about Pan-Africanism? Bring Africa together, which is Black Africa. He separated himself from the Arabs because the thing is, he didn't want to be under the control of colonialists. So the first thing he did was he kicked out the foreign powers in Libya. and he nationalized, the oil revenue, meaning if you do business in Libya, and if you do business there, guess what? Majority of the shares go to Libya. So he amassed wealth. So you need the wealth to become a true Pan-Africanist. You need the money. You got to put your money where your mouth is. Because you see, this is not about how people try to sit here and say, oh, I love this person, I don't love this person. No, it's not about that. It's about pushing your agenda. And he put his money where his mouth is. So I'm about to play a short clip here that I'm going to describe for you guys to see for yourself how Gaddafi became the undisputable Pan-Africanist king of Africa. Why the others failed. All this other stuff that you guys are talking about, tribe, guess what? He's from a tribe. Religion, he's from a religion. But he made sure his idea, trumps all that. So what most of you are thinking, and the people that have ambition, what they want to implement is completely different. Because you see, Gaddafi did not let anything stop him. He looked to the Arabs. The Arabs didn't want to do the pan-Arab stuff. He looked to Africans. Guess what? The Africans went for it. So what Gaddafi started doing is he supported people that took over in African countries like himself, military, which made sense because he knows if the people vote you in, technically it's like you are installed by the European power that colonized that place. If you don't go with what they are saying, then they will have to sanction you. So let me play this short video and break it down. Here we go.
Many charismatic post-colonial leaders, there is perhaps no one quite as mysterious as the late Muammar Gaddafi. The self-proclaimed brother leader who led the North African state of Libya from his entry into power in a bloodless coup in 1969 until his shocking death in 2011, was a man who inspired deep admiration and respect in the minds of his supporters and provoked feelings of intense hatred and disdain in the hearts of his detractors. From his extravagant robes to his signature sunglasses and his band of female bodyguards, Muammar Gaddafi was as eccentric as he was enigmatic. Embraced by South African President Nelson Mandela for his support for various black liberation movements both within and outside of Africa.
Did you hear that? So Gaddafi positioned himself, he used his wealth to support these liberation movements in Black Africa and outside of Africa. He even supported, Black American movements, Caribbeans, wherever Blacks are. He made himself available. Not only, it's not lip service, but he did it with his money. So all this talk that people say, oh, we're Pan-Africanists. Hey, you can say that all you want, but this is what Pan-Africanism looks like. Because you cannot, first of all, a president that people voted for, like I said, cannot be a Pan-Africanist in an African country. You have to conquer these countries and show yourself as the undisputed warrior of that country. If you notice in the 90s, when strong men ruled Africa, look at the ones that had clashes with the Western world, the ones that people talk about. Look at how they came to power. It's not through votes. And guess where all these countries, majority of them, are located at? In West Africa. In West Africa. So eventually you would see how what I would call pan-Bantuism, which eventually comes and conquers Gaddafi style Pan-Africanism, because they are much closer with the West, the Western world. But We'll continue here.
Labeled the mad dog of the Middle East by American President Ronald Reagan for his defiantly anti-Western foreign policies. Gaddafi's 42-year reign as Libya's leader would see him win the allegiance and adoration of many African leaders, while simultaneously becoming a universal figure of hate all around the Western world. To some, a revolutionary and visionary hero, to others, a dictator and promoter of terror. Muammar Gaddafi was in many ways the perfect embodiment of the old adage, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Born in 1942 to a poor nomadic community near the Libyan city of Sirte, Muammar Gaddafi's early years were very humble indeed. As a young man, he would develop.
When they say humble, meaning to many, they would say poor. This is why it's funny to me, when I hear people try to tell somebody, oh, you're from a poor place, you were poor. Hey, but you're not taking one thing into consideration. I'm no longer poor. So if you say Gaddafi was poor, right? How are you gonna complain when he eventually comes and takes over? That's very common all over the world. So I want you to look at this from the survival of the fittest point. You guys remember when I did the Congo show about Leopold? Some of the self-proclaimed Pan-Africanists, you guys saw them. They called into this show. In fact, I was surprised by what I heard. They defended the survival of the fittest. They defended it. And for many, I say, Gaddafi recognized what I recognize, which is hypocrisy. The hypocrisy in Africa. You know how Gaddafi knew Africans were hypocrites? Because the West that he dealt with, he knew the Western world, they were hypocrites. He knew this. So this is why he wanted to turn Libya away. He didn't want Libya to deal with the Western world beyond just doing, drilling oil. He wants to be sovereign away from them. But now, if he knows the Western world are hypocrites, don't you think he would always recognize the hypocrites that come and speak in a different face, but in the tongues of the Western powers? He knew this. So this is why when I talk about this race stuff, people don't get it, because you look at some of the Pan-Africanists, when it came to Congo, they said survival of the fittest. Leopold won, they accepted it. But then same people would pretend to feel sorry and say, oh, the Black Americans were enslaved. I feel very sorry for them. Do they really? Maybe because Congolese are not here to challenge what they were saying. That's why they just said survival of the fittest. But if you look at it, the Congolese were enslaved in their country. They had their hands chopped off, forced labor. That's slavery. You took the entire country from them. So you said for those people, survival of the fittest. The same people that went through the same things in America, you say, oh, we feel sorry for them. So that African hypocrisy, he knew that. Gaddafi knew this. But as a determined man, what did he care about? He just wants to control. He wants to control his future. Meaning he has agenda. He has money. You cannot unite Africa without having money. You have to declare yourself king so that your subjects, meaning those countries, the Black African countries, they made you king without they themselves not even knowing. Because guess what? They were receiving money from him. Not only the African leaders, even people like even Louis Farrakhan, other freedom fighters in the West. He sponsored all these people. So whether people like it or not, that's how you control people, with money. You don't have to waste your time sweet talking them. The green The green would make them follow your agenda. They would have to serve a master. You see, Black Africa have to have a master. Gaddafi knew that. I mean, come on. You know, like these African countries, what are they producing for themselves? So they either have to eat with the white man or someone else that have the money, or some they would do both. Okay, so Gaddafi, what he established was, if you take the AK-47 and topple the government where you are at, he knows you mean business, then he would support you. Because you see, in the 60s, it was popular for African countries wanted to be liberated. They wanted their independence. So most of these people, they were free, but mind you, they were trained in the colonial system. You see that in Nigeria, even today. Like people like Buhari, the current president, mind you, he's an old man, but he was trained in the colonial system. There were many, many people like that. Some of these people, they became loyal servants, to the colonial masters. How do they become loyal? Through finances. They're the ones that control the businesses, right? So they just do what they are told. That's what they were doing. Then the people that come and topple those people, they don't listen to the West, but they need somebody to sponsor them. That's where Gaddafi came into play. He ran Africa like a Roman general. You don't have to be physically present in all these countries for you to be the ruler. See, when you have money, your arm is long. If your leader is coming to Gaddafi and all hail to Gaddafi, you, Joe Blow, that's down the street, he doesn't need to talk to you, because guess what? Your leader is going to implement his idea in your country. That's how it works. You either go to Buckingham Palace or you go to Sirte and meet with Gaddafi. And that's what you're about to see here.
A strong admiration for larger-than-life political figures such as Francis Charles de Gaulle and China's Chairman Mao. However, his biggest political idol by far would be the Egyptian president Gamal Abdel Nasser. A fully fledged Arab nationalist, Nasser would be a strong proponent of Pan-Arabism, and his bright vision for the future would be one in which all Arab countries would come together and...
So you see here in this map, all these countries here are the ones that are considered Arab countries. So you see here, Somalia is counted part of those countries, but that doesn't mean they are not Africans. But Gamal wanted to unite all these countries here, the Arab-speaking countries, so that they wouldn't be infiltrated by the West. But as you know, like Saudi Arabia over here, then, their protection is coming from the United States. They have money. Why would they want another Arab country to, like Libya, to control them? They wouldn't want that. But I mean, like you guys see here, so Somalia have been considered, Arab country, part of them, but they're still African. Okay, just so you guys know, just like Gaddafi is African, because he couldn't have been the undisputed king of Africa without being an African. I know this is gonna piss off some of you, because I've heard, oh, not Africans are not Africans. You're fooling yourself. You do not know what you are talking about. Okay? You have no idea. Look at the map. Look at the map, what it says here.
Unite to break the Western world order. Deeply inspired by the ideas of Nasser, Gaddafi would join the Libyan Royal Academy of Benghazi, where he would spearhead the creation of a revolutionary group known as the Free Unionist Officers Movement, which would be modeled after Abdel Nasser's Egyptian Free Officers Movement. In September 1969, a 28-year-old Muammar Gaddafi and his band of revolutionaries would successfully orchestrate a bloodless coup against the highly unpopular monarchical regime of King Idris, who had ruled the country since independence but had long been seen by many regular Libyans as deeply corrupt and overly subservient to Western interests. Upon seizing power, the Free Unionist Officers Movement would become the Revolutionary Command Council, and Lieutenant Gaddafi would become Colonel Gaddafi. As the leader of the RCC, Colonel Gaddafi would effectively become Libya's de facto head of state and go on to be the single most important force in the shaping of his nation's destiny. Following the death of Gamal Abdel Nasser shortly after the Libyan Revolution, Gaddafi would take it upon himself to fulfill his hero's Pan-Arabian vision. All through the 70s, he would attempt to create greater political union between Arab and Islamic African states by proposing a series of bilateral and multilateral agreements.
So you guys remember, every time people talk about this Pan-Africanism, sometimes you have some of these crazy Pan-Africanists who get mad at others that talk about their religion being first. So Gaddafi, so most of these countries and majority of other countries in Africa and around the world, it matters to them what religion, other people practice. Gaddafi knew this. So he was going to unite the Arabs based on the language they speak and religion. It's not like some of these people that try to, these not Africans, they don't want to marry our people. You're looking to marry other people. Because, the Africans like to say this. It's weird. Not only in Africa, where in some of these African countries where they don't even have other race mixing that much, they will say, these people don't want to marry us. So just because we have similar interests in trade, it doesn't mean now they have to open the floodgate for you to go look to marry the people. All these people have the dream of Kwame Nkrumah to go find them a North African wife. So they are like, these people are racist. They don't want to marry the Africans. But you see, Gaddafi understands the greed that is ran through these countries. He understood this because he's seen how the West did it. People, honestly, do you think the Western world, the countries they control in Africa, how do you think they do it? Without their military, how do you think they do it? They just have people in charge that are pretty much employees to them. So they fund their government, they make them happy, both sides are happy, life is good. So they don't have like a grander vision like Gaddafi. They don't want to rule over Africa. They don't care about uniting with other countries. That's just a dream for people like him, because he replaced a king. So he's not trying to live like a president. He wants to live like an actual king. He wants to bring his ideas into reality. That's why he wrote his book. So these Pan-Africanists that are running around, they don't know what it takes to be a Pan-Africanist. You have to sometimes rule with iron fist. And you would see Gaddafi doing that here, at times. Look, sometimes to achieve your ambitions, you have to be as hard as an iron. Plain and simple is the truth.
Agreements between his government and the governments of Egypt, Sudan, Tunisia, Syria, Chad, and Morocco. Gaddafi's Pan-Arabian initiatives would ultimately prove unsuccessful, and after declaring that the Arab world was finished, he would fully abandon Pan-Arabism in favor of Pan-Africanism. Drawing inspiration from Chairman Mao's Little Red Book, Gaddafi would famously document his entire political philosophy in a 3-part publication known as the Green Book, which in theory at least, would serve as the structural underpinning of his new nation's entire political system. The Green Book would contain Gaddafi's third universal theory, which
See, back in the days when Yahya Jammeh came to power in the Gambia, I used to live there at the time. And that's when I first knew about the Green Book. Because when Yahya Jammeh toppled, the Western-backed president from independence, who himself, was knighted, they gave him the title Sir Sadauda Karaba Jawara, meaning he was tied with the royal family. So that means Gambia is in the Commonwealth. They are doing the will of the British, right? So you have somebody like Yahya Jammeh, who's from a minority tribe. He knew there is no, let's just be real, tribalism is real in Africa. If you don't believe me, look at all the presidents, for instance, who are from minority tribes in most of these countries. They didn't come to power by people voting for them the first time. They came there through the AK-47. They have to join the military and then eventually take over. That's how it happened. Just like in Ghana, right? Jerry Rawlings, for instance, he worked with Gaddafi. He was in the military. This is the Jerry Rawlings. His father is white. He's half-breed, right? He pretty much lived Kwame Nkrumah's dream a little bit, but he didn't have the ambition to rule all over Africa. He did what Kwame Nkrumah could not do. He didn't get voted in the first time. Like I said, he was in the military, like Yahya Jammeh. He took over, and he was smart enough to get rid of, guess what? Remember that educated class I told you that opposed Kwame Nkrumah? And then they continue with corruption. Jerry Rawlings got rid of that class. He got rid of them. Eventually, he gave power to civilian rule, and he was able to return again. But if he had left those ruling class in place, he would have ended up just like Kwame Nkrumah, get kicked out of Ghana. Some people might say that's harsh, but you see how he succeeded, right? But the same, like when Yahya Jammeh took over, when he took over, Gaddafi was one of the people supporting him because Yahya Jammeh was anti-Western. He pulled the Gambia from the Commonwealth, meaning serving the Queen, because he said, I heard him say this himself, Yahya Jammeh. He said they invite them to the Chatham House, which is like the British, their secret house where they bring the African leaders for initiation. He said they treated them like they are just governors of the Queen. So technically the Queen was ruling. So he gave them the middle finger. He's like, nah, I took this country with the AK-47. I get to dictate what happens. Just like it was in Ghana. In Nigeria too. Nigeria, the same thing. But they were not with the Pan-African thing. They just wanted to do their own thing and operate, in their favorite Nigerian way. They were still in the Commonwealth, but they did not listen to the Commonwealth. Because if you go back and read, you will see, especially Babangida and Sani Abacha, those people were radical. They did not listen to what the Westerners used to say. That's why Nigeria used to get sanctioned quite a bit. So this was all over West Africa, while South Africa was still under apartheid, white colonial rule. Okay? Other parts of East Africa, except Uganda, where Museveni, who also came there through the AK-47, in the East, Uganda is the country that's known to have strong men. The other countries, they just do voting. They don't have strong military men like West Africa generally tend to do. Then you have Burkina Faso, you have Thomas Sankara, who came to power and he talked that Pan-Africanist talk. Because guess what? He also took the country by force, because he was a soldier. This is why the African presidents that you see, just pay attention. How many of them do you see that even speak this Pan-Africanist talk if they were voted in? They don't speak it because they are there to serve a different master. So that's why they are deposed by the people that eventually talk the Pan-Africanist talk. But let's continue.
According to him, was the blueprint for the creation of a perfectly egalitarian society which was free from the economic inequalities of free market capitalism and the authoritarian tendencies of Marxist communism. In very simple terms, Gaddafi's third universal theory could be best described as a complex mixture of ideas drawn from classical liberalism, Marxist socialism, and Islamic theology. The philosophy would reject the widely accepted Western models of representative.
Do you guys see? Gaddafi is a visionary, right? He looked to smart people, to pick different ideas. So it's nothing like the people that think, oh, Pan-Africanism is just based in race. If you've been following me for quite some time now, for months, right? You would have heard me in my other videos where I say, okay, you black, I'm black, we all black. Now what? You see, I have a completely different vision than most black people. Completely different. I don't have a Gaddafi money, but if I did and controlled a territory, do you think I will waste my time to negotiate with these other African countries? I don't have the time. What's in it for me? If you are not going to do my bidding, guess what? I'm sponsoring the next person. The reality is in Africa, money walks, bullshit talks. Why do you think the Chinese can go to Africa? The Chinese are willing to give money. So when I hear some of the Pan-Africanists talking, oh, they're letting the Chinese in, because you don't have money. You want to talk your way into the hearts of the Africans there. No, the Chinese, the other people you see, they bought the people that are doing their bidding. So that's what Gaddafi did. He bought these leaders. He gave them what they needed. So, therefore, making him the de facto king of Africa.
Democracy in favor of direct democracy. According to the Green Book, societies run by elected congressmen and members of parliament were not true democracies, as the voices of the masses were drowned by layers and layers of complex bureaucratic processes, which were completely alien to the average voter. According to Gaddafi, a truly democratic society was one in which decisions were taken not by elected legislators, but by popular congresses and committees made up of the voters themselves. Putting Gaddafi's political theory to the test, the Libyan state will be converted in 1977 from the Libyan Arab Republic to the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya, which, in accordance with the Green Book, would be a direct democracy.
See, first of all, the step that Gaddafi took, I don't see. I mean, besides Idi Amin, which I'll do Idi Amin's video here. Besides Idi Amin, I mean, the balls that Gaddafi had, to challenge international powers. There's no other African leader who's willing to do that. All of them are easy for the Western world. But Gaddafi, he put his money where his mouth is. Not all he wanted, he wasn't scared of standing up to them militarily either. He had the money to do what the West would have otherwise do to him, and they continue to do to the people that oppose them. So instead of doing like most Black African leaders would do, collect all the money but not even protect themselves. If the West want to do whatever to them, they could. Gaddafi, on the other hand, he protected himself. I know some are going to say, but he was toppled. But look at how long it took.
in which the Libyan people would rule themselves through 187 basic people's congresses. Each of these basic people's congresses will then send representatives to the General People's Congress, which on paper at least would be Libya's most powerful political unit, as all major political decisions had to be approved by it. But while the Jamahiriya was a democratic utopia on paper thanks to its unique legislative structure, the reality would be a lot different. In practice, the General People's Congress would do nothing more than rubber stamp all of Gaddafi's policies, which would lead Gaddafi's political opponents to condemn the regime as being nothing more than a dictatorship in democratic clothing. Gaddafi's Green Book would also...
What do you think royalty is, kingship? You don't have to listen to your opponents. You have an agenda. And that agenda has to be pushed, even if they, put fake voting. Mind you, the man had an agenda. He followed through and pursued it, and he got what he wants. You think he's going to care somebody voting opposite of that? He didn't care. He was the king, and this is his way. He united Libya first. Libya first. Then he started talking about Africa. Most Africans that talk about Pan-Africanism, ask them what the dynamic is like in whatever country they are coming from. I'm not talking about somebody telling you some fake stuff, talking, oh, I know somebody from another tribe, this and that. That means absolutely nothing. Okay? The type of people that go into the politics, they tend to be more extreme. And you know what they base it off of. So it's harder, especially in West Africa, because how are you going to convince those tribes? Even if you take over, if you're not careful, guess what? You'll be dead. Like Thomas Sankara, he got killed, guess what? By his best friend. When they came to take him, when his bodyguards tried to make any action, he told them, he said, relax, they are here for me. He went to go face his killers. He came out, they pulled out the pistol, bang, bang. They took his life. But you see, so Thomas Sankara was working with Gaddafi, right? Because they sanctioned him. He had complete different idea. Then Blaise Compaoré replaced him. Gaddafi still worked with him because he's like, hey, I get it. He took the man out through the barrel of the gun. That's what he believed in. He trusted him. He didn't involve his feelings in it. He wants to make sure his ambitions, his dreams come true. So the way you picture things to be and what these people see the world to be are two completely different things. They are completely different.
Place him at odds with Islamic scholars at home and abroad due to his failure to fully accept all of the tenets of Islamic Sharia law. Gaddafi would declare Sharia law inappropriate for the Jamahiriya as he considered the protection of private property under Islamic law to be incompatible with the socialist principles of his third universal theory. This declaration would lead many scholars to accuse him of the sin of idol worship, as they considered that he was essentially elevating his Green Book to place it on an equal footing with the teachings of the Quran.
See, people that say, oh, he put religion above. No, he was accused of putting his Green Book, meaning his ideas in that Green Book, in the same equal footing as the Quran. Because see, they wanted to implement Sharia, which is Islamic law. But Gaddafi didn't want to do that. He's like, nah, man, we're not about to do no Sharia here. I want to implement this idea, which is progressive. This was a man with a mission. I mean, he knows the people cared about the religion. He cared to an extent, not to the extent of them really introducing the religious laws, the Sharia. He wants his ideas implemented. So now that's another issue where I've always asked this question. Through Pan-Africanism, can it coexist with either Islam or Christianity? That's what you got to ask yourself. Obviously, in a majority Muslim country like Libya, whose leader, as you heard here, what the narrator said, he can't even follow that Islamic law because it's antithetic to his Pan-Africanist ideas, his Pan-Africanist ideology. Is completely the opposite of that. Because see, if Gaddafi really lived by the Islamic law, he wouldn't even involve himself in, let's say, South Africa, Rhodesia, which eventually became Zimbabwe, or most of these countries. Because people, they would only deal with the people that they share religion with. He wouldn't deal with the Bantu area of Africa because majority of them are Christian. But he didn't care about the religion. He just wanted power.
But despite his gripes with Islamic clerics and his domestic political opponents, Gaddafi would for many years be hugely popular with the masses, thanks to his regime's rollout of a wave of nationalizations in the oil industry, which would see Libya become the first developing country to secure a majority stake in its own oil revenues. Thanks to its abundant oil revenues, the Gaddafi regime would make significant investments into the country's infrastructure and greatly improve its healthcare and education systems. Thousands of acres of land which were owned by foreigners and members of the old royal family would be.
See, for instance, when you talk about the developments or how Africans are messing up resources, right? People in charge, they would attack you personally and say, what are you doing? Well, look at this, right? Gaddafi, look at what he did for Libya. You think that's his own personal money? That's not his own personal money, but the oil wealth that belonged to the whole nation. Look at, he put that oil wealth to use. How many black African countries you know that have oil? More oil probably than Libya. And then on top of that, they have other resources. But you have people consider themselves the strong men that took over. Take, for example, Equatorial Guinea, a small country. They have oil and gas up the yin yang. They have oil and gas up the yin yang. But why are they so poor? Because they have poor leaders. They have leaders who don't have vision. They only want instant gratification. Wanting to buy trinkets, buying Michael Jackson gloves, shaking their ass, eating food. They are just caught up in that tribal mentality that doesn't even make sense. Okay? So it's not about the resources, people. You can have the resources under you right then and there. Imagine people, let me tell you, they just discovered gas in Gambia, just like the Equatorial Guinea off the coast. But I can assure you they have a president who, he's not that smart. But if if a guy like me had taken over, because you see, if they vote for me, then they would have what to say. But if I control that and the oil is there, imagine what that country would look like. Just imagine. But I understand, like with tribalism there, they cannot have someone like me, because I have a completely different vision. I would have to create prison camps. I'm just being honest. I'll have to create prison camps like Stalin and put some of these people in there into forced labor camps, because somebody has to dig those ditches to make sure people have sewage system. We have to have people to come out and work in those farms and feed the population. You think just giving them good speech is going to make them do it? No. But a concentration camp, there's nothing a concentration camp cannot do. I understand you're going to say, oh, this sounds extreme. How do you think even Russia got to where it is today? Most countries you see, that's why when you Africans are asking for the development, I don't think you understand what type of development you are asking for. That's not how this is achieved. You have to be forced to do it. So this is why you would see they would tell you, oh, Muammar Gaddafi, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. Okay, we got the oil in the country. We're putting this to use. You're part of this country. Okay. What are you doing to add on? Like, I put my life on the line. I took up the gun. I removed the corrupt king. I have this idea for us, all of us, to progress. What's holding you back? Absolutely nothing. But see, I don't believe in the idea of, having a leader over me, having another man over me. How people are obsessed with, oh, these people are our leader, these people are this and that. No, it doesn't work. So I am with the reality, like the realities of Africa. I see what it is. Most people, they don't think about these higher political ideologies. That's why people like Gaddafi existed. He thought it out. It doesn't matter what you think of the guy, but he's a thoughtful guy, and he was able to implement exactly what he wanted, what he's seeing in his mind, what he's been dreaming about. He brought it to reality.
Is seized and redistributed to local farmers who would be provided with government salaries until the farms became profitable. The government would also subsidize the construction of public housing for many of Libya's poor. And during the course of Gaddafi's reign, Libya's overall literacy rate would rise from 10% to 88%, while its life expectancy would rise from 57 to 74, and its infant mortality rate would fall from an African average of 125 deaths per 1,000 live births to 15 deaths per 1,000 live births. In the year before Gaddafi's death, Libya's estimated GDP per capita of $12,062 would be the highest in all of Africa, as Libya would also be ranked as the only African country with a high Human Development Score in the 2010 Human Development Index, posting a better score than Russia and China, as well as Eastern European countries such as Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia. Unlike virtually every other African country, Gaddafi's Libya was financially self-sufficient and
Did you guys catch that? Unlike many African countries, Gaddafi's Libya was financially self-sufficient. Today, which of the African countries can you compare to these places that they just mentioned? In fact, Libya was doing so much better than even China, right? Now, Chinese, you think we're saying, oh, are they doing good or not? The Chinese are able to buy their way in Africa today. That vacuum was created. So I'm not speaking in terms of whether I support Gaddafi or not. I'm just laying out the facts. That's all. I'm just laying out the facts of understanding, what is real and what isn't. Plain and simple.
not indebted to any international banks or financial institutions. His regime would also embark on a number of groundbreaking infrastructure projects, the most prominent of which would be the world's largest irrigation system, known as the Great Man-Made River. This $25 billion irrigation project would be developed to move fresh water across Libya's dry lands through a 4,000-kilometer network of water pipes. Beyond its domestic endeavors, Muammar Gaddafi would
Hey, you guys remember I did some of these corrupt countries that have the same resources as Libya, right? Look at what he did. Creating dams, man-made irrigation system from the desert to water their farmlands. He incentivized the farmers, built housing for the people. Look at how many African countries are in poverty that have same exact thing that his country has. So people, let me tell you, it's not even about just the resources. It's one of those things where you have the house full with bread and you're still starving. That's most African countries. They have the resources, but they don't have strong men like Gaddafi, a man with a vision that said, hey, this is our oil. Okay, first of all, you are going to make sure when you drill here, majority of the stake goes to Libya, the people of Libya. That's what he did. Some of these countries you would consider smart. Even like let's say in West Africa, go look at how Ghana struggles with the deals. Like they have the gold, right? But go look at how much percentage Ghana is getting from that gold. Not much. You go look at Equatorial Guinea with that oil. What's the percentage they are getting? It's not much. Because they have people in place who have a completely different vision. Completely different vision, which is not in line with doing what someone like Gaddafi did. Plain and simple. Plain and simple.
also embark on developing significant Pan-African projects. The strong
Nyani Mansa, Inimbara.
man of Tripoli would contribute $300 million to the commissioning of the Regional African Satellite Communication Organization, which would be instrumental in relieving African countries from their dependence on European satellite systems and save African governments a combined total of over $500 million per year. Gaddafi would also make further contributions.
Did you guys hear that? Did you see what he did to save African countries money? So you can tell me, this is what Kwame Nkrumah wanted to do. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But Ghana is too tribalist and way too structured for him to be able to pull it off. The people, that are there, they don't have the interest he had. So it wasn't going to work for him. But you see, eventually I'll show you how Pan-Bantuism stabbed Pan-Africanism in the back. I don't know what you make of that, but I'm just showing you the power struggle in Africa. Who are the real players of Pan-Africanism? You cannot be a real Pan-Africanist if you do not control an African territory. If you do not have the money to dictate and buy those African leaders to implement your ideas. I mean, showing up to Africa with your little money to say, oh, yeah, I'm from the Western world, I repatriated, I'm starting a business, I'm doing this. I mean, you're showing up with an amount, you're going against people who have millions and millions of dollars. Millions and millions of dollars. You can compete against those people. You can't. They have millions of dollars backed by the military. So the only thing you have is lip service. I hate to tell you, but those of you that have Pan-Africanist ambition, this is how it's done. This is how it's done. These men, they're not asking somebody to allow them, quote unquote, allow to do the things they want to do. Oh no. Hey, look, I'm just keeping it real. Like, I'm from that school, that African school. So the only reason why I can't implement what what I want to implement, I'm not in charge. I don't have the money. But if I were, you guys will be shocked. It will all be done in peace too.
To a number of other major African infrastructure projects for the construction of roads and railways, and would also set up a $5 billion fund which would be used for the development of five-star hotels, religious buildings, mobile phone companies, and mining companies all across the African continent. Fully embracing his ideological switch from Pan-Arabism to Pan-Africanism, Gaddafi would begin calling on African governments to...
Guys, you see what China is doing? This is what Gaddafi has been doing in Africa. Look, what I'm telling you here, this is not just from the documentary we're watching or reading. I've seen it with my own eyes. When Yahya Jammeh became the revolutionary leader of the Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, he joined the Libyan Islamic Jamahiriya. They brought Libyan doctors. They sponsored, road projects. They sponsored, sending in, food and all. Because, the Libyans, right? Gaddafi invested in farming. So they feed themselves. So you have many of these African countries, West African, because, Africans like free stuff, right? Quote unquote free. But there's no free lunch in this life. Okay? If somebody's giving you something, there's a reason. But many Africans are just so naive. They're like, oh, this guy just gave me this money for the sake of God, because they are so kind. But they are not judging from themselves. They're not going around giving complete strangers in different territories money. Why aren't they doing it? But see, when someone give it to them, they blind themselves and say, oh, maybe this person liked me. This is why you notice, not just Africans, even blacks in the West, right? You would notice they would have these characteristics where wherever they go, like in public, they will be looking, especially if white people are there, if you notice, they will be looking to see, quote unquote, who likes them or not. They are looking to guilt somebody, So not all, but most would do this. So the Africans, Gaddafi knew they believe in free stuff. The majority, he knew. He's like, hey, if we take some of our harvest, our rice, our flour, and ship it to some of these countries where the new revolutionary front took place, is taking over, life is good. I remember seeing the trucks come around, the Gaddafi rice and the Gaddafi flour, they came distributing it. And the people, they loved Libya. They said, God bless Libya and its people. They were showing the Jamahiriya on TV, the green banner and everything. The people supported it. They supported the king, which was Gaddafi. Okay? So that's how it works. Again, I'll remind you, money talks in Africa and bullshit works. Plain and simple. If you have the territory, you have the wealth, you can get the Africans to be Pan-Africanists. Not only the Africans, even the ones in America. Didn't you guys see Louis Farrakhan gave his allegiance to Muammar Gaddafi? And he's not the only one. All you gotta do is contact your other Pan-Africanists and put some green in their pocket. You got their loyalty. Plain and simple.
Work towards the creation of a United States of Africa, complete with its own united military, single currency, and single passport. Putting his money where his mouth was, he would be the most important driving force behind the creation of the African Union in 2002, hosting a number of important meetings in the Libyan city of Sirte, and pushing Africa's two largest economies of South Africa and Nigeria towards greater cooperation.
You guys see. So some people that say are not Africans, Africans. It took a North African to remind Nigeria and South Africa to merge and do business together so they can be powerful together. So I know some people are going to say, what's the intention? Whether Gaddafi is trying to protect himself from the West, but his idea was still smart. His idea was still smart. So you're dealing with somebody who he's gone past the people, his people have gone past the stage of just giving them a bag of rice. Mind you, they were growing their own food, and they would even give out the surpluses to African countries. Black Africa. You don't think Black Africa could have done that for themselves? But no, the ambition is not there. There has to be a strong man that would go past the tribal barrier. For example, like Yahya Jammeh in the Gambia, right? He's from a minority tribe, the Jola tribe. Just like Jerry Rawlings in Ghana, he's from the Ewe tribe. There was no way they were going to vote him in. It was a minority tribe. Yahya Jammeh in the Gambia is from the Jola tribe. If he didn't use the AK-47 the first time, there's no way he can win. Because in Africa, people are not going to admit it, but tribalism is real, whether it's positive or negative, but that's the facts of life. You see, that's why a lot of things don't outrage me. They don't shock me. I accept them for what they are, whether good, bad, or not. I'm indifferent to it. I'm just going to observe it for exactly what it is. For what it is. It's plain and simple. I'm not going to try to convince you of anything, but I'm going to observe what you are doing. I mean, you can say whatever you want, but your actions will tell me what you believe in. Plain and simple. It's like saying, oh man, I run 5 miles every day, but I'm looking at you, you got your gut over the belt. It will be hard for me to believe that, because I know if you run 5 miles every day, 5 days a week, your guts shouldn't be hanging over your belt. That's common sense. Yes, you say this, but your action is completely different than what you're telling me. So that's what's happening here.
Gaddafi would also specifically push for the inclusion within the Constitution of the African Union of a roadmap for the creation of an African Monetary Fund, an African Central Bank, and an African Bank of Investment. His government would also cover the African Union membership costs of poorer African countries, and at some point, Libya's total contribution to the AU's annual budget would amount to about a third of the total. In the months leading up to his death, he would also announce more specific plans for the creation of an African dinar, which would be a new currency backed by gold, which he reckoned could mount a serious challenge to the dominance of the US dollar and the European Union's euro. But while Gaddafi's Pan-African exploits and popular domestic policies would win him the praise and adoration of many, his authoritarian style and his international adventurism would see him make a long list of enemies at home and abroad. Domestic critics of the regime would be routinely subjected to brutal punishments, and allegations of summary executions, disappearances, and massacres would be widespread. One of such incidents would be the 1996 Abu Salim prison massacre, in which an estimated 1,200 prisoners would be reportedly murdered with impunity by Libyan security operatives. Gaddafi's
So you guys can see Gaddafi went all out with the Pan-Africanist agenda. I know some are going to say, but he tried being Pan-Arab first. He He knew, okay, the Arabs completely turned their backs on him. But you also have to remember, if you're Arab in the north, they have the leverage. I know this most Black Africans are not gonna like this, but they have the leverage to be able to either sometimes be Arab or African because they are both. You might not like it, but that's what the reality is. That's why Gaddafi was able to try with the Arabs and the Arabs rejected him. He went with Africa, his geographical location, and it worked. It worked for him. He doesn't have to love the people, but if he had the agenda, you also have your own agenda, you can do what you want. So that's what he went for.
African ambitions would also see him butt heads with a number of African
So Christopher Kane, how strong was the Libyan military under Gaddafi? Oh, it was pretty strong. It was pretty strong because even the West, um, he worried them quite a bit. He was able to pull some missions out of Libya. He was able to send his secret police, like America would do, to go, assassinate or kidnap his opponents. You remember I did the video here how America went and kidnapped Hush Puppy from Dubai. Yeah, because America has the power to go do that. So Gaddafi, he had the power to do that as well.
leaders who would grow suspicious of his aggressively expansionist foreign policies. The 1970s would see Gaddafi's government involved in a violent territorial dispute with the neighboring Republic of Chad over the Al Zoo Strip following Libya's occupation of the territory in 1973. This dispute would eventually lead to a series of Libyan invasions into Chad, which would only be stopped after the US and France deployed troops in support of the
So to be the undisputed leader, Pan-Africanist leader, you have to do what Gaddafi, you have to have what it takes to do what Gaddafi was willing to do. So Christopher Kane, as you were asking, is how strong was his military? Here's the proof. Not scared to drive into other African territories, that were being hindrance to his program to take over. He had an emperor's heart because you're not just going to win this place. You have to have military influence. So Chad is next to Libya. They had the conflict. He went in, to exert his influence over the country.
Chadian president in the so-called Toyota War. In 1977, Gaddafi's forces would also engage in a short border war with Egypt,
Guys, there was so many Toyotas, they called it the Toyota War.
known today as the 4-Day War. This conflict would be allegedly due to Egyptian President Anwar Sadat's refusal to commit to greater political union with Libya in the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War of 1973. This short but deadly conflict would be the climax of a long-standing shadowboxing match between the two men, which would begin with Gaddafi allegedly sponsoring dissidents and assassination plots aimed at bringing down Sadat's regime, and Sadat doing the same to Gaddafi in response.
So you guys remember some of those Pan-Africanists who don't even know history. They just Google little stuff. They don't even understand what the politics of Africa was and what it's like. So this is the beef between Libya and Egypt at the time. But you would hear some of them, oh no, you know what? Oh, these Arabs are united against blacks. Does it look like that to you? Gaddafi literally have murder squads to kill Egyptian, high profile officials. And Egypt had the same thing. That's how the beef was. I'm talking real beef because you see, Gaddafi was holding the grudge against Sadat, who took over in Egypt, because you see, he replaced Gaddafi's mentor. So So that he just wanted to do the Egypt thing. He didn't want to join into the Pan-Africanist thing or the Pan-Arab stuff. Egypt just want to do their own thing. So Gaddafi is like, I got to take this guy out. I got to take this Egyptian president out without wasting time.
Just days after the 1980 Liberian coup d'etat, which overthrew the government of William Tolbert, Gaddafi would defy the US government by being the first African leader to recognize the government of the successful coup plotter, Samuel Doe. But this
See, Samuel Doe is, you could literally consider him a Pan-Africanist. You guys, you're going to say, no, he's not. He didn't talk about it. But you have to remember, Samuel Doe came to power in Liberia to end an era that oppressed his people, a ruling class that oppressed his people. Samuel Doe, he joined the military just like Muammar Gaddafi. Remember, I told you he always support, the military men. This guy you're seeing on the screen, Samuel Doe, he was the sharpest shooter in the Liberian army at the time. Apparently, this guy, he didn't miss when he pulled that trigger. So it's no shocker that Muammar Gaddafi supported Samuel Doe, because he came, he took out Talbot, whose ancestors came from America, the Black Americans, when they colonized Liberia. Samuel Doe was the one that brought that to an end. That regime, he brought it to an end. So Gaddafi loved him. He saw him as a Pan-Africanist. So Gaddafi, like some people are going to say, oh, Samuel Doe is not a Pan-Africanist. No, he is. Samuel Doe was willing to lose his life in Liberia. And he lost. He was willing to stand up and fight and die in Liberia. How can you say he's not a Pan-Africanist? Of course he is.
Despite their initially cordial relationship, relations between the two men would eventually wane as Samuel Doe would stand in opposition to Gaddafi's Pan-African ambitions. In a 1983 interview, Doe will be quoted as saying, "Gaddafi is a man who, I think, would like to lead the whole continent of Africa, which is impossible to do."
So Gaddafi, Samuel Doe became an obstacle for Gaddafi. Again, just like, Gaddafi, Samuel Doe took Liberia with a gun. So Samuel Doe, he has no interest in ruling any other country that's not Liberia. His only interest is Liberia. And obviously him taking the gun, I think that's clue number one that he doesn't want other people over him. So that's why he said this. But he's still a Pan-Africanist, just his own Pan-Africanist. He does not want to rule other people. He doesn't want to rule other country other than Liberia. He just wanted to stick with his people. That's it.
Samuel Doe would then go on to accuse Gaddafi of working to destabilize his government by financing opposition groups in Liberia. And sure enough, later investigations would show that one of the major beneficiaries of Gaddafi's generosity was Charles Taylor's National Patriotic Front, which...
So, Samuel Doe dissed Gaddafi again, while Gaddafi was the king of Africa. Samuel Doe dissed him. Gaddafi sponsored a war to take Samuel Doe out. He sponsored Charles Taylor. See, people, when you don't have an agenda, right? Someone else would use you to promote their agenda. So you cannot be upset that you don't have an agenda. You want the person to put that program. But sometimes people come together because you both have agendas. You work together to achieve. You achieve your goal, I achieve my goal. So that's what happened between Charles Taylor and Muammar Gaddafi. Your enemy is my enemy. Muammar Gaddafi supported Samuel Doe, but then he realized, no, Samuel Doe doesn't want to be one of my minions. Like Samuel Doe, truly, he wants to just be the ruler of Liberia. He doesn't want someone to tell him what to do. In fact, Samuel Doe, what got Samuel Doe in trouble? Samuel Doe was trying to pull that African thing, collecting money from America and not doing what America wanted him to do. See, Samuel Doe was your typical West African. He had no interest in honestly dealing with white people. He could care less. He doesn't want to, but he wanted to collect their money and not do what they told him to do. So too many people were already against him. He tried to pull a Rere on America and Gaddafi. They are like, nah, he got to go. So Charles Taylor went to Libya, and Libya supported him, and you know the rest.
Which was one of the two major rebel groups that would ultimately bring down Samuel Doe's government. Gaddafi would also be a friend and supporter of the much reviled Ugandan president Idi Amin. As a favor to his friend Idi Amin, Gaddafi would send thousands of troops to fight against Tanzania in the 1978 Uganda-Tanzania War. And
did you guys know that when Idi Amin was in power, East Africa was hot? There was a war between, Uganda and Tanzania, because you guys, Idi Amin, he was a volatile man. I'm going to do a show on Idi Amin. I mean, it's going to blow your mind. Idi Amin, that's another guy who came to power through military. He was the boxing champion in the army at the time. So he's one of those Africans that they trained in the British colonial system in the army. But no matter, like Idi Amin, you can take him to space and be trained by aliens. He's not going to do what the aliens want him to do. He's still going to do his African thing. That's what he wanted to do. So this whole time he was around the British, Idi Amin was harboring a lot of resentment towards them. Hence, when he took power, you could see how he treated white people, making white people carry him, the things he said to white people, humiliating white people, any opportunity Idi Amin got, and the things he said about the Jews. In fact, when I do that video, I'm going to bring all those videos. But Idi Amin was like off the chart. Like, I don't know how to describe him, but whatever comes to his mind, he would say. But he did definitely have something against like white people and Indians, especially. He wasn't too friendly to these two groups. If you're not, I mean, with Idi Amin, to be honest, if you're not like black, he's not too cool with you. I mean, he has some black enemies, but the leaders he was against, even let's say, like Tanzania challenged him. He's like, oh, I think it was Julius Nyerere at the time. Julius Nyerere was a nationalist, but he didn't believe in Pan-Africanism. He didn't believe in that. So he challenged Idi Amin. Big mistake. Idi Amin is like, you know what? I'm going to take Tanzania, in fact, because, Obote, who is the comeback kid who Idi Amin removed, was in Tanzania. And Idi Amin told Tanzania to kick him out They didn't want to do so. Then he attacked, and Gaddafi was the one helping him. So anyone that is asking how strong his military was, there's your answer. He's able to send tanks. He's able to send weapons to come and invade countries in Africa.
When Idi Amin's regime began to crumble, an estimated 600 Libyan soldiers would lose their lives trying to keep it together. And upon Amin's eventual exile from Uganda, Gaddafi would host him in Libya before his final move to settle in Saudi Arabia. From the late 70s and throughout the 90s, Gaddafi would publicly support a long list of polarizing African politicians, such as Eritrea's Isaias Afwerki, Zimbabwe's Robert Mugabe, Ethiopia's Haile Mengistu, Sierra Leone's Fode Sanko.
Fode Sanko was the rebel leader in Sierra Leone, the RUF, United Revolutionary Front. Mengistu over here was a dictator in Ethiopia, Mugabe, Zimbabwe, Afwerki, Eritrea. So these are the type of, so Gaddafi, again, any man, any African, when he was there, if you are not scared to take up arms to control your native country, then he will support you. He doesn't support you if he came there by vote. You know, Robert Mugabe came to power in Zimbabwe in 1980, fighting a war, a guerrilla war against the government of Ian Smith. A white man was the prime minister of Zimbabwe back in those days. And Robert Mugabe was one of those people who, you know, several of them, they said, nah, man, a white person, you guys are not going to continue to rule us in our own country. You got to leave. You know, they said no. So Robert Mugabe and his friends, they took up arms against the white government. And don't let his suit fool you. Like looking at Mugabe wearing the suit, it might confuse you thinking they voted him in. No, he went wild on the British. He shot at them. He took up arms. I'm talking full-blown war against white people. He eventually became friends with them, but it was brutal. Let's see, African Fangs. Afwerki was brutal. Oh, I'm surprised Fang knew that. You're right, Fang. Afwerki was very brutal in Eritrea. You're right.
And even the infamous Central African Emperor, Jean Bedel Bokassa. Gaddafi's provision of military and financial support to various subversionary movements would see him raise the suspicions of many, and to their shock and horror, he would even be proclaimed the King of Kings of Africa in a 2008 event attended by over 200 traditional African rulers.
Did you guys see this? I'm not just the one telling you. Do you see this is the Ashanti kings here, crowning Gaddafi as the King of Kings, as the King of Kings of Africa. Plain and simple. They crowned him as the King of Kings. He's earned it. They came to him.
Although Gaddafi's association with many of Africa's most prominent Marmite characters would raise eyebrows around the continent, his eventual downfall would not be brought about by his actions in Africa, but his actions outside of the continent. From the early years of his regime, various investigations will show Gaddafi to be a major sponsor of a number of militant groups designated as terrorists by Western governments. In 1975,
only me said Ashanti gave in. Yes, the Ashantis did give into his rule. I'll open the line eventually so you can remind them. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Untouchable. Oh yeah, Untouchable, you're right. Bokassa, he's on a completely different level of crazy. Like he declared himself emperor. I'll have to do Bokassa for you guys. I mean, people, I don't think you guys understand the type of people that ruled these various African countries. I don't think you guys really understand. Some of these people are crazy. And it's funny to me when I hear some of the people in this platform say, oh, the Africans sold out the leaders. I was like, some of them were installed, but this is why I'm showing you the stories. Like, no, in the 90s, trust me, there were many. They have no interest in being white. These people want to rule these countries on their own. They don't want a white person telling them what to do. They did not. They are super crazy back then. I mean, I'm not saying because they didn't listen to someone tell them what to do. That's what made them crazy. But the level they were willing to go to.
Gaddafi was alleged to have forwarded $3.5 million to the accounts of Thomas McMahon and other members of the Irish Republican Army, a militant group listed as a terrorist organization by the British government. In 1988, Gaddafi would be accused of ordering the Lockerbie bombing, which would see 270 passengers die on board Pan Am Flight 103 in what...
So the Western powers were sabotaging Gaddafi, right? As they did, the Western government. But Gaddafi had a remedy. He had the power to retaliate. What African country government that had the capability to retaliate, to sponsor the Western world, like especially the British, the British monarchy, their neocolonialist agendas, who had the power to sponsor their enemies? He sponsored, the IRA in Ireland, who were fighting the British. He had enough money to sponsor them. He bombed the Pan Am flight over Lockerbie in Scotland. He did all these things just to prove how far he was willing to go. So, these are the type of people who were in charge. But none of these people, Bokassa, Idi Amin, all these people, none of them came close to Gaddafi, therefore making him the undisputable king.
would ultimately go down as the deadliest terror attack in British history. Although Gaddafi never admitted to ordering the attack, the strongman of Tripoli would nevertheless agree to pay compensation to the families of the victims. On the 19th of September 1989, an airliner operated by French airline UTA would be destroyed by a cargo bomb, which would lead to the death of all 170 passengers, 54 of which would be French nationals. The French government would immediately blame Libya for the attack, and 6 Libyan nationals would be declared guilty by the French courts. The Gaddafi International Foundation for Charity Associations would subsequently agree to pay a total compensation package of $170 million to the families of the victims. Gaddafi's international exploits would also see him make enemies around the Middle East, and specifically in the State of Israel, thanks to his fully fledged support for the Palestinian cause. He would be alleged to have been a major sponsor of the perpetrators of the 1972 Munich massacres, in which 11 Israeli athletes would be killed at the Munich Olympics. He would also allegedly provide over $700 million to pro-Palestinian military groups residing in Lebanon, which would lead Lebanese authorities to issue an international arrest warrant against him in 2008. With an ever-growing list of domestic and international enemies, the Arab Spring of the early 2010s would ultimately set the scene for the...
Okay, so we came to the part where the West got tired. They eventually, this is why I said Pan-Bantuism toppled Pan-Africanism. See, they used Nelson Mandela to convince Gaddafi to get rid of his nuclear program, because the sanctions didn't stop him. So his activities in Africa, being the undisputed king of Africa, they know he was friendly with Nelson Mandela, right? So they used Nelson Mandela to get Gaddafi to give up his programs. So therefore, now when you see people like Malema, right, that vacuum have been created because they want South Africa. This is not the regular South African. I'm talking about the politicians. They want to be seen as the undisputed, kings, Pan-Africanists of Africa. Because you remember I did a program here in the Pan-African Parliament. This is in South Africa, where Malema and the others, these other South Africans, they are fighting each other to a point being physical. Because the Pan-Africanists, true Pan-Africanists, is more concentrated in the West and the North, as you can see. All the most of Africa's strongmen are from those regions. So if you notice, Malema was complaining and the others, they say, why do they always have to be in charge? Why do they have to be in charge? That's what the fight was about. So they said it should come to the South. The power should come to the South. So Gaddafi helped the ANC, right? He became cool with Nelson Mandela. But now let's see, when the opportunity came to get rid of Gaddafi, did the people that Gaddafi, quote unquote, helped liberate, did they help him, or they used it as an opportunity to try to be the replacement for him? So let me play this other video, how African countries turned their back on Gaddafi, most of it for several different reasons. But they, like I said, Pan-Bantuism came into play. Because you see, the countries that are Bantu speakers are much more closer to the Westerners, right? Kenya, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, those areas, those countries, right? So for the most part, they were under white colonial rule, but they fought for their freedom and they have economic capabilities. So they no longer need a Gaddafi. They were free. They no longer need a Gaddafi. So I suspect, because at the time that they toppled Gaddafi, I believe South African President Thabo Mbeki was the chairman of the African Congress, the AU, the African Union. So let's find out what the African Union said about Gaddafi. Were they with Gaddafi? Did they appreciate him, or they stabbed him in the back? Here we go.
Which some political analysts make, is to think that their enemies should be our enemies.
Could you just take a moment to imagine what would have happened if Nelson Mandela was president of South Africa when NATO forces invaded Libya and deposed Muammar Gaddafi?
I want you guys to remember this question. I understand the narrator wants to ask this question. Do you think Nelson Mandela would have maintained his loyalty to Muammar Gaddafi and his appreciation if he were the president of South Africa? Mind you, when they toppled him, he was not the president of South Africa. So he has personal relation with Gaddafi. Gaddafi had his back all the way through. So he stood by him. This speech that he's giving, he's giving this in front of white people. Remember, I told you, if you want to know what a black man truly thinks, ask them the question in front of white people. So he's not even stuttering. He let the white people know, no, Muammar Gaddafi, the question was about him. He said, just because he is your enemy, that doesn't mean he's my enemy. Because that's how the Western powers were operating. They still do. So if I'm in Africa, this is how they operate. So if they don't like, for instance, if I'm the leader of Gambia and I'm the strong man there, obviously, because if I were ruling, you guys know the Western world, they're not gonna like what I'm going to be implementing, because I'm going to bring straight thinking, right? So let's say you have a puppet government, let's say in a place like Nigeria. So they would sanction my country and tell Nigeria, look, you have to hate Afridamus. You have to hate him. Okay? You have to hate him. But if you don't, then something will happen. So Nelson Mandela, he's like, nah, I'm sticking by the guy. So let's see what Thabo Mbeki did.
South Africa have intervened. A grandson of Nelson Mandela is named Gaddafi, a sign of how popular the late Libyan leader once was in South Africa and many other African countries. Gaddafi's 42-year regime in Libya saw him go from revolutionary hero to international outcast, to valued strategic partner, and back to outcast again. Despite being seen as a Pan-African who sought African unity, Gaddafi was also accused of backing notorious rebel groups in Liberia and Sierra Leone, among others. As much as he was despised by the West, particularly France, Italy, Britain and America, he made a lot of enemies and was also viewed as a threat to some African regimes, and it's possible that this explains why organs of the continent, such as the African Union, looked on silently without a whimper of protest in 2011, when
this right here, Africans, I want you to understand, this is when Pan-Bantuism was introduced, and with Pan-Bantuism came with the colorism, because you have to remember, the people that are heading it, like now let's say Malema, right, from South Africa, some of these people say the most extreme thing, but Malema is not the full-blown leader of South Africa. They want to do the Pan-Africanist thing through, quote-unquote, the Pan-African Parliament. But to do a Gaddafi-style Pan-Africanist, you don't need that parliament, because that parliament should only answer to the king at the top, which was Gaddafi. But now, the Bantu section of Africa felt like, okay, now we are free, we are liberated. So we have to be seen as the leader of Pan-Africanism as well. But to be able to do that, now that they don't have apartheid, they have to ignore Gaddafi getting killed. And let's find out if that's what happened. I don't know if that's in the interest of Africa or not, but one thing I know, there's no strong man today in Africa challenging, their Western opponents. Plain and simple.
Western armies were pummeling Libya with bombs. Either way, I believe an unmistakable sense of trauma marks African countries' action or inaction to the fall of Gaddafi. In this video, we're going to look at the real reason why Africa stayed silent when Gaddafi was removed from power. Welcome to Reason Africa. It was no surprise when Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni won elections, took the oath of office and was sworn into a 6th term in office, much like he had done 5 times before. What raised eyebrows across the world was the content of his acceptance speech, where he said that Africa should have taken steps to stop the NATO military intervention in Libya in 2011.
So, Museveni, you know how he came to power? He fought through the jungle. He was a rebel leader and he took over. But Museveni himself didn't say anything because by the time they came for Gaddafi, he was older and he was a rarity, meaning he gave into, to bring satisfaction to the people and say, okay, I'm now a civilian. Of course, in Africa, what does that even mean? The incumbent, like Museveni, he's going to win. He is going to win, plain and simple. I don't know how it's going to happen, whether it's going to happen through magic, but he's going to win. So to create peace and stability, mind you, prior to Museveni, first it was Obote. Idi Amin toppled Obote. Obote became the comeback kid, removed Idi Amin, and then Museveni came and removed Obote. Obote, he's just unlucky. But now let's hear a revolutionary like him, what he thinks of what happened to Gaddafi.
According to the president, Africa's diplomatic attempts in the intervention were not enough, and that a military intervention should have been pursued to save Libya, which was thrown into a decade of civil war after the fall of Gaddafi. Even though Museveni regrets Africa's silence on Gaddafi's ouster, I believe a military response was out of the question. However, it got me.
So, people, what you're about to see here, right? What you're looking for, how the West used the divide and conquer to take down a strong man. That doesn't mean whether I support Gaddafi or not, but the technique that took him down, that's what we're looking at here. And who was supposed to speak for him and they went mute? Let's find out.
Thinking, why haven't we seen much involvement from Africa? The conflict is seen from a European, Persian Gulf, and increasingly a Russian and Turkish vantage point, ignoring the basic fact that Libya is an African country. To very quickly give you some context, in February 2011, Libyans held nationwide demonstrations against the regime of Muammar Gaddafi. The demonstrations then turned into armed conflict between Gaddafi's forces and Western-backed rebels. A month later, in March, NATO forces intervened in the civil war with promises to liberate the country. The operation helped over...
People, think about it. Why would NATO involve themselves in an African country's takeover? I'm talking militarily. But that's what happened. Quote unquote, they said, oh yeah, we got some people that opposed him. Okay. They oppose presidents all the time or kings in these countries. But somebody is behind this operation. But this happened during what they call the Arab Spring. Guess who was president then? Barack Obama. So Obama was put there for the African leaders, African people to trust, not just, to kill, two birds with one stone, meaning, pacifying blacks in America, all over the world. But the main target was Africa, to have total control over Africa. But they cannot have that control so long they have Gaddafi, the king of Africa, meddling in African issues, since he's African. And Gaddafi was talking about introducing these gold dinars, meaning the money would be backed by gold instead of relying on the dollar, which is a fiat currency, which is not backed by anything. It's a fiat currency. But America has the military, they have the power, and they have the machine to print the dollar. So the more dollars they print, that's even good for the United States government, but that's not good for the ordinary people, meaning whatever loans they take, they can just print and pay. If they cause inflation, that means they would pay less interest. So, for instance, if the United States had allowed this to happen, that would affect the fiat currency. So, prior to him, just like Saddam Hussein tried to pull the same thing. He's like, hey, check this out. I no longer want to sell my oil. Mind you, people, when you heard Saddam being removed, saying he's a killer and all that, it's all stories. It's not real. This is what the real story is. He did not want to accept dollars, the American dollars, for his, oil. He didn't want to. So to make them bump head, which is divide and conquer, he said, I'm going to use the euro now. I'm going to accept euro because Saddam is using divide and conquer to cause problems between the Europeans, white people themselves. But America being in charge, they are like, nah, man, we can't let that happen. We got to take him out. So that's what you saw. So Gaddafi, they have good enough reason to get rid of him. So let's go.
Throw Gaddafi, but also left the country deeply unstable. Over the past 10 years, Libyans have been affected by political and economic collapse, inter-militia and inter-tribal warfare, as well as humanitarian crisis, which fueled the refugee crisis in Europe and allowed the Islamic State to establish a Libyan haven that the United States is now trying to contain. Today, Libya has seen positive developments and is in a relative state of peace. A planned presidential election aimed to provide the country with legal and legitimate leadership was announced many times and then postponed until the end of the year. So far, a total of 98 candidates have registered to vie for the top seat, but there are disagreements about election rules. Some Libyans are fearing that the disputes about the current election process could trigger a similar crisis to that surrounding the 2014 failed election, when Libya split between warring Western and Eastern factions with parallel administrations in Tripoli and Benghazi. Whether the elections take place as scheduled or is postponed, it remains crucial for Libya's future and constitutes a major geopolitical stake in the eyes of international powers. So, were Libya's prospects always like this? Well, before 2011, Libya had achieved economic independence with its own water, its own food, its own oil, its own money, and its own state-owned bank. It had arisen under Gaddafi from one of the poorest countries to one of the richest in Africa. Gaddafi wanted to structure and model his rule on Egypt's pan-Arab leader Gamal Abdel Nasser. He even adopted the same
Gamal Abdel Nasser, that's who was best friends with Kwame Nkrumah. Hence, explain how Kwame Nkrumah had an Egyptian wife. So when people talk about how Africa is going to progress, Africa has to be, African countries, not the whole, they have to be financially free, just like Libya was under Muammar Gaddafi. See, if you're financially free, you can do whatever you want. I did drop the link. People can call in eventually, but what is Audrey saying? Egyptian? No, Egyptian. What are you talking about? Egyptian? You thought that's what I was saying? No, Egyptian. So if you call in, I'll just keep you backstage till we finish this video. Make sure you stick with the topic. get to the point and I'll drop you back. But we gotta make it quick, okay?
Military rank, promoting himself from captain to colonel when he took over. He first set out to tackling the unfair economic legacy of foreign domination by colonialists. For Egypt's Nasser, it was the Suez Canal. For Gaddafi, it was oil. Libya has Africa's largest oil reserves and also has natural gas, creating huge foreign interest in the mostly desert nation along the Mediterranean Sea. Significant reserves were discovered in the late 1950s, but the extraction was controlled by foreign petroleum companies and the country was only getting a tiny percentage of the revenues. He memorably challenged foreign oil executives by telling them people who have lived without oil for 5,000 years can live without it again for a few years in order to attain.
It's called delaying gratification. Okay? Gaddafi, obviously, as you can see for yourself, Gaddafi used his oil money and put it to use. So the king they had, the king was useless. He made terrible deals like African leaders do. Gaddafi came, he's like, hey, look, we're a desert people, we're tribal people. It don't matter. Hey, you're the one that wants the oil. We didn't have the oil before, and we can live without it if you don't do what we want you to do. So know that when you stand up to Western countries, this is what your faith is going to be. So it's all about economics.
In their legitimate rights. His tough stance paid off, and Libya became the first developing country to secure a majority share of the revenues from its own oil production. Other nations soon followed this precedent, which led to the 1970s Arab petrol boom. With production levels matching the Gulf states and with one of the smallest populations in Africa, less than 3 million at the time, the black gold made Libya wealthy quickly. By the early 2000s, education and medical treatment were free for all Libyans. Having a home was considered.
Did you guys hear that? So they had less than 3 million. So you have places like Equatorial Guinea who have plenty of oil. So these are the basics here that can get a nation to move forward. Education, the medical department, medical treatment, people owning their own homes. So that's why it's rather silly when I hear just people asking ordinary person, what are you doing for Africa? You think one individual who's not controlling any territory in Africa can bring this to the people? They cannot. So that's why it's very important to have genuine conversations, things that make sense, instead of people just rolling around gibberish, being all up in their feelings. But plenty of African countries, have what Gaddafi has. They can provide these things. So he is proof. Look, I'm not saying the man is perfect. That's not what I'm saying here. But whatever agenda he had, something progressive came out of it. You can't say that about many other African countries. In fact, most of these people, after taking from colonialists, they ran the country into becoming shithole countries. You guys know this. It's a fact. But look at a man that took a poor country and turned it into not a utopia for many, because if not, they would have been stuck in the desert breathing in sand. But he turned those into farmlands. So let's be real.
A human right, and Libyans participated in an original system of local democracy. The country boasted the world's largest irrigation scheme, the Great Man-Made River Project, which brought water from the desert to the cities and coastal areas, and Gaddafi was embarking on a program to spread this model throughout Africa. Unchecked by any of the normal restraints of democratic governance, Gaddafi was only accountable to himself and was able to take his anti-imperialist campaign around the world, funding and supporting militant groups and resistance movements. This set him on a collision course with many African governments and became the turning point of many African presidents, even those that had supported him before. Despite
Did you see they showed Paul Kagame, right? You know, Paul Kagame did train in Libya at one point. So he represents himself as a revolutionary, which, I mean, from his actions, we can accept it. He too used the AK-47. You guys know the AK-47 used to rule Africa. So he came to power through the butt of the AK-47. He worked for Museveni, the current president of Uganda. In fact, this guy grew up in a refugee camp in Uganda and joined those forces. But he did receive training, from Libya as well. So he went back to liberate his people. But when politicians turn their back on their ally, I don't know if we can just run to the conclusion to say they are traitors, or whatever it is. There's always a motive. So that's the motive I want people to see here.
claims of his popularity in Africa, Gaddafi started being viewed with widespread suspicion. You see, nobody wanted to befriend someone who routinely supported the overthrow of governments. As a result, Libya became isolated within the Organization of African Unity following Gaddafi's 1980 military intervention in Chad. In protest, most governments boycotted an OAU summit in Tripoli in 1982. Gaddafi sent troops to bolster brutal Ugandan dictator Idi Amin's regime between 1972 and 1979. He called for a jihad by Congolese Muslims against the autocratic Western-backed regime of Mobutu Sese Seko.
So, guys, can strong men in Africa exist? You cannot be a strong man in the bloc. Mobutu Sese Seko in the Congo, he was not different. At the time they called it Zaire, he was not different than King Leopold. In fact, Mobutu, I don't think he is originally native of Congo. I think his parents were one of those First Republic people that they brought from West Africa, to be specific, probably Nigeria, So he took over. He was oppressing the people just like King Leopold. So Gaddafi called on, because he's like, you know what? Gaddafi didn't call on the Christians because he knew King Leopold used Christianity to deceive these people. He's like, hey, why don't you, the Muslims, take up arms against Mobutu and remove him? That's what he wanted. So the guy wasn't just playing around. He was about that action.
In the 1990s, Gaddafi provided military training to vicious rebel groups in Liberia and Sierra Leone and backed Tuareg rebels in Mali. In the year 2000, widespread xenophobic attacks in Tripoli and Zawiya against thousands of black African migrant workers led to several deaths.
See, this is the thing that black Africans need to learn. Have you noticed whenever you use the ideology, you hear, oh, they attacking black African migrants. What is it about black African migrants that people are attacking them? People gotta wake up. Black Africans have to wake up. You can't just leave Africa or your country and allow people to just treat you any kind of way. You have to make sure you have the acumen and the intelligence and be willing to defend yourself. The moment you leave that territory, you can't just let people treat you any kind of way. This is what I want Africans to actually understand. It doesn't mean I'm saying go attack other people, but do not. Look, you have to understand, people can have their ideas about you, but you don't have to become their target. But Africans in different countries, China, I see all these places, Africans become the target. When we have Chinese, anybody, Indians, everyone running around African countries, Black African countries. So to me, it's about the movement. So you are able to move to go to our different various countries. But now when we look, I didn't experience this. I'm just saying. But I have seen these videos. I have seen these videos. I have seen the complaints. Especially with Nigerians, people say, oh, maybe the Nigerians were wrong. But do you think I support how people attack them? Do you think I support that? I do not. When I saw like the Nigerians in China and in Malaysia, they attack them. Trust me, whatever you say, you think the stereotype is. But I do not support people attacking them. Are there people that do the 419s? Yes, but if I didn't do it, or a Nigerian person didn't do it, you have no right to attack them. So, but most Africans have allowed themselves, be open to people just treating them any kind of way. So it did happen in Libya too. So the efforts of this program, sometimes I know it makes people mad, but I also want to wake you up to seeing how people are treating you. Hey, just because Hush Puppy exists, okay, fine, Hush Puppy exists, they caught him. Cool. But does that mean just because I'm from Nigeria, you got to treat me like Hush Puppy? I'm not Hush Puppy. Hush Puppy did his thing. You got him. So if I'm talking about Hush Puppy, for example, that doesn't mean I'm saying every Nigerian is Hush Puppy. Why would you treat every Nigerian like Hush Puppy? You cannot. Okay? And then you have other people from other countries where people try to treat them like less than human. You got to stand up against that. Hey, I don't care what you have against other Africans or what your perception is, but the moment you want to bring that into reality, I'm not going to allow that to happen. So you should be the same way. You should be the same way. Plain and simple. I'm not saying go look for problems, but if people bring problems to you, finish it. It don't matter where you're from, Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, wherever you're from. You got to maintain that dignity. That's just what it's about. That's what I do. I don't play that crap saying, oh, you feel like you think of Africans a certain way. Hey, you can have the thinking, but when you want to, play that with me, it's not going to go well because I'm not going to allow it. And I want you, the African, to know the same thing. Don't allow this. Don't allow people videotaping, talking, oh, look at the African getting beat up, when you won't allow that from other African. So don't allow it from other people. Plain and simple. It don't matter. Even if you met these people in mass, much more planet Earth.
Damaging Gaddafi's Pan-African image. Following religious-related conflict in Nigeria, Gaddafi called and pushed for the dissolution of the country in a bid to partition Africa's most populous nation into separate Muslim and Christian countries. His vision of a United States of Africa, complete with an all-African army and common currency, was rejected by most African leaders. He later crowned himself as the King of Kings, and his ambitions often failed to match political realities on the ground.
So Gaddafi was willing to use divide and conquer through religion in Nigeria, right? To divide it into Muslim, Christian state. Because he knows Muslims and Christians exist there. So it doesn't mean the man is not a devil. He does have devil tendencies. There's no way you would want to be the king, emperor over a vast region, different people, without being the devil. You have to be the devil. So he has devil tendencies. No different than King Leopold. He didn't kill 10 million, but the appetite is there. That's all I'm trying to point to you.
Integration plans that Gaddafi attempted in Africa failed. The blunders he had made when pushing for a pan-Arab agenda to the Islamist agenda were now failing him during his pan-African agenda. While using his oil wealth to buy influence within the African Union, many governments happily took his money but did not necessarily support him.
You guys see the hypocrisy in Africa? So, you guys remember I did this Somali show, how people say, oh, Somalis shouldn't join the Arab League or collide with Turkey. Okay. It's all about economics. These people, these groups, these Arabs, these Turkeys are giving these territories money. But the Somalis are watching. They've seen Black African countries receive money from Gaddafi. They've been receiving, the Ashanti kings went there, they received the money, everybody. They received things, trinkets from Gaddafi. But when the time came, what Gaddafi paid for, guess what? You can't rely on Africa. There is no way. You cannot rely on Black Africa to bust a grape. They're not going to do it. There's no way they were going to do it. So that's what happened to Gaddafi. Hey, I'm just being real. Even the white people, the Westerners that give African countries money, the Africans are not going to fight. You think they're going to fight for them? They're not going to. I'm just keeping it real. Remember, I showed Samuel Doe here, right? When he took over in Liberia. I mean, let's just be real. Samuel Doe was there with Reagan meeting white people, the Westerners, Washington, all. Let's just be honest. Do you think Samuel Doe really cared about what those people were saying? Samuel Doe didn't care about what some white person is telling him. He didn't care. He just wanted their money. That's it. He didn't care about what they have to say. He could care less. That's how most of the African dictators are. So people confuse them wanting to receive that money and giving their loyalty. Although there's some of them who genuinely give their loyalty because they need that military backing. Like in Gabon, Omar Bongo, he was put there by the French. So he needs them to back him. But you think if I took the Kalashnikov, AK-47, and took over that country, hey, yes, I might need your support, but you're not going to tell me what I need to do. I'm just keeping it real. You are not about to tell me what I need to do. Yes, I'll take your money. I'll take your money though, but you're not about to tell me what to do. So this is an issue in Africa. People confuse some of these new leaders and say, oh, these are sellouts. They listen to white people. I don't think you really understand. Just take Samuel Doe, for example. Samuel Doe didn't care about white people. He didn't care what they have to say. He didn't care.
A combination of all these issues, according to me, make the best explanation for the abandonment of the self-styled King of Kings by his former African friends. Following his removal from office,
this is former South African president here, Thabo Mbeki. I'm not accusing him of colliding with the Western world to get rid of Gaddafi, but when the opportunity came to get rid of him, I think Thabo Mbaki's silence told us what he really thought of Gaddafi. Mind you, Gaddafi was fully involved in liberating South Africa from apartheid with his money and military. He was willing to do this. Thabo Mbeki is not a spring chicken. He's well aware of this. But these people are politicians. They will always support, what promotes their interests. They would always, that's why I don't involve my feelings in this. I understand that man have desire. Man has plans. And that plan, to fulfill it, if that's what's going to be at the center stage of their brain. Some of you can't handle it. You're like, oh, this person doesn't care. No, you need to care about the agenda you're trying to promote, just like this person is doing. And pray, work on it. May the best person win. Plain and simple. This is how these politicians operate. Believe it or not, but that's how they are. So they tell you, oh, we all Africans. Sure, we are. But what's the follow-up? What do I expect from you? Can you get me what I want?
And African countries staying pretty much silent as the 10-year-long crisis unfolded. The world's major powers have been increasingly meddling in Libya, and the African Union found itself sidelined and frozen out of initiatives aimed at ending the conflict. Some political analysts have blamed African leaders for allowing Western powers to dismember what was once a successful Libya. But the way I see it, there is need for greater African involvement, because you see, the unrest in Libya has been widely blamed for leading to a flow of both weapons and Islamist fighters across the Sahara Desert to countries such as Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. In retrospect, Western countries should have left the African Union to resolve the situation in Libya, giving the continental body an opportunity to solve an African problem. Do you think the African Union handling the crisis in Libya would have led to the same situation facing the country today? Let me know your thoughts on this in the...
Good. So now I opened up the line. I'm going to bring in the people. There's several people backstage. So we have DMF. DMF, welcome to the show. DMF, can you hear me? DMF, can you unmute yourself? All right. It looks like DMF has been taken by the aliens. Let's bring in Olimi. Olimi, welcome to the Afridamus Report. Thank you for calling in again.
Thank you. Thank you. It's pretty late
Olimi,
for me, but thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Olimi, I
that's
want to
nice.
ask you a question.
Yes.
I mean, maybe several. Did you see the documentary I just showed?
Yeah, I saw half of it. I was a little bit late.
Do
but
you
yeah, I saw the
agree?
end.
Do you agree that Gaddafi was the undisputed Pan-Africanist king of Africa?
Yeah, he was in the beginning, and he was look, in the beginning, back in the 60s and 70s, when people just get out of the colonialism, the men back then, they were more Pan-Africanist, because the problem that we all went through. So they were more Pan-Af. Yes, but he was one of those best. definitely.
And you know, like seeing that, because you know, around here on YouTube, right? We've had this conversation where some people say, "Oh, are Somalis African?" Oh, or saying are not Africans Africans. But Gaddafi is clearly he's from the
He's
Bedouin
a
tribe.
Berber.
He's a
He's a
Berber, you
Berber.
know, the Amazigh,
Amazigh.
right? So
Yeah.
obviously the color is not the thing. He became the king of Africa, even though
Yeah.
he tried to promote the pan-Arabism, which didn't work.
Yeah.
Right? So he turned
Yeah.
to Black Africa. Are you surprised? Do you think, in fact, like my theory, do you think that pan-Bantuism, there's an element of pan-Bantuism
Yeah.
that that wanted to topple Gaddafi's glory of being the king of
Yeah.
Africa?
Most.
Because you know he helped South Africa, but it was a South African leader that turned his back on him to bring his kingship down. You know, because the Ashantis accepted it. You saw that, right?
Yes, I saw
Okay,
that.
so can you elaborate on what do you think about the Ashantis accepting Gaddafi as the king of kings, submitting to him, and the Bantus turning their back, you know, on Gaddafi after Gaddafi helping them?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, this is this thing with Africa, right? When we're looking at Gaddafi, he's a Amazigh, and he is a native to Northern Africa, right? That's why he felt like he's an African first. He was African, um, although his people being colonized by the Arabs and his language being changed and his tradition being changed, but in his roots he was a Amazigh man. So yeah, and he felt to unite African countries. And back then, everybody wanted to become some sort of a Pan-Africanist because of the problems that we went through, Africa as a whole. But what has happened was later, it became that colorism. Let's say that, right?
You know, that's
And
you know
people,
what,
yeah,
Ultimate. I want you to think on, you know, just hold that thought real quick, right? Think
yeah.
on that. I'm gonna bring you right back. Just hang on there tight, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna
All right.
bring you. Okay. All right. We have DMF back. DMF said he was using the toilet. DMF, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in again.
Right. Okay. So basically, we need to clear some things away from before I start saying what the things I'm going to say. Right. Yesterday, you made a show. Right. When you made the show,
Wait,
I got a call.
wait,
I got.
wait,
I got.
wait,
Yeah. Go on. Go ahead. Yeah. Go on.
Give me.
Yeah.
So, today is what, Saturday, right?
Yeah. Yesterday was also Friday.
Friday.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So today I have a completely different show. So
But you spoke about me
wait.
yesterday.
Okay, that was yesterday. Did you have the chance to call in?
You never gave any links for anyone to call in yesterday, right?
That's
because obviously you do not want me to talk, right? You do not want me to talk.
Wait.
Because I'm not no coward, you know, bro.
Wait,
I will say
because
what I need to say.
I didn't care about
You talk
what
like a
have to
woman.
say.
You're the person with emotions, okay?
Oh,
You got emotion problems, okay?
I do.
You made a full video, yeah, talking about me and Negropan, right? Hello?
Oh, I can hear you loud and clear. Keep going.
You're playing music. You're playing music, so I cannot talk.
No, keep talking. We can hear you.
But I cannot hear myself. So can you turn off the music? I can talk.
Well, we can hear you. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
Just keep talking.
Yes, we can hear you. Just loud and clear.
Okay. Anyway, you were talking a lot of garbage yesterday, right? About me, right? So I'm on here now, and I'm basically trying to find out if you got anything to say to me. I'll say it to your face. I went on UN's channel, stating facts. Everything I said about you in terms of what you did or what you do is right. I'm not wrong. And I've never said to you that me and you are friends. You're someone that I met, yeah, on the internet. You're not my buddy. You're not my friend. You're not my auntie. You're not nothing to me, okay? So if you're going to be talking all that rubbish, Let me know what you're talking about, yeah? Look at you sitting there. You can't take it. You can't handle me. Because you know I'll crush you, yeah? I will crush you. One-on-one, I will crush you. You're nothing. You're an ugly bastard. That's who you are. You're ugly, yeah? That's exactly what you are. You can sit there with your dirty, stinking mouth and be smiling with your ugly face, right? You are an ugly bastard. That's what you are, an ugly bastard, all right? That's exactly what you are. You're a punk. You can never come up to you one-on-one. You are a punk. You can sit there being all nervous, scratching your beard, right? You're a punk. Sitting all nervous. You're going to the gym. You can't do nothing, you punk, yeah? Anytime you want to talk, let me know. You got my number. Play your music, do whatever you're doing. You can't do nothing, all right? You ain't got nothing to say. That's all you can do. Is
All
pretend and act and talk and rap. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. That is all you can do, yeah?
Wait, hold on. Let me
That is
ask
all
you.
you can do.
Let me ask you.
Turn off your music.
Let me ask you.
Turn off your music.
Let
Turn
me
off
ask
your
you.
music. Turn off your music.
Let me
Turn
ask
off
you.
your music. Turn off your music. Turn off your music. Turn off your music. Turn off your music, you imbecile. Turn off.
Guys, excuse me for that. That was just maybe some Ghanaian village lost their idiot. And I don't know how this idiot ended up on this show expressing his female tendencies. As usual, he's going to cry. The guy came here. I respected him. In fact, I welcomed him with the best music ever. But the guy wants to talk about what happened yesterday. So we're going to give him another opportunity so he can cry some more and tell you guys how he admires me, how he thinks I'm his role model. So we would allow him to make a fool of himself once more, okay? Let's let him in. Okay, DMF, what else do you have to say?
I just want to say that you are an imbecile. You are immature, right? There is no substance to you. Yeah. You take videos and you try.
This guy. Look, guys, I would have loved to hear what DMF has to say, but I mean, it's not that important. The guy, he's got too much mama drama. I suspect, a product of single mom. I mean, this is nothing against anyone that went through that, but some of you have it bad. So this happens all around. So DMF, as you guys can see, he's here. He's like a dog that vomits and eats its vomit. You know how, like, you're gonna go to a channel and gossip about somebody, and the show was yesterday, and the man wants to come and settle the scores. What makes DMF think I am interested in hearing what he has to say? I don't. So for the meantime, he's still backstage. Of course, he has no shame. He's gonna talk crap about somebody like me and then still show up here. That's what makes him a dog. You know how a dog vomits and eats its own vomit? You guys do realize dogs do that, right? So DMF is no different than a dog. He's an emotional dog. Why would you talk all you've said about someone like me and then show up here? So we'll continue with the show. We'll bring Only Me in. But before I bring Only Me in, I'll welcome her with a beautiful music.
I'm dancing.
Are you dancing?
Oh, yes.
All right, thank you, Only Me. Sorry before we were rudely
problem.
interrupted earlier. Right now, this is the problem we are dealing with in Africa. Africa has a real man crisis. Okay,
Yeah.
We have
We are
people
very
like,
emotional.
you heard earlier, who are very emotional. They are
Mm-hmm.
very feminine. They want to, like this man is talking about attacking me. Like, if you lay down with dogs, don't be surprised when you wake up with fleas. Why would I want to spar with dogs? I don't
Mm.
need to. But anyways, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So you were
No
saying
problem.
when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to the pan-bantuism, what do you have to say to that?
I tell you something. This Bantuism. Listen, I really, really like. If today Nigeria or Ghana or Congo or any other African country will be attacked by the U.S., let me tell you, there are no Bantu or no Niger Congo, no other Africans gonna stand up for them. This is just a fact. There is
Mm-hmm.
no other African country. They all like come together, talk laga luga kumbaya, but when it comes to the real truth, ain't nobody gonna stand up for you. And that a lot of people had to learn the hard way. We had to learn the hard way, and that is what it is. Everybody is just
Experience,
working.
right? You have to be battle tested
I
for you to
Yeah,
experience it, right?
exactly. We have experience. My president was also very much a Pan-Africanist. He helped a lot of African country.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody come to our aid. Just like Libya, nobody's gonna come to your aid. If you're from Tanzania, Kenya will not stand up for you. It is like that. We
This is the
just, yeah,
truth.
we
This
are
is the
good
truth.
friends when the good times are rolling. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as the good time stops, then I don't know you. This is how it is in Africa. I don't understand this ban Africanist crap. I left that long time ago. Um, this is I don't even think it's a Bantuism, because I don't think Bantu will stand up for another Bantu. That's just a fact, and we have to just face it right on.
That's the truth. Okay, hold that thought. I'll put you back here. Let's bring in Comrade Shay. Comrade Shay, welcome to the show. And where are you calling from?
Hello, Africanist. Thank you for having me. I am calling from the US, but I am originally from Ghana.
From Ghana. Welcome to the show. So, Comrade Shay, do you think Muammar Gaddafi is the undisputed Pan-Africanist king? He achieved the dream that Kwame Nkrumah had, but Kwame Nkrumah couldn't bring it to fruition, but he brought it to reality. Do you think he was the king or you disagree? And also, do you think Pan-Bantuism was planned to go against him like a wound? When a lion is wounded, then all its true enemies turn against him? The floor is yours. Keep going.
Okay, so regarding your first question, I will have to politely disagree. I do not, I do not think Gaddafi was the the greatest Pan Africanist. I have some
And
reasons for that. If
okay, go
and
ahead.
And regarding Pan-Bantuism, this it's a new term for me, but in how you used it, I I kind of see how that definitely could have factored in Gaddafi's perception and his implementation of his whole Pan-Africanist agenda, because it's a fact he is from North Africa, and a lot of Africans, we tend to see the continent as south of the Sahara, north of the Sahara, and it's a very contentious issue, even with Nkrumah, even though he married an Egyptian for the basis of Pan Africanism. A lot of Ghanaians still take umbrage to that, saying that there were so many beautiful Ghanaian ladies he could have married. And this is like a
Yeah,
debate that,
but look, Kwame Nkrumah is very aware. He was born and raised in Ghana. He met several of the Ghanaian women. It's okay that he did not find these women attractive. Maybe a bunch of them are loudmouths. Maybe they're not gonna promote his agenda. Have you ever thought about that being a possibility? Because you know how some of these Ghanaian women are loudmouths, right?
that's for women everywhere. There's some good women, there's some bad
No,
women.
but we're talking about Kwame Nkrumah. He's very aware of the how loudmouth these Ghanaian women can be. They're not gonna be, being with his agenda. But this beautiful, mild Egyptian woman wanted to be submissive to, Ojuafo Kwame Nkrumah to promote his agenda. See, it's not about the color. It's about what the woman is willing to submit to. And these African women, sometimes, let's be real, the Ghanaian women, they can hide it, but they're as loud as the Nigerian women. So let's not, play that. Kwame Nkrumah knew it. He didn't want the noise, right? So the Egyptian was, submissive. He had a mission. So don't you think that played a role?
No, I have to disagree. He had a lot of, for one thing, Nkrumah himself was not a big fan of women. He was very, very shy around women. And
You're
also in
right
Ghana,
about that. You know what? It's funny that you said it. I did read that. Yes, but keep going.
yeah, and also in Ghana, I read that he, of his children, four of them were with Fatia, but he had like two children with a Ghanaian woman. I personally do not know his views with regarding Ghanaian women, but at least now, women and also men with social media and everything, it has really changed the traditional values of how women and men should act. But at least in the 1950s, 60s, I think at least in Africa, most women were very mild tempered, were very traditional. But yet again, but at least,
Trust me, I wouldn't go that far. Let me tell you something. You and I both didn't live during that time, but these loudmouth women were seen from Ghana, Nigeria. Where do you think they learned it from? From the 50s. We just didn't have cameras. But I don't want to make this about that. That's a whole different topic.
yeah,
So the Ashanti kings and other kings around Africa accepted Gaddafi as the undisputable king of kings of Africa. These are
yeah,
the real kings wearing the crown. How can you, an ordinary man, come here and say you do not accept a man that other kings, Ashanti kings, see him as their king? How can you say he's not the king?
yeah. You see that practice and that culture, I think, is very rife in Akan societies, especially in Ghana and Ivory Coast,
Mhm.
and especially those kings. I won't even call them kings. I'll just call them chiefs. And chiefs, they have that liberty to name anyone a king or whatever. They did that for Michael Jackson to Akan chiefs in Ivory Coast did that for Michael Jackson. There was this American actor, I forget his name, very old black American actor. They did that for him too in Ghana this year. And
Uh,
Gaddafi too. So, and also if
Are
Gaddafi,
you talking about Sidney Poitier?
I honestly don't know, but I think he's alive. I think he might be
Oh,
the,
he's still alive.
yeah, he's still alive. But
He's on the other world, but
yeah, Sydney, great guy. I love the guy.
yeah.
But regarding the whole making Gaddafi a king thing, if it was done by that Santa Hene, then I would say yes. But it wasn't
But
a Santa Hene. It was one of his sub chiefs.
you
He
know
has
the
to do that
Asante
much
Heme
credibility.
he sent his sub chief to bring him the gift. Is that a possibility?
No, that's the Santa Hene, the Santis, especially the hierarchy, they're very smart people. They don't make these sort of moves.
Okay.
Like, I'm not an Ashanti myself, but I have a lot of respect for the kingship structure. That's when I know that it wasn't him.
But
It was one of the sub chiefs.
you as a Ghanaian, right? How do you
Yes.
feel like Jerry Rawlings himself, working with Gaddafi, getting support from Gaddafi, looking up to Gaddafi, didn't that seal, the fact that he is on the undisputable leader, Pan-Africanist king, not only of Libya, but Ghana itself? Because even your leader submitted to his agenda.
Yeah, that's so. There's no disputing the fact that Gaddafi was definitely a great Pan-Africanist. That I agree, but undisputed, I don't think so because there are a lot of arguments that could be made against that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
I'll put you backstage to
okay.
bring that argument. Let's bring in Dunstan here. Dunstan, welcome to the show, and where are you calling from?
Afridamus, how you doing, big man? I'm calling from the UK, man.
Hey, Dunstan, welcome to the show.
Sierra Leone, brother.
Oh, Kuse, are you, buddy?
I know about how you say, howdy, man.
Whose part you come on, na salon?
Friton, me na Friton person. Na Friton come on.
Oh.
Yeah. Me na descendants of the slave.
Okay, you na Creole. Okay,
Yes.
mina Maraka abinde na Sefadu Koiduta.
Okay. Plenty Gambian people went to the diamond mines in the north, didn't it?
Yes.
In the 80s, man.
Right.
What was it like? Was it good? Was it good up there?
It was beautiful. I loved it.
Did you get rich?
Most of my early childhood there.
Yeah, but with the same people after Damos, man. Sierra Leone and Gambia.
Yes,
with the same people, man. And the Creoles, my people, there's plenty of them in Aku, Banjul, in it, Banjul.
Yes, this is true. Yeah. This is absolutely true. So, Dunstan, do you, from what you've seen, the clips, my analysis, do you agree that Muammar Gaddafi was the undisputed king, an Africanist king of Africa, who lived Kwame Nkrumah's dream? Kwame Nkrumah had this dream, but he didn't have the backing of his country to unite them. He could not force them to support him, and he also had the money, right?
Yeah.
So do you agree that he was the undisputed king of Africa?
I think it was, man. It was, you know what I mean? To be honest, this guy, Gaddafi, because my auntie, one of my closest relatives, lived in Libya for a long time. Okay. And Libya, it was a beautiful place, you know. They had welfare for everybody, social services, pregnant women were getting helped, free education, free university, because they're a rich country, you know what I mean? They're like a really rich country. And to be honest, I don't really know much about him because I've never been to Libya, but my auntie lived there and she told really good stories about this place. And anyway, he built a mosque in Sierra Leone, the biggest mosque in Sierra Leone, Gaddafi mosque. Yeah,
so how do you feel about so when he was attacked, he was invaded by NATO and the US, right?
Obama and Hillary Clinton.
So the African Union, which was headed by the Bantu section of Africa, why do you think, headed by Thabo Mbeki, why do you think they were muted, knowing that Gaddafi even supported them to free? He was willing to go there militarily to fight with the white South Africa to free the blacks. Why do you think they turned their back on him?
Because us African people, there's a lot of sellouts in us, my friend. There's a lot of sellouts. That's why we're not moving forward. You understand? There's a lot of betrayal. You know what I mean? Because let's go back to history. Look at people like Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba. They were all sold us by their own people. You know what I'm saying? They were all sold out. That's why we got so much problem in Africa. And then when these leaders, they eliminate some of these sellouts, the Western countries tag them as a dictator. But you have to eliminate your enemies, man, to progress. Isn't that right, though?
This is absolutely true. And for me, like the way I look at it is they conspired with the white powers to create a vacuum so they can step in.
Yes.
That's how I look at it. I might be wrong. I might be seeing it the wrong way.
You're absolutely right, man. You are right. That's exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? Because in African culture, it's so easy to sell out, man. That's our biggest problem, my friend. Look at South Africa. You was talking about it earlier on, like Mandela, Mandela, man, he sold his people out, my friend. He sold them out.
But do do you think Mandela would have sold out Gaddafi?
Mandela sold out Mugabe though, and Jacob
But
Zuma. And
do you think? But Mugabe sold him. He sold out though.
no, Mugabe did not sell himself out, my friend. Yeah.
You don't think so?
No, I did not. Mugabe was a militant. Yeah, you have to be militant.
But he changed.
It did, but you have to be militant because he had a lot of sellouts in his camp anyway. He had to get rid of them. Yeah, there were people like conspiring against him, selling to the British, and then the British said he's a killer, he's a dictator. But for Zimbabwe to go forward, Mugabe had to take people out. You know what I mean? Obama killed so many people. Yeah, nobody's talking about that yet. And then Mugabe killed a few, yeah, because they were sellouts, man. Africans, yeah, we have to fucking wake up, man. You know what I'm saying? We have to. Mandela in South Africa is so.
Do you see any hope?
The hope is, yeah, people like you gonna make the change, my friend, yeah. People like you, mate. That's what we need, yeah. That's what we need, the diaspora and shit. The Black Americans, the Black British, the Black Europeans to come and teach us about the white man. Because in Africa, we do not know about the white man.
But do you think the Africans' biggest problem is the white man? Because whatever the white man is doing, right? The African can see it. But are they just playing? Are they, because we even, let's say, okay, for example, we go with the West, right? Let's say America. I live in America. I've been living in America. I don't think the blacks here have, understand the white, because they're not getting what they want though. They cannot because they are begging the white man to give them the power. Unlike somebody like, let's say, Kwame Nkrumah, Gaddafi, who really they fought and took the power.
Yeah, and I love Malcolm X.
Malcolm X had speeches, but he didn't have power.
Yeah, but Malcolm X was a militant, yeah? He was militant.
He was militant.
And like militant people, but Afrodamos, yeah, you have to be militant with these people, man. You can't be a nice guy. You can't be, yeah? We've tried so many years to be nice with them, diplomatic. All that talking, yeah, it's not going to work. We have to take control of our destiny. That's why I like Malcolm X, man. Malcolm X was a militant dude, yeah? He didn't give a shit about anything, yeah? He just want to fight these guys, yeah? The Black Panther. You know what I'm saying, yeah? They just want to, like, be aggressive. You have to be aggressive, or else you're not going to win. That is it, man. That is it. You're not going to win, man.
So you support Gaddafi style, right?
I did, yeah. I kind of did,
yeah. Financially being free of the people.
Of the oppressors, yeah, of the West.
Yeah, yes, but before I put you backstage, I'll have to disagree that Mandela, to say Mandela is a sellout. I'll have to disagree. I'll have to disagree. But we'll jump on that. I'll bring you back in. I want to ask. Hold on. I'll bring you out. Wait, I'll ask you that in a second. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna ask the audience. So we still, as you guys know, we have DMF still hanging around. He wants to come and talk, but he is not on topic. For those of you that don't want to hear his voice, please type in one. If you don't want to hear DMF talk, if you type in 1, I will remove him so he can never come back. But if you guys say you want him on, type 2. So I'll be waiting for that. If the ones are the majority, then DMF cannot talk here. If I see plenty of ones, DMF is gone for good. So if there's twos, if the twos take precedent, then he gets to talk. But if you don't want to hear him, just put in the 1. Okay, let's see here. I'm seeing ones. We have 2, 1 and 1. But in the meantime, we have that Raven. Welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
Hello, Afrodamus. I'm quite surprised that I'll be second. Anyways, I've not got much to say today, but I've been watching.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting panel or interesting discussion that you have today, because I don't suspect you to be some type of Pan-Africanist in any form or any way. Yet you're here praising the good works of some of the most diehard Pan-Africanists that even attempted that risked everything. So you're here praising them. So that is surprising me. Could you explain?
Why are you surprised to bring the facts? See, I ask questions because people like to create fantasy versus reality. So
Mm,
I like to bring the realities of what really worked, because you
mm,
cannot truly be a Pan-Africanist without taking a country and implementing your ideas. You have to have ideas.
yeah.
So to see like Gaddafi, you study him, and what you see, he's definitely the undisputed king of Africa. Do you agree with that or not?
I would say he was like some of them. He was one of the he was a great Pan African, and he garnered a lot of support, but albeit some people might say it was false support from some of these leaders. They just took the benefits they could get from him. But he definitely held a strong position in the African Union, and he held a sway in the other side, in the more right wing side of African politics. But is he? There's no such thing as undisputed king of Africa. There's no such thing yet.
No,
Everybody
but think
did.
about it. Kwame Nkrumah, right? The position that Gaddafi held, that's what Kwame Nkrumah wanted. He didn't just
Yeah,
want to be the leader of Ghana. He wanted
yeah,
to unite Africa
yeah.
and control
But
Africa.
I hear what you're saying, but you as you can see the results of it. Even if they gave him lip service and said, "All right, yeah, you're the king," at the end of the day, when the time came, they all shut their mouths and went about doing their own business. They didn't mind him having the title or him to put himself as king, because they know that's not the reality at the end of the day. Every African really knows who really is the king in Africa.
Hey,
You know?
hey, if he's feeding some of these countries with his money,
Mm,
he could tell them what to do. But
mm,
thank you for
mm.
that. Give me a second
No,
here.
but what I have to say is you raise a good question, as in, what is the price of leadership in Africa? How far does it extend to? What are people willing to sacrifice to lead in Africa? How far are people willing to go as well? So my question to you is, why are you, who claims to be not Pan-Africanist, uh, out here promoting Gaddafi's achievements as well in the Pan-Africanist space?
Well, I'm laying out, what is true. See, my thing is I'm about the truth,
Mm,
So
mm,
Gaddafi is a Pan-Africanist, and
okay.
people that have Pan-Africanist ambitions, I want to lay this out to them and also hear what they have to say
Yeah.
and what is their plan to be able to achieve Gaddafi style
Mm,
Pan-Africanism. How maybe it might inspire some people who are in charge of vast resources
yeah.
that can, are willing to do
This
what
this is the
Gaddafi
first
did.
time I've heard of a word such as pan-bantuism. I'd never heard of it as well.
You
I
never
think you're
heard
the
of it?
first one to coin it. Why would you coin such a word?
Because if you look at it, the Bantu section
Mm,
of Africa, they were the ones in charge. And as soon as they came, Gaddafi started losing the
mm.
footing he had in Africa.
I don't think there's such a thing as pan-bantuism. I think some of these people
Malema
were
is a pan.
compromised states. They were
Malema is
kind of. You
about the
see, like how
pan
ECOWAS is
Bantuism.
at the moment. You see, like how ECOWAS is at the moment with France. It's that situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Anyways,
see that.
that's all.
But that Reverend, hold on one second, okay? Just all right. So DMF, the people said you can talk about the topic, but the moment you deviate from that, you will get kicked out. So answer the question about what we're talking about here. Do you think Gaddafi is the undisputed king of Africa, considering the Ashantis have crowned him as one too? Here we go. Let's allow DMF.
Right.
All right.
I'm not gonna shout, right? But I think we need to clear the air before I answer that question. You see what I'm saying? You put the music back on again. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Everyone knows speaks.
Just keep talking.
Everyone but why do you have to put the music on? it's like you can't stand the heat. You know where I'm coming from? Like you just can't stand the heat. Okay, all right, okay. So basically, I went onto UN's channel, and when I went onto UN's channel, I was basically just talking and asking questions as to how I've seen Afro-Demus conduct himself in when it's a topic about Africa. He will call Africa a shithole, excuse my language. He will let other people speak really badly about Africa, which I don't seem to understand why. On top of it as well, I feel like Afro-Demus has issues allowing people to express themselves the
DMF, are you there?
Of course I'm here. I've been talking all this time.
Oh, I couldn't hear you because you were talking so much gibberish. So I'm gonna I'm gonna kick you out. You're not.
You're joking, man.
I had no idea. I didn't know you were this useless. Sorry, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot say I didn't give him the opportunity, so I had to kick him out. He makes no sense. So let me bring people in that want to have real conversation. Javier, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, what's up, Afrodamus? Hey, this is funny, bro. Who's this dude, bro? Like this is hilarious.
This is DMF, some black British. He's probably drinking tea and some croissant, you know.
Oh, I thought he was Ghanaian. Is he Ghanaian?
Yeah, he's a Ghanaian British guy.
Okay. I think he's just mad because Ghana lost to small, tiny East African nation.
Ghana got kicked out quick.
They did. Hey, I want to send my condolences to all the Ghanaians. Hey, y'all got knocked down by a tiny East African nation that nobody ever heard of.
Comoros. Yeah. It's but he's a Ghana hater, even though he's from Ghana.
Right.
So he's just here to satisfy his feminine side.
Feminine tendencies. Yeah. I mean, he's saying you're emotional, but he's the one who's showing more emotional.
Oh, well,
but hey,
I let him come here to talk. So right. Yeah, sure. If that's emotion, I guess I am. But
right.
So speaking on the topic, do you agree that Gaddafi was the undisputed king, Pan-Africanist king of Africa? He actually brought the dream to reality and put it to fruition. He put his money where his mouth is. And again, do you think Pan-Bantuism stabbed him in the back? The floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. I never heard of Bantuism. This is the first time hearing this. I never heard that. But if you mean by those countries like Zambia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, yeah, they did actually turn.
I coined that.
Okay, okay. So yeah, you take credit for that now.
Mhm.
But yes, but okay. Let's go back of a little bit. Gaddafi wasn't always advocating for Pan Africanism. Yes, he did help the South Africa during apartheid, whatnot, and he also did help other African. But when he first came in, and okay, I don't understand this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Bedouins were Arabs, not Amazighs, because
No.
only me were saying they're Amazighs.
Yeah, Bedouins Amazigh, I think. Let me bring her so she can answer this.
Okay, because I
Can you
always
hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Olimi, you want to answer this question from
What was the
Hawir?
question?
are the
What was the
Bedouins
question?
Arabs or Amazighs? Because I always thought they were Arabs. They don't
I
speak
think
any
Yeah,
other language than
I
Arabic.
think I think they are
yeah,
they are
Bedouins are Arabs. Bedouins are Arabs, but Amazigh is different. So yeah, Bedouin
So
that's
if the
Arabs. Huh?
Bedouins are Arabs, then he's not a Amazigh. He's an Arab because he's a
Is he
Bedouin.
Bedouin?
Yes,
Is he Bedouin?
but
I
yes,
but
he's
if
a
you
always
look
Bedouin.
heard
at
that he was a
wait,
Berber.
if you
No,
if
no,
you
no.
if you look at it right
Yeah,
at the
But doesn't a
time,
Bedouin just
Somalia,
mean
you know
sorry?
Somalia, right?
yeah.
Somalia was carved to be part of the Arab bloc, but they are
Big
not
mistake.
Arabs.
Huge mistake.
Yeah,
Huge
it was the
mistake.
Arab
Okay,
League.
elaborate.
Okay, what have they gained from the Arab League? Tell me exactly what they gained from Arab League.
Which
Nothing.
Somalia?
Yes, they
Yeah,
okay.
in the 60s and 70s, they
Look,
gain a lot from it.
No,
Yes,
no, they
when
haven't.
Somalia was not in war, they were gaining a lot from it. We were making a lot of business. Where do you think our sheep and cows and everything that we were sending was going to? It was going to the Arabs. It was going to Saudi Arabia. So yes, where do you think the incense that we were taking out from the country? Where was it going? It was going to the Arab. Yeah, when Somalia was in peace, Somalia was very much trading with that area, so it did help.
You don't
so
have to join Arab League to trade with them. You
Yes,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
it does make
Yeah.
sense though.
It doesn't make sense to me at all. You don't speak
Hawir,
Arabic.
Yeah.
You say you're
but
not Arabic, then why would you join Arabs and
but
turn your
Hawir,
neighbors against to you? Like, doesn't make sense to me at all.
but Hawir, if you look at
Yeah,
it, if
yeah,
Gaddafi,
yeah,
same Bedouin and Arab, right,
yeah. They're
is
Arabs.
the
Yeah.
only successful actual Pan-Africanist that united Africa, ruled majority Africa in unity. What what do you say to that? Because those that because if you look at it, Somalia is not wrong for aligning themselves with people like that. Are they wrong?
Okay, it depends. They are wrong, and okay. If you look at Africa, somebody looked at Africa, and they looked at Africa as weak countries that can't get anything right, and that's why they did not want to associate themselves with the Africans
But they
because
didn't want
they
to associate with
That is so
Gaddafi.
wrong.
But they didn't
That
they
is
didn't
so
want to
wrong, Mr.
associate with
Hawia.
Gaddafi.
No, that is
uh,
totally wrong. Somali did not look at them as weak. Somali did help and stuff like that, but we did not look down on them like you putting on it. It was solely because of it was easier to trade, and when you're trading and you're at the same league, you have some sort of advantage of that. And education was also there, so there was advantage for the Somalis to do that. We could not just sell incense and camels and sheep to the other countries. So it was much easier to sell it there. So we did have some advantage. It was just a business deal that you have to consider for your nation. But we did not look down on other African, Mr. Hawiya, please.
But Hawia,
You're not making any
wait,
sense.
only me. I understand what you mean.
Wait, Hawia. I
Yeah,
think okay.
yeah.
You're
I'll
just
agree with
flaming,
her on
you
this,
put
right?
flames to the fire.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll agree with her on this. For instance, okay,
Okay.
you have Somalia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying Somalia is doing it because um they look down on these countries. But Gaddafi was dealing with these countries. What's his excuse?
Country. You mean like he was dealing with African countries?
Any African country where there's a military takeover, he was working with them to promote the Pan-Africanist agenda because he came to power through taking over.
At the end of the day, man, Gaddafi was a dictator, and he was just trying to, extend his power. He's trying to influence the African continent. He didn't do it because he cares about Africans, bro. The guy was just a dictator.
But how do you know that he didn't care?
Because when he first came in power, he tried the Arab Union thing, Pan-Arabism, right? And he promoted for Sharia law and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So
but the Arabs didn't go for it.
That was unsuccessful.
Yes.
Go ahead. So
the Arabs didn't go for it. So why should he have stopped? He's both Arab and African. If one didn't work, is he wrong for exploiting the other side that will work?
But can we say North Africans are not true Africans? Like I don't really consider they're not loyal Africans.
You don't think they're Africans? But Libya is an African country. You know this, right?
By location, they're in Africa. But these people are not
African. No, they're as African as you and me. If you declare them non-African, then you and me are non-African. Okay,
no,
we are
I'm
closer.
African.
We are, you Bantu maybe, as you said. But let me tell you something. We are closely related to the Berber by genetic. And if you say they're not African, that kicks you out. If you're Bantu, then you can say that, Walalo. But if you're not, and if you're a Kushite, you are closely related to the Berbers. So please.
That don't mean nothing. That don't mean shit.
But how
that don't mean shit. That means everything. How we are.
No,
that means exactly everything.
I'll tell you, Destin. The reason it Destin is, first of all
humans
are related, regardless. It doesn't matter. If
no, but let's narrow it down. Let's narrow it down.
Okay,
no,
go ahead.
That's really a lie.
Okay, hold on. We have Dunstan. Dunstan, can you hear me? Dunstan, are you there? I don't know. Dunstan, you have two. Dunstan, can you hear me? I don't know what happened with Dunstan. Okay. Kwesi. We have Kwesi here. Kwesi, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, Kwesi, do you agree that Muammar Gaddafi is the undisputed Pan-Africanist king of Africa, considering, they have even some Ghanaian kings and chiefs that came to him and took the money and accepted this. Rawlings worked with him. Many other Africans worked with him. He was one time the leader. So he's pretty much living the dream that Kwame Nkrumah dreamt about, and he couldn't bring it to fruition. So do you agree that he's the undisputed king? And also, did Bantuism, stab him in the back? The floor is yours.
Yeah, I think the man from the UK who called in made some good points.
Dunstan, I hope he's still here. I put him on. Dunstan, can you hear me?
Wait. Let me. Yeah.
Okay. We'll let him talk after this. It looks like it worked. But continue.
The point is, we have to look at Gaddafi and his vision. Like, what was his goals and vision? What did he envision? And I think one of the titles he had was the King of Kings of all of Africa, where he brought, the Yoruba king, the Zulu king, the Ashanti kings, like major kings from all African countries, the Bugandan king, and they honored him and gave him the title, the King of Kings. And he gave them money in return. In terms of the African leaders, presidents, and leadership themselves, he funded the African Union at some point. He was funded with his Libyan oil money. And at African Union meetings, he was seen as the main leader of the African Union because he gave a lot of African leaders.
Kwesi,
he gave a lot of African leaders money, so he bought influence and power with the money.
Yeah, but Kwesi, Kwame Nkrumah attempted this himself. Do you think if Kwame Nkrumah had the same wealth like Gaddafi and also got rid of that educated class that challenged him like Rawlings did years later, do you think he would have lived like Gaddafi, if he had gotten rid of his oppositions?
No, Kwame Nkrumah was never going to succeed because Kwame Nkrumah was backed by the Soviets, and at the
Right.
time there was like a
No,
Cold
no,
War.
I mean if he had the money like Gaddafi.
He had a lot of money. You feel me? He had a lot of money, and he gave it out to a lot of countries like Egypt, Guinea-Bissau. You know, he was giving out money to Zambia and so many other countries, even Namibia.
So he
He
was
had
trying
the
to buy
money.
Guinea-Bissau and these places like
He was-
Gaddafi did.
Yep, and he bought the allegiance. They all saw him as the leader of Africa. You feel me? I think in terms of Gaddafi eventually being overthrown, I think African leaders just stood by and did nothing. You know, the Ashanti king and the other lead kings stood by and did nothing. They didn't come in public and say, you know what, stop bombing him. So they did nothing. And these are people he had been giving millions, tens of millions of dollars to. And none of them came in public to stand in solidarity with them. We're not saying African leaders or African kings or African presidents should send troops, but at least in public, like be in solidarity with him, and you know, you can be neutral, but be like, look,
So you think they just wanted his money? They really don't mean what they took the money for. Okay, hold on. Let's have Dunstan respond to that. Dunstan, can you hear us? Dunstan, are you there? Unmute yourself. Okay, I don't know what happened to Dunstan here, but let's have Kwesi. Are you there? I think the Ghana internet took over Kwesi. Kwesi, can you hear me? Okay, he's not working. Let's go back to Olimi. So Olimi, Hawir, if we go by Hawir's logic, saying that okay,
All
Gaddafi,
humans are related.
not Africans are not Africans. If we go by that logic, wouldn't that eliminate, Horn Africans?
Of course, of course, of course. Listen, by genetic, we are closest related to the Berbers, okay, who live in the North Africa. And I hate this statement. This is really Bantu coming from this Bantu mentality that anybody who looks different is not an African. These people live there for thousands of years, and if they get kicked out, we are out because we are closely related to them. So this stupidity, I really get disgusted when people say these North Africans are not Africans. Why? Because they are light skinned and they look. That is stupid. People are going only by the looks.
No, they're
Genetically, these
definitely
people
African.
they are definitely Africans. So yeah. This
Hawir,
is a
what do you have to say to
Bantuism.
that?
You understand? This Bantuism. This is the mentality. Everybody has to look the same. Everybody has to look the same. If they're not, then they're not African. Kind of bull crap.
Hawir, what do you have to say to that?
Well, I mean, like, okay, we can, agree to disagree. I'm not going to disrespect only me because she's still my sister at the end of the day. But look, I don't look at them as Black Africans. They don't have the best interest of Black people. And you can't eliminate Horn Africans, Afro-Damage. Have you seen Horn Africans? Horn Africans are visibly Black, like super Black. They're
so
Black
you think
Africans like everybody else.
You just said that we look down on people. I don't know who you are.
No,
H block.
you're
I don't
mistaken.
know your Somaliness. I have no idea, brother. But you were just saying, oh, we did not because Arabs. We like Arab more. We put down on people. This is disgusting. Walalo. Just say if you are Bantu, just say I'm Bantu. I'm standing with my Bantu brothers. I don't mind. But always no, he's fuming. Always disgusting remarks and really pissing me off. Nobody looked down. And listen.
I didn't say
Anyway.
Somali people looked down. We were
Yes,
talking
you
about the
just
Arab
did it.
League.
You
I said
just did
Somali
before.
government looked at the African governments as weak. That's different than saying
No, we did
looking down
not.
on
Even though
people. I
you
did
put
not.
that we helped them so
Okay,
much.
but
did not understand what I said.
Hawir, let me play devil's advocate here. If Somali government look at those governments as weak, right?
Yeah.
Are they wrong?
No, they're not wrong. At the time, Somalia was the most powerful. They were like maybe
So
top three most
they're
powerful.
they're not looking at them, as less than. They're just calling calling a spade a spade.
Absolutely. I mean, like I don't blame them. Like, you know, because at the time they were more powerful than most Africans. The
Right.
Somalis had the military capabilities. You know, like they had a very strong military. So I don't
And
blame
still
them.
we help them though. We never look down
Nah.
on, let me say it to you. Look, let me say to you, if you look down on somebody, you don't even look at them. We still help them. Since the 15th century, we were being helping these people because we saw them as our own people and we were helping them. To say that we look down on this disgusting walala, that's not the truth though. That's
No, no,
not.
no.
Because
Okay.
we helped South
Let me.
Africa, we helped,
Can I explain?
no,
Let me
we helped
explain
South
something.
Africa. Oh my
Oh,
God.
can I explain
Yeah.
something to you? Can I explain something to you?
Sure.
I did not say Somali people look down on African people. You did not understand exactly what I said. I say the Somali government looked at African governments as weak. That's completely different statement than saying Somali people look down on black people. That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I said at all. You misunderstood exactly what I said.
Okay, cool. We have Kwesi and Dunstan back. Dunstan, you want to respond to what Kwesi was saying? Dunstan, can you hear me? Dunstan, I can't hear you. Okay, Kwesi, we have Kwesi back. Kwesi, can you hear me? Kwesi, can you hear me? Okay, we can. I can hear both of them. Let me bring in Kay. Kay, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Is this Kwesi?
It's me, Chrissy, yeah.
Okay, Kwesi. Kwesi, do you think, like Javier said, he doesn't believe, not Africans, the Amazigh, uh, living real Africans. Do you agree with him or not?
Of course, the Amazighs are real Africans. You know, they
Okay,
may not be black Africans, but the Amazigh Africans, innit?
okay.
And in regards to, yeah, I didn't know if you heard what I was saying because my network disconnected. The point I was trying to make is the African presidents, leaders, and kings, Gaddafi had given tens of millions to sit by as he was whacked out of power and killed, and none of them stood in solidarity with him. Not even in the media. None of them sent in troops to defend him. None of them even gave him exile and say, you know what, come and hide in my country. None of them did that. So it just shows you that these guys are talking the talk in terms of having a Pan-African Parliament, African Union. They're talking the talk, but they're not walking the walk. There's no unity in Africa. And even aside from that, African countries are, like Only Me said, if Tanzania is to be attacked, do you think other Africans are going to jump in and defend? No African country is going to
So
jump in and
Kwesi,
defend Tanzania or
so
Kenya.
so Kwesi, okay, what you're talking about here, right? Seeing Gaddafi, who promoted Pan Africanism, supported these other African countries, not just with words, but he put his money where his mouth is, and then them turning their back on him. You being a Ghanaian, coming from Ghana, a country where Kwame Nkrumah, who also had the same ambition, father of Pan Africanism, because he wants to unite Africa. You being a Ghanaian, do you support this idea of what happened to Gaddafi? Do you want to see Ghana being like a Libya for other African countries?
Do I support the idea of Pan-Africanism?
Yes, like Gaddafi style Pan Africanism, but centered in Ghana to leave Kwame Nkrumah's idea, which eventually, because if they do it, okay, let's just allow all these scenarios, right? That they're going to oppose the Western world, they're going to stand up for themselves, and we go from there.
Yeah, no, I don't support Pan-Africanism. The reason why I don't support Pan-Africanism is that at the local level, I feel that Ghanaians or the tribes in Ghana don't know the other Africans from that. So, for example, we don't know Somalis. We don't know them. We don't even see them. We don't know anything about them. We don't know their history. We don't know anything. And other Africans, other parts of Africa are completely alien to us. We don't know anything about them. At the government or political level, a Pan-African is unrealistic simply because European powers, like France, for example, will not allow that to happen. And it's unrealistic simply because there's that divide. There's the religious divide, the cultural divide, economic divide. There's the language divide, and there's so many divides in Africa, tribal divides, and more that it makes it an
Yeah,
unrealistic
but
goal.
but but but
You
it
cannot
can
unite a
work like
people just based on
Gaddafi.
race.
But what I'm saying, Gaddafi didn't need the regular population to jump on board. The government received the money from him, and they promoted his agenda.
Yeah, they promoted his agenda, but in his face, they only did that in order to receive more money. But behind closed doors, every move Gaddafi was making, or everything that Gaddafi was saying at meetings, they would tell the Western powers what was going on. So if they do like a African Union meeting or meeting of head of states, and let's say, I don't know, Ivory Coast president sitting there, whatever Gaddafi says, they will go into France. What happened?
Hmm.
They'll probably have hidden
So African leaders
cameras on
cannot
them
be,
and everything.
so African leaders there, they cannot be trusted. So
So
Pan-Africanism
it
is
was
dead. Okay,
Yo,
let's have
I think
Dunstan. Dunstan, go ahead.
of course African is the because
Kwesi got the African internet, man. Let me say something.
Okay, hold on.
he
We
like
have
Gaddafi,
hold on. I have couple people here who didn't talk. Let me Comrade Shay. Comrade Shay. Uh can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm still here.
All right. Okay, so Comrade Shay, from what you've heard so far from Kwesi, Olimi, Hawir, Dunstan, what do you make of that?
Yeah. So regarding what Kwesi was talking about, how there's impracticality of Pan-Africanism because Ghanaians don't care about Somalians and other Africans. You see, that argument, I've heard it a lot of time, but my refrain is that, Pan-Africanism is not abstract. It's very practical. It's a charity. It's like charity starts at home. So, for instance, in Ghana, before Kwame Nkrumah could get up and start talking about Nigerians, South Africans, and all of these other African countries coming together as one, he had to realize from the beginning that all the tribes in Ghana did not matter. All that matters was a Ghanaian unity, a Ghanaian identity. That's the reason why he, for one, was not a tribalist. His
Yeah.
government was inclusive. So that's one facet of Pan-Africanism, seeing the
So
big
so you being a Pan-Africanist and a Ghanaian at the same time, right? Do you would you aspire to see Ghana, since Kwame Nkrumah wants to see Ghana be the leader of Pan-African Africa, to lead, would you like to see that dream come true where Ghana say, hey, we're going to oppose the Western world, we want to focus and be the leader and promote Kwame Nkrumah's dream and be like Gaddafi? Kwesi said no. What do you say to that? He said because Ghanaians don't know. He gave example like Somalians, but the ordinary people don't need to know the people in Somalia, because Libyans, half the countries that Gaddafi went to, the Libyans don't know about these people, but his agenda was moving. What do you say to Kwesi's assessment?
yeah, Kwame Nkrumah's Pan-Africanism and his whole thing about African unity was not born out of hubris. He didn't want to just be the leader of Africa. He saw it as a way for Africa to be free. And in his calculation, if Africa was united, then Africa would be free from neocolonialism and imperialism. That was his whole mindset. And there's proof to that because in 1960, he had an agreement with Patrice Lumumba of Congo. And the agreement was that if Lumumba was able to survive the mechanizations of the West against his authority as Prime Minister of Congo, Ghana and Congo will be united. And when Ghana and Congo unite, the capital of this federation will not be in Accra, but to be in Leopoldville, which is Kinshasa.
But do you think Ghanaians would have gone for that?
Ghanaians would have gone for that. And what the whole idea of again, it's not
because that would mean Ghana's money would have to be used to sponsor this, like Libya.
Yeah, Ghana's money had been used to and Kwesi's right. I do agree with Kwesi's grievances that a lot of the Ghanaian taxpayers' money was spent in other African countries. But you know how Nkrumah saw it, it was necessary to kick out colonialism. You see what I mean? And also the Ghanaians have a say in this because you know they elected Nkrumah 4 times in 4 different elections. If they do not agree, they can vote him out of power. But then again, he became a dictator, so that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, but you cannot be a Pan-Africanist leader without being a dictator. You have to get rid of the opposition. That's just the truth. That's why Gaddafi succeeded. So in Ghana, if Kwame Nkrumah had got rid of his critics, like Rawlings did, I think he would have succeeded. What do you think?
He got rid of his critics. There's this very popular one called J.B. Dankwa, who basically died in prison, and he was a CIA agent. Nkrumah did, but Nkrumah miscalculated the extent to which the West and the US were involved in removing him from power. That was a miscalculation. For him to have succeeded in doing that, he basically had to purge the army of reactionary elements, and that would make him basically the African Stalin. It wasn't his nature to go out and be kicking out and be executing soldiers he suspected of having American loyalty. So it was not his nature to do that. We've seen that in African countries where dictators like Nassim in Togo and at the
Dema.
Yeah, Dema, exactly. Nkrumah was not like that. He wasn't out to execute people he suspected. Even though he was a dictator, the judiciary in Ghana still worked. He still needed to trial people and put them through the courts. And the funny thing is that some of the people who participated in a coup to remove him, he actually got them arrested and they were in jails. And through the courts, the lawyers, most of them had education in the West.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. With Ghana, what Kwame Nkrumah faced was that educated, established class. Gaddafi removed a king, and he wanted to be a king. So in Ghana, they were not going to keep Kwame Nkrumah for him to be the leader of, Pan-Africanists in Africa. He has to be the undisputed king of Ghana first, like Gaddafi did. He became the undisputed ruler of Libya. With their resources, he could do whatever he wanted with it. There was no way Kwame Nkrumah would have that power. They wouldn't let him.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. That's one of the differences I see between Gaddafi and Nkrumah. Nkrumah was ideological. Everything he did for Pan-Africanism was based on ideology. He believed that to end neocolonialism, Africa has to be united politically.
Yeah, like Gaddafi himself, he's ideological.
He had no philosophy.
No, he did. Read his green book. He had a philosophy, just like Kwame Nkrumah. In fact, his was much stronger. He wrote it in a book that people learn in school.
Nkrumah wrote 16 books. One of his books was so powerful that the US even almost severed diplomatic relations with Nkrumah. Gaddafi doesn't compare to Nkrumah when it comes to theory. That I say that respectfully. But Gaddafi's implementation was also not right. You can't be funding rebel groups in different countries and call that Pan-Africanism. You are destabilizing these countries. The civil war in Chad was because of Gaddafi. The civil war in Liberia and Sierra Leone was because of Gaddafi. Even
but wait,
was because of Gaddafi.
But wait, the Western world is already doing that in Africa, installing people to promote their agenda.
Yeah, but the Western world doesn't call themselves Pan-Africanist or
well, they don't need to. They are
and call yourself a Pan-Africanist. It makes you no different from them.
Because they are not Pan-Africanists. They are there for specifically to run business. He wants power. So do you think Thabo Mbeki, the Southern Bloc, Eastern Bloc, do you think they stabbed Gaddafi in the back despite him openly showing his support for South Africa.
Again,
I mean, Mandela supported him, you know, all the way through. Thabo Mbeki, we've seen him with Gaddafi, but when it came time to speak, he did not speak.
yeah, again, it's I think it's all comes to the remnants of Gaddafi's practice of Pan-Africanism. If you are giving money to individuals and countries for and you call it Pan-Africanism, there's nothing that holds you with them. There's no ideology that like I heard people talk about when he was being ousted in 2011. All these chiefs and all these kings who were giving him the titles, they didn't stand up for him because he bought them out. He gave them money. There was no particular reason the chiefs would have given him the titles if there was no money coming from Libya. It's the same with
but money talks in Africa and bullshit works. The white people too, this colony, they're using money.
Yeah, exactly.
The Chinese are using money. The Africans are not doing it because, you know, forming alliance with these white powers and Chinese because they love them. You and I know this. That's not why they are doing it.
Yeah, all I'm just saying is that's the reason why Thabo Mbeki did not feel the need to go on, because that's a type of Pan-Africanism Gaddafi preached, and it didn't work. It didn't work for him in South Africa.
It didn't work. So South Africa is a no-go, right?
As it looks like.
Okay, we have a South African in the house. Josie Go, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, greetings, Afrodamus. On the regards of Thabo Mbeki, when Thabo Mbeki, I mean, when Gaddafi was toppled, Thabo Mbeki wasn't the president. It was Jacob Zuma. So he had no power in it. Yeah. So when Jacob Zuma was in power, I remember he did mention that. I think they did try to ask the West to push back. I think these people are just scared.
But Josie,
they couldn't
at the
match
time,
West in military power. In military
but
power, they
Josie
couldn't
Go,
match them. I think
do you
that's
think
what
they
really
did
happened.
do you think it was a disguise? Because during that time, even though maybe Thabo Mbeki might not be the leader, but he was very active. You know, they passed these discussions through him. Why do you think that was? How come, you know, Jacob Zuma, being the president, wasn't more active in in dealing with this?
Well, I think what happened is that at the time Jacob Zuma was the president, and he was more focused on what was happening in the country. And Thabo Mbeki, that was his role on the African continent, just to try to negotiate peace with other African countries. He tried it in Zimbabwe, that flopped, and then I think he was sent to Libya, like to try to negotiate peace with some of the Libyan rebel groups, or so on and so forth. That also didn't go down as well. So with them, what they were looking for was a peaceful solution. War was not, like, they were not trying to look for war. That's what I was told. Even at the time from when I remember what was happening at the time, with them, they were not looking for. They were trying to find a peaceful solution, because at the end of the day, they knew they couldn't. Look, they were not gonna match the West in terms of military. I think that was the main thing. So the main thing for me is that they were powerless. Did they speak out against it? Yes, I remember they did. Jacob Zuma himself did try to speak out against them. The West basically forced themselves in. That's how I remember.
Yeah. So
Could they have done more? Yes, but they were gonna lose. I can't lie about that. Having weak militaries is one of the reasons why it didn't happen.
So if we look at,
I'm listening.
If you look at Gaddafi, right? Obviously, we have like Zulu King, Ashanti King, and others that went and declared him the King of Kings, meaning he's above them, right? And now we've seen even Malema, his rhetoric, the things he talks about. He wants to be like a Gaddafi style. He wants to do a Gaddafi style Pan-Africanist, and he wants to be that leader. You being from South Africa, do you think Malema can ever convince South Africans to back him to be like a Gaddafi in the name of Pan-Africanism?
No. I just don't see Malema in that way. Personally, not because I just don't like Malema, it's deeper than that. Malema, for me, just does not have the right leadership qualities to even lead South Africa. He's been found wanting on many occasions, corruption wise, and he always backs things that many South Africans don't like or don't want. So with that, I don't see him becoming a leader. Influential, yes, to a certain degree, he will have that. I think for me, the president for me that had the acumen, like the intellect to do that was Thabo Mbeki. He's the closest thing that we had to that. Even though many people don't like him,
to be a real Pan-Africanist,
to a certain degree, because if you look at some of the things Thabo Mbeki was doing, like in terms of like he did like fund certain organizations, he did help out militarily where there was problems where they could. I think I think he was the one who was pushing that narrative the most. So he was more Pan-African and capitalist at the same time, and pro-black capitalist at the same time. So for me personally, I always saw Thabo Mbeki being the one doing it, but he himself, his own political party ousted him. That's how he
but we
he
have
didn't
Dunstan,
finish his final term. So
we have Dunstan here in the house.
So, yeah.
Dunstan said he believes that Malema is needed for this. Let's allow him.
Where is
to
he from?
elaborate. Dunstan is in the
Where is
house.
he
I'll let him
from?
tell you. Dunstan, are you here?
I'm here, man. I'm here, Afrodamus, my friend.
All right, Dunstan.
Can you hear me?
Dunstan, Josie Go have questions for you.
Yes, please.
Yes, where are you from? That's one.
I'm from Sierra Leone.
Then why do you think Julius Malema is needed?
I think Julius Malema, I love him. Yeah, he's a militant guy. He's not playing games with his people anymore. Is that enough? We've been playing games with these people for 400, 500 years. You know what I mean? Look at the Black Americans, like asking for help, begging these guys. They're not going to help us, yeah? We need to take the bull by the horn, my friend, yeah? That's what Julius Malema does. He's militant. I love you. And also, can I finish? And also, I like Winnie Mandela. Winnie Mandela was not playing games with these guys anymore, mate. She was moving forward. And
let me
finish. I'll finish in a second. I'll finish in a second, yeah?
I need to
And Winnie
respond.
Mandela, and anybody that stood in her way, she would take them out. And people call her terrorists all this year, but you have to move on. These people are not going to help us, man. They don't care, man. You have to be militant here. All that, can I? It's not going to work, man. We need to be ready for this fight, man. Come on, guys, man. I'm done.
Okay, Josie, go ahead.
Okay. Look, rest in peace to Winnie Mandela. She was a true fighter. I support that. There was a smear campaign against her, but the masses on the ground loved her. The media loved her. Sure, some people try to paint her in a bad way, but overall, most people saw her in a good light. Now the Malema question. Look, I live here in South Africa. Julius Malema and them are just a political party. For me, this is my own opinion. They're just people with certain rhetorics. Like, basically, they make a lot of noise. They say a lot of favorable things. They don't necessarily speak to most South Africans. Sure, there's a section of South African society that relates to Malema, but most people don't. Many people find him to be too radical and not necessarily practical. Most South Africans are practical. So when you say fight, and then when we as South Africans see corruption, and another thing, Julius Malema is very corrupt. Let me give you a story, right? There was this bank, black-owned South African bank called VBS. Julius Malema, many people think he's actually anti-ANC. No, he's not. It's a well-known thing that he's still close to the ANC, which is basically the governing party. Him and some of his buddies colluded, right? And they looted this bank completely. They looted money that even old people,
So he's a
old
thief.
elderly people were saving for many years. Him and his friends did that. You can Google it, like you can research VBS scandal. He's one of the people implicated in it. There were also other government contract scandals. That's one of the reasons why he got kicked out of the ANC. But he still has close ties to the ANC. That's why many of us will always.
So
be
was it
skeptical
tried?
of
Was it
Julius
tried in
Malema.
court? Sorry to interrupt. Was it tried in courts and
No,
convicted?
it's still
It
right
wasn't
now.
tried in court.
No, it's
So
still
it's hearsay.
still a
It's
pending
hearsay, isn't it?
case. It's still a pending
So
case.
he's-
But the man
he's
has
already
hold on. The man has a dark cloud over his head. The man has a dark cloud over his head. He has a dark
what you
cloud.
just
Many
said,
people won't trust him.
What you
Yeah.
just said, is that a fact or is that just an allegation?
No, but Dunstan, think about this. If Malema, the South, is not even trusted by majority of his people in his country, remember the criteria. You have to be able to get the people to be on your side for you to even speak on this Pan-Africanist thing. You have to be able to. But give me a second here. 1 second. Let us. I'm gonna introduce.
And Afradamus, can I butt in for one sec?
No, I'll let you speak, but I just want to introduce some of the people's favorite Pan-Africanists before I forget. So I just want to welcome him with his favorite music. Two Niger in the house. Two Niger in the house.
Seriously.
Two Niger, baby.
Wait, guys, let's
This
allow
is what
Two
we are
Niger's
doing
music to play. Let's allow his
Come
music
on.
to play before he comes in.
Seriously.
Let's allow Two Niger. Two Niger, welcome in the house.
Nice one.
Yeah, we have Two Niger here today, people.
I'm not even open my mouth. You're already trolling me.
All right, Two Niger, thank you. Want to welcome you in the house. Dunstan, finish up, and we'll have Two Niger, and then we'll have Two Niger
Yes.
talk. With Kwesi, Olimi, Hawir, and Josie. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Two Niger, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah. Sierra Leone jollof is the best jollof, by the way. Yeah. All the jollof wars.
I'm not in that war. I'm not in that war.
Afradamus knows you. Afradamus used to live in Sierra Leone, innit? We got the best jollof rice, my friend, innit, man? Innit,
Right,
Afradamus?
right.
But anyway, going back to the issue, yeah, right? Like the Winnie Mandela and the Thomas Malema situation. But these guys here, right? These guys, yeah, they've tried everything they can try, yeah.
Dunstan,
and it's not working.
Hold on.
Can I
Dunstan,
finish, please?
Dunstan, look, my brother. No. This is important. Please don't link Winnie Mandela to Julius Malema. You're linking as someone that's tried and tested, a woman like a true liberation fighter, to someone like Julius Malema. Please don't link the two people together.
That's why I asked
from you.
Okay, that's why I asked you before.
Please
Julius
don't
Malema,
do that. Like, if you're gonna speak
Julius
on Malema,
Malema,
speak on him, please.
Okay,
That's
Julius
all I'm
Malema,
asking. I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. Just
Julius Malema,
look,
has he been tried and convicted in the criminal court of all the accusation that's made against him? Has he been tried and convicted?
He's still on trial.
Well, so it's an allegation.
So
it's an allegation.
Well, I don't want us to die on the Malema.
Can I just answer this?
Yeah.
Can I just make this one point?
Okay, go ahead. I just don't want us to die on the Malema hill.
Many scandals.
Okay, can I move on there? Can I finish my statement?
I know. Sorry about that. Like Julius Malema.
It's okay, no problem. It's okay, right? Okay, yeah. What I'm saying, yeah, from my point of view, yeah, I grew up watching South Africa all my life from Sierra Leone, yeah. All my life, the fighting, Mandela trying to liberate his people, all of that stuff, yeah. I followed Winnie, I followed Nelson Mandela, yeah. Mandela kind of like, he just gave up, yeah. And he just kind of like, yeah, I'm going to like give up, yeah. And then allow these people to take over my country and my people. All that fight. Winnie Mandela used to go and visit Nelson Mandela in prison, yeah. She used to get raped, abused. People used to put their hand on all of that stuff, yeah. She went through a lot. And then she said to Nelson, yeah, look, you can't be nice anymore. We have to rise up and be militant. But Nelson was so kind of like giving up, subservient kind of thing. And that's why they split up. And at the end of the day, yeah, where I'm coming from, yeah, I live in England, bro. Yeah, I've lived in England, yeah. since I was like 20. I'm 45 now, yeah, right? This thing is never gonna change, right? These people, they don't like us, yeah. They're always gonna see us as second class, third and fourth class citizens, yeah, bro, yeah. It's never gonna change, man. We need to go back to Africa, build up, yeah. We got everything there, man. We don't need these guys, man. What do we need them for, yeah? We got oil, we got bauxite, we got aluminium, we got cobalt, we got all of that stuff in Congo, yeah. We don't need these guys, yeah, right? So at the end of the day, yeah, we need to just get together and forget these people, man. And
Yeah, but
people.
Dunstan.
Can I finish? Yeah.
Yeah, but Dunstan, what
Yeah.
didn't you yourself talked about? You saw, because people promote Pan-Africanism, right? We saw how Gaddafi did it with his money. He put his money where his mouth is. He has plans. These African countries, I get what you're saying. They are not doing that. They are not interested in that.
That's why we need it.
That's not what they could care less. So
that's why we need diasporans to come and help us, to teach us, yeah. Because
what can if people who never ran a country, how can they be a Gaddafi? Even the African countries that have the country with the money and everything, you have to have the heart and the idea.
Because our people are very slow, man. Africanos, man. You know, man. You from Gambia, yeah? I'm from Sierra Leone. I never saw a white person like till I was about 12 in secondary school. White people are not in our countries, man. We don't know these people like the Americans and the black people in England do. We don't know them like that.
Yeah, but
they know these guys.
But Gaddafi's
we don't know
problem,
them, man.
But Gaddafi, the Pan-Africanist biggest problem is not the white people, is the Africans that betray them. But before I got into that, we have Kwesi is gonna respond before he got cut off.
Can I also respond?
And then we'll have two Niger, but then we'll have the circle for the conversation. We have only me in here and Hawia, but let's allow two Niger. Let me ask him this question. Two Niger, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
To Niger, do you agree that Gaddafi was the undisputed Pan-Africanist king of kings of Africa? Because he put his money where his mouth is. The chiefs, the kings, the Zulu king, the Ashanti king, and other kings, accepted him as the king. So, and also, do you think, it was Pan-Bantuism that stabbed him in the back? The floor is yours.
Personally, I don't think any of those two, and I'm not sure I'm qualified to even answer, because you keep calling me Pan-African. The only thing I'm doing is what common sense implies. I'm not.
So
I don't like to label myself.
Wait, I don't want to label, but you're not. Are you not? You're not Pan-Africanist?
I'm humble enough not to be able to just call myself that, because if you are a true Pan-Africanist, you know a bit more about the history than I do.
I gave the history. I gave the history. What I'm saying is, like, Gaddafi, you know about Gaddafi, right?
Yes.
You cannot name any leader who was able to implement his idea of what we call this Pan-Africanism like him. You got to have the money, the territory to be able to pull it off. And he did that. So do you agree he's the undisputed king, Pan-Africanist king of Africa?
I'm not so sure about that. If you look at the record itself, I can't be 100% sure about it. And if you can even argue from what, because I was hearing what Che was saying, the guy was making a lot of sense. And I've heard Kwame Nkrumah talk, and I've heard some of his statements. That guy was precise.
But
he knew
Kwame
exactly
Nkrumah
what the problem was.
Kwame Nkrumah didn't have what it took to be like a Gaddafi. You have the educated Ghanaians there. You have the Ghanaian people were not with the program. He had too much opposition. He was voted in. He did not take Ghana with a gun like Gaddafi did. So he didn't have that leverage.
See,
like, remember when Sani Abacha came to power in Ghana?
Yeah.
Remember how much power Sani Abacha had? They did not vote for Sani Abacha. This is why Sani Abacha was able to do what he did, because he's like, hey, I put my life on the line, you know? Hey, I got the country. Kwame Nkrumah did not have that. Gaddafi had that. So my question to you, since he maintained that, and the Ashanti kings, the Zulu kings and others, you know, crown him as the king of kings of Africa. Do you agree with this?
No, I don't agree because for one, I didn't recognize him as that. I just knew that he supported Africans and
But the Ashanti
claiming their
kings
destiny.
recognized him, and the Zulu
They can
king.
recognize him however way they want him. I'm just telling you from my own point of view. I
I
never
believe
perceived
some of
Gaddafi.
the Yoruba, I think the Igwes, some of the Igwes also took the money.
They are free to recognize him. As a matter of fact, when I was in Nigeria with during Abacha's time, there were a lot of people that felt that Abacha was close to Gaddafi because of Islamization and stuff like that. So there are so many angles to this. Personally, Gaddafi didn't approach it from a continental point of view. He never really did. Kwame Nkrumah did. So hence, if you look at it from that point of view, you can't give him the title that he's the
But what did
ultimate.
Gaddafi put his money where his mouth? He put more money in African countries than Kwame Nkrumah ever.
Depends on
did.
how he put it, isn't it? Did he put it to change the education system? No.
Yeah,
Did he
no,
put it,
he
put
did.
it in conflict?
No, he did not. He did sponsor schools, roads. In fact, I've seen this with my own eyes. Not only in Gambia, in Sierra Leone, Senegal. I've seen this with my own eyes.
If he
Where
has done that, then I will say well done to him for that. But if you see, you can't say just because one guy is rich and is donating money to this, and then he
no,
is the one
not
that founded the
donating.
nation.
He's making changes. There are schools, mosques, you know,
It
that
is
he's
not the
built.
same. I don't think it's the same thing. His own philosophy, the way he approached it, was not like, okay, let the whole continent. He didn't put forth a compelling. Okay, let's say he did. Let's say he did. The point is that Kwame Nkrumah's one seems more compelling
But
and
Kwame
seems more
Nkrumah failed. Kwame Nkrumah is not.
encompassing the whole country.
No,
Neither did
he
he
failed.
succeed.
He failed. He did not even. He can't even hold candle to Gaddafi. He's
Neither
died.
did Gaddafi
He's
succeed.
was just. He's died in the fantasy. He could not. He could not get it to run. You know, he got chased out of Ghana. Remember, the Ghanaians were not.
Gaddafi was murdered. How see?
He stood up and fought and died for his and
he
died for what
fought.
he believed in.
True.
He did not get chased out. He was there for like 40 years.
You are saying undisputed king of Pan-African. I'm just telling you that Kwame Nkrumah appears to have a clearer vision of an African coming together. His ideology seems to be a lot clearer too.
And what is that clearer vision?
His vision was that the whole African continent, we need to cede sovereignty to an extent to the central authority so that the central authority can take care of economics, security,
but that was
diplomacy, and all the
Gaddafi.
rest of it.
That was Gaddafi.
No. Gaddafi was about one nation at a time. He's fighting one nation at a time. He's not looking at it as a whole strategy. Has Gaddafi ever called African Union conference to just discuss bringing the whole Africa together as a one unit?
Yes, he has. He brought Nigeria and South Africa together to discuss, economies and work together. He did that.
See, to be fair to your point, maybe there's an argument to be made. Maybe you can educate me on that because, like I said, I'm not an expert. I would say I would choose one side, but I can tell you, as I sit here, I know more about Kwame Nkrumah's vision for the continent. However, the reason why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt is that if you look at the African Union today, Gaddafi was alive when they signed the first defense pact. Did you know that the African Union has a defense pact?
Oh, I know this, but what I'm saying is,
so if they did, Gaddafi was alive when that happened.
What's the purpose of signing a defense pact, right? If you're not gonna, bust a grape, Gaddafi was moving his military, to actually, physically do stuff in African countries. The places he wanted to change, he supported them militarily as well. including South Africa.
But
And
it was military
another
against
question.
fellow
Wait,
citizens.
well, they are not his people. He needed to change what is happening. But let me ask you this other question. Do you consider North Africans, Africans?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So, Kwesi, you are up. Kwesi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so Kwesi, you've heard that. Okay, this guy he talked about Kwame Nkrumah. As we know, we cannot. Kwame Nkrumah again. He had the idea, but somebody else actually implemented it. So now, where we stand, Kwesi, let's say, do you ever see a West African style Pan-Africanism coming from West Africa? Okay, let's say now, we're discussing with Somalis here, right? Like you said, Ghanaians don't know about Somalis. Do you think that even matters to be a factor to not be able to unite the countries of Africa under one king like Gaddafi?
Of course, it matters. You can't unite with the people you know nothing about. How can imagine
Well, what
what
would you want to know about Somalis, for example, that you don't know? Like what would you want to know that would make that could hinder this relationship, for example?
I think it's not what we want to know, what we don't know. It's that one, they're not our people, innit? Two, we
Like when
saw
you say
what
they are not
happened.
our people, what do you mean? Gaddafi
So
wasn't Ghana's people, but Rawlings was behind him and he
yeah,
was
but
taking
wait,
money
wait,
from Gaddafi.
but you're not listening. I'm not a listen, but that's Rollins though. He could have been doing it for his own selfish needs and selfish gains. He could have been doing it just to make the money. The thing is that Rollins made that choice. If Rollins had tried to unite Ghana with Libya, for example, and Ghana was going to be under Libya's like control and the capital Tripoli, the Ghanaians would have resisted simply because being ruled by I don't know if it's a Bedouin or Berber, whatever you call it, Amazon, but being ruled by them would have not gone down well with the Ghanaian public. They would have opposed it, and we saw what happened after the fall of Gaddafi. How Libyans were treating other Africans. They were basically enslaving other Africans in Libya after the fall of
Yeah,
Gaddafi.
but that's because of the fall of Gaddafi. Obviously, like Gaddafi, when he was in power, right, didn't allow that to happen.
Yeah,
Have you
but
taken that into consideration?
it shows you what some of the population of Libya think of other Africans. You
Yeah,
feel
but
me? And
that's have to be there. Just like some black Africans in West Africa don't believe North Africans are Africans. Like how we are even said here, he don't believe they are Africans.
Kwesi,
no.
Kwesi, do you see the irony of it all? And Kwame Nkrumah, that was for Africa. After he failed in what he was doing, Ghanaians expelled Nigerians from Nigeria, and then Gaddafi, after he talked Pan-Africanism, and after he died, his people started selling Africans as slaves. It's weird how these leaders, one thing they need to remember is that when you are leading, you really need to lead your people too. You need to let them know buy into the vision, because when this is one of the things they lead from the top, and they don't always understand that they are also mortal. When you fail, your people, nobody will be there to take your place.
Okay, Tuna, yeah, let me ask you this. For instance, right? It's clear the African countries stood by. They didn't say anything. They allowed Gaddafi to get bombed to oblivion. They didn't say anything. So let's say a place like Somalia, right? They're like, hey, we saw how you guys, didn't help Gaddafi, even though he helped all these other countries. You guys stabbed him in the back. So we don't want to form this union with you guys. Would they be wrong for saying that, for taking that stance?
Can I interrupt?
Nigeria would never have allowed Ghana to form a union with this North African country, because I see this is the problem.
Wait. You said Nigeria don't have a
Nigeria will
say
never
on
have
what
allowed
Ghana
that.
does.
They do. You remember they are in ECOWAS. They do. Nigeria is the majority. They have a majority population in West Africa as a whole.
So you think Nigeria can tell Ghana what to do?
You'd be surprised.
Huh?
You'd be surprised.
Okay, Dunstan, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just interrupt you, right? Anyway, I just gonna hello to Niger. I just wanna like big up Nigeria. Nigerians here, right? They're like the Chinese of Africa, right? There's 200 million people there plus here. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Even in my country, yeah, there's a section for Nigerians. They're doing their business, they're making money, and they go, the girls, all of that, yeah. Nigerians, even England, America, China, everywhere. Nigerians everywhere. There's just too many people in that country, yeah. So they're everywhere, yeah. That's it. Anyway, going back to my point here, right? What was that? What was he talking about again? They
like Nigeria wouldn't allow Ghana to form any alliance with North African country. Wait, Kwesi, do you believe? Wait,
to be
wait a
ruled
minute.
by not alliance, to be ruled
No,
North African.
by North African
not
country.
rule. But you see, Gaddafi didn't need to rule. Let me tell you how even the Westerners, you hear about ECOWAS, right? These presidents, they are just like the governors for the Queen of England. You guys do realize this, right? They are just like the governors. It's like indirect rule. Remember, the Westerners, when they colonized, especially in British West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Gambia, they had the governor's mansion, where at one time the governor that ran Gambia and Sierra Leone, Gambia and Sierra Leone ran together. The governor lived in Freetown. Then eventually Gambia had its own governor. So in both these countries, these different countries, Ghana, Nigeria, they have buildings that were built by the Europeans. They left them behind. At least Nigeria was smart enough. They went and built a new capital. But Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria, they are holding on to this, right? So instead of a white face being in these big buildings, now it's a black face. So they are like governors of the queen. Yeah, colonial. So Gaddafi ran Africa the same way. The presidents, all these kings, they were, he doesn't need the people in Libya and the people in these West African countries, Black African countries, to come together. He doesn't need that. He just need them to promote his agenda. That's all.
Yeah, but Afrodamos here, what you got to realize here, right? If Africa is united here, the West is going to be worried about that. You understand? If all the countries in Africa, we get together, we united, we got everything that they need, If we all come together and we united, they're going to be struggling, man. That's why they will never want that unity.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. For example, Africans don't want to do that. But Dunstan, I don't want to cut you off, but I'm going to do like a rapid, quick. I want Kwesi to respond to this, right? And then we'll go around, and then because I want only me and.
And can I address this?
Hold on. Hold on. So, Kwesi, do you think Nigeria can tell Ghana, not to, let's say they decide, they say, hey, you know what, we're going to form alliance with Egypt. Do you think Nigeria can tell Ghana that they can do it? Let's allow. See,
why ask a question that is
why are you interrupting the host?
You just want to this divide. That's what you're trying to do.
Kwesi, do you think Nigeria can tell Ghana, what they want to do? Even let's say they're like, hey, you know what, we want to be ruled by Somalia. What would can Nigeria tell Ghana? No.
Oh yeah,
no, they wouldn't, because Ghana is a sovereign nation.
If you say
Somalia,
I want to make it clear before you answer, so that he knows what I'm answering.
Hold
No,
on, Tunaja.
go ahead. Go ahead.
This is for Kwesi. You will have the chance.
You said if Somalia says they want to
No,
rule
hold
Ghana,
on. No, not that's
not
not what I
alliance.
said.
They want to rule.
Hold on. He has, Kwesi knows. Kwesi can hear me. He has ears too. So Kwesi, go ahead, Kwesi.
No. The answer was a no. They can't tell Ghana what to do. Ghana is a sovereign nation, and yeah, it's gonna do whatever it's gonna
Repeat what
do.
you heard from the question. Repeat what you heard from the question, so so that I know exactly what you are responding to, so that I'll know what to reply to it.
Well, he already just responded.
Because it could be an alliance, but if he says that they said they want Somalia to come and rule Ghana, no, that is totally different. That is a totally alliance is one thing, but rule is another thing, because you are bringing foreign entity into a region. That's what it is, and Nigeria will not allow that.
So Somalia would be a foreign entity there,
because you are bringing another regional power into the region. That's what it is. If it's like us inviting China to come and rule this in Nigeria.
But Africans are doing it all the time. They're
not that's alliance. That's alliance. What you are saying, you don't understand the big difference. Rule is different from alliance.
You don't, man.
Okay, get it.
Can I say something?
Rule versus alliance. Good.
Can I say something here about Somalians? Yeah.
Go for it. Go for it.
Please, yeah. I live in England all my life here, right? Since I was 17, yeah. Right. I live in London, yeah. There was a few Somalians there. They never associated themselves with black people, yeah. Africans, yeah. Like us, yeah. West Africans, Nigerians.
So they don't think they're Africans.
And then now, yeah. Let me finish here. Now, yeah, I live in Bristol, yeah, in the west of England, yeah. There's a massive Somalian community here, right? Mm-hmm. They don't think West Africans are them, yeah. I've never seen a Nigerian marry a Somalian girl, or a Jamaican, or a Sierra Leonean, or a Gambian. You don't see that, man. Are you joking, man? These people think they're better than us family, yeah? The hair is different. All of that madness, man. I go pay Somalian people one day, man. They never accepted us like them. You know what I'm saying, yeah? Don't be confused about this internet madness, yeah? Go to Minnesota, yeah? There's a big community there, isn't it? Do you think they're going to accept you as a Gambian? Are you joking, brother? No way, man.
Actually, I know plenty of Somalis. There's this area where I live. They have it's called like the Somali Mall. Weirdly, in fact, there's on their neighbors, because it's like stores. Their neighbor that they interact with, they are from Gambia. They are these people are like family. They pray in the same mosque. They share the same, like in most of the people they interact with, in fact, they are from my tribe, the Maraka, like Soninke, because, people from my tribe, they are Muslim all the time.
Yeah,
so they interact with Somalis with no problem.
Let me respond to that guy real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Did they marry them? Did they marry them? Did they procreate with them?
Yes. I know a guy from my tribe, couple of them that married.
A lot.
That married Somali, actually.
Somali wife.
Yes, they have Somali wife.
They do. But this guy, he don't know what he's talking about, bro. You from England?
I do. I live in fucking England. You twat.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on, guys. Let's be nice, guys.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Guys,
I do. I fucking live in England.
You're a dumbass nigga. Let me explain something to you, bro.
Hold on, guys.
You don't check for me, man. You don't check for me, man.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't check for West Africans. You think you're better, innit? Because your hair is different. He's straight. Yeah, you look at us like dickheads, yeah? I know bare Somalia. I live in Bristol.
Ignorant.
Yeah?
Ignorant. I'm a black man. I'm a fucking black man. You fucking ignorant. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I've never seen that. I don't know. I've been in London. I've never heard. Let's keep it down here. I think I've seen Somalis of all shades, and I've really never seen animosity, because I've been around areas where they have been saluted.
Thank you.
They come and cut their head. No. I'm not saying that Somalis are.
Why do you want to marry a Somali girl? Wait.
Okay.
Can you leave that?
Hold on, guys.
Stuff now. I don't want to hear that kind of stuff.
Hold on. Tunaja. Let's allow the Somali to respond. Only me.
I want to ask, what is this? What is
I've been
this
in London.
obsession by marrying our woman? Why? Why do you want
How
to
can I
marry? Why are
explain?
you
All
so
right,
I can
guys.
pissed that
explain
you
it.
cannot get
Hold
married?
on, guys.
Why?
Only me just ask, guys, one at a time. Only me just ask a question I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Yes, what's the obsession with marrying the Somali women? I never hear the
Let me
Somalis
explain
say,
it.
you guys do not let us marry, or the Somalis never say this. What's the
See,
obsession with West
let me
Africans
explain it
saying
now. Let me
their
explain
women do
it.
not marry our
Tiger, let
people?
him respond.
Go ahead,
Because I
tonight.
was in London there, I have seen all this in dynamics. And I think at the heart of it is not because they want to marry Somali girls physically. Remember, Somalis are very, very religiously conservative. Most of them, they walk around with something around their head. So maybe that is part of it. And there is also the aspect that they themselves say they are not black Africans or they are not Africans.
Exactly.
They are,
Thank you,
so that,
Okay, we have Somalis
that
here.
too is
We'll
there.
let them answer
Because
that
remember,
if they ever say
this thing we
this.
are talking about marriage, she seems to be thinking that because they think they are special. When you're in London, black guys get white girls everywhere. So why would they care about Somali women that are carrying hookah everywhere?
But then
So
why are people
I
bringing
need
it
her to
up?
get that clear too. I think only me is feeling like they are treating Somalis special. They're not treating them special. The reason why is because they say they are not black. That's what
But
annoys me.
Exactly.
have you ever
Exactly.
talked to Dunstan and Tunay? Have you guys ever approached a Somali woman who said, "Nah,
I bet not.
I don't want to be, I don't like you guys because I'm not black like you guys." Have you guys ever
No, they never say
experienced
that.
those
I
things?
think it's the parents, really. It's like Indian parents. If
But
you talk
have
to
you
No,
your
tried?
parents,
that's you.
Have you
Have you?
tried? Have you
no, I've
tried?
never tried because there's so many options in London. Come
I
on,
don't
this is
try,
my
man.
point.
I just go
So,
for like black girls,
London is
innit?
full of so many different kinds of people.
Did
but
Sierra
Tunay,
Leone
then why do you
try?
have them in mind?
I don't.
Yeah.
That's the point. You are missing. The only reason why I'm saying this is because they actually say that they are not Africans or they are not black.
Yes, they
They do
do.
that. But I've met
The
see, the
Arabs,
truth
No,
is
no,
innit?
I've
They
no.
met a
said
lot
that.
of
Tunaya,
young
Tunaya,
Somalis.
the
I've met
question
a
is
lot
not
of
for
so
you.
let me
You did not
qualify this.
say.
Wait, hold
I'm
on. I'm
asking the
talking about
question.
the
The
old
guy who
generation.
was screaming and yelling that
No,
Somali woman
see,
not marrying him.
Hold
I'm
on,
It's not
Tunay,
for you,
sorry.
let
Tunaya.
her
Just
talk.
wait a minute.
Wait.
The guy who was yelling that Somali woman not marrying him. Have you ever approached a Somali woman or proposed to her? Go.
See, I know somebody
Not
close to me
you,
that has a child
Tunaya,
with a Somali
please.
person. So let me tell you
Nobody's
this,
talking
so
to
you
you though.
understand
I'm
what I'm
talking to
saying.
that guy.
My
Oh my God,
bloodline
Tunaya.
is linked to Somali, so not even start saying I know what I'm
I
telling
will
you
come
right
for
now.
you,
So
Tunaya. I
don't
will
even
come back to you.
see. For
Let
me,
him
that is not
answer.
special. You are not missing the point. He's not
Oh
articulating it very
my
well.
God.
It's
He
because
not
of
Oh, now
religion.
you're talking for him. Now you're talking
Hey,
for
what
him.
happened to the
He's a
host?
grown man. He
You
can
want him
talk
to
for
start
himself.
swearing at you?
What happened to the host?
Yeah, he was swearing at me because I could not marry. I didn't. He said you don't
Okay,
marry
go
me. He was
ahead and answer
screaming.
her then, please.
Yeah, let him answer. I will come for you. No problem.
It's
Now,
religion, man.
have you
They're
ever
Muslims, innit?
proposed
They're
to a
Muslim,
Somali
innit?
woman? Have you?
What?
Have you ever proposed to a Somali woman?
I've talked to plenty of Somali women, but they don't like black Africans anyway.
Sorry, I did not
Wait,
understand.
Dunstan, wait. You said they don't like, but Dunstan, what do you mean by they
Yeah.
don't like, West African?
Yeah, because I'm Afro-Danish, right? I live in England, yeah, but I used to go to Norway, yeah. Oslo, I used to go to a place called Grünerløkka. If anybody know Norway, it's got a massive Somali community. And then as soon as I go to the restaurant here to eat, yeah, because I like Somali food, and they'll just look at you different.
So do you like Somali women?
I love Somali girls, man. There's plenty of Somali. They got big ass and a
Are
big
you a
fucking
Muslim?
bum bum.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm a Christian.
That's one of the reasons
That's
Somali
a
women will
problem.
never marry you.
Yeah, the
That
religion.
is the
The religion
number
is a big
one
issue.
problem, that Somali woman will never marry you unless she's not herself a Muslim.
Isn't
So
that what
you
I
just
said?
assuming because some
I'll
people
tell
are
you a
looking
secret,
at
yeah.
you
I'll
a
tell you a
certain
secret,
way.
yeah. I'll
Listen,
tell you a little
listen.
secret,
It's
yeah.
like
All
the
the
black and
bare
white
Somali girls
American
in
kind of
Bristol,
thing.
yeah, right? There's slags here, right? There's bare slags here,
Oh,
right? They're
come
running
on.
around there, doing drugs here, having sex with guys here, up the bum, yeah, because they can have sex in the pussy, in it, because they have to be a virgin, yeah. So they have sex up the arse.
But how do you
Now
know
you're
this?
slandering. Now you're
Because
just
I fucking know,
slandering,
innit?
okay?
I live in
You're
England, fam. I
disgusting.
know about
No,
You're
but
literally
Dunstan,
disgusting. You're
how do
slandering
you know
Somali
this?
women. How
I don't know this.
disgusting is that saying this? Have
You
you
know,
punched a
listen, yeah.
Somali
It's
woman in
not
the
fair.
ass?
I
Can
live
you
in
please shut the fuck
Bristol,
up?
yeah.
Shut the
Bristol,
fuck
yeah.
up.
Got the
You
biggest
disgusting.
Somali
You're
community.
It's not
just
Yeah.
fair.
jealous that you
It's not
cannot
fair.
get a
Yeah.
Somali woman. You will never get one.
Man,
That's
shut
a
up.
promise from. You will never get one.
Why-
Just standing here
see,
slandering Somali women like that
yeah.
is
See,
disgusting.
I
You
I
just
think
shut
this
the
is a
fuck
young
up.
man. See, please
All
take
right,
it
listen
easy.
here,
I
right?
think
You
he's
know
a
the
young man.
girls that went to
I'm not
you know
gonna
the girls
listen
that
to
went to
you.
ISIS, yeah. The girls that went to ISIS, yeah, in London, yeah, Whitechapel, right? The best Somali there, yeah,
Now
right?
slander Somali woman
But
because you cannot
Dunstan,
get
I'm
one.
not
Dunstan.
standing some of them
Slander.
really real man.
Slander because you
Okay,
cannot
hold
get
on.
one.
Man,
You just
Dunstan,
said
you
you wanted
appears
one
you
and you
really have a
cannot get
grudge
one. Now
against
you
them for some
slander.
reason.
Now
See,
Hold on.
your tactic is
Because
to
they
slander
don't like
one.
West African people, man. That's
Okay,
it. They like
but
white
no,
people.
wait,
see,
Yeah,
wait,
we
wait.
don't
but
like
the
it.
young ones, the
No,
young
Just
ones don't
keep
do that
quiet
though. To
now.
be fair,
no,
the
wait.
young
Oi,
ones. Remember,
to Niger, how many
His
Nigerians here do
tactic
you
is
know
now to
that's
slander
married to a
Somali
Somalian
woman
woman?
because he
How many?
cannot get one. You
I
understand?
know one
Two
very
Niger
Hold
stout
on.
and
that is linked to them.
Afrodamus.
I'm telling
His
you.
tactic
Two
is to
Niger.
slander Somali girls because he
I
cannot
didn't even
have one.
remember that. I
And
remember
that's
now
disgusting.
that I have one that is linked to them.
Hold on. Two Niger. Wait.
Hmm?
How we are?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How we are? You're familiar with Rainier, right?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. So
You
this idiot
okay?
from
Okay.
London.
So wait. So you remember the
Oh my
Somali
god, I
the
can't believe
Somali
this. I
mall,
can't
right?
believe this. Wow,
Yeah,
you can't
bro.
make it
You
up.
see
You can't make it up.
The Gambia
Jesus Christ.
International there, right?
Yeah, of course, bro. Gambians are
Okay.
brothers, bro. All my
Okay.
Oh
four
my god,
sisters
you
are
can't make it up.
Gambians. I grew up with Gambians, bro.
No. So I'm just Tunaja. I'm just giving what me myself know to be true. I'm just telling
Shut.
you, like the Somalis, they mingle with the Gambia International, which is
Heavy,
so in
heavy,
case
bro.
these people are
We
Muslim,
eat
that's
Gambia
why
together, bro.
Muslims,
they eat
exactly.
together, they interact with them.
We marry
I'm
each
seeing
other.
this
What the
with
fuck is this
myself.
idiot talking about, bro?
See,
Look.
see,
Like, it's
Afrodamus,
lying,
let
let
me
me
man.
just say
explain something to
something.
you.
Bullshit,
See,
man.
see, 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 see. Just calm down. You
Bro,
see,
hey, Tunaja,
I'm
I
sorry
need
to
to say
say,
something, bro.
let me just
Come
say
on, you
something.
guys been
See,
talking all day. Let me say something, bro.
you
Come
know,
on.
you
Tunaja,
said
let him
something.
talk. Tunaja, let
I've
him
not
talk.
said.
You'll get a
I
chance. Let
said
him
something
talk.
once, actually.
No, you said plenty. Just let Hawia talk.
Okay,
Give
let him
him a
talk.
chance, and you'll talk
You've been
too.
talking the whole time.
No, Josie, to be fair,
I'm
you've
an
been
only
quiet,
one, yeah.
so
Tell us
fine.
what the
Yes.
story is.
All right,
Let's
look.
allow Hawia, and then we'll allow Josie go. Okay. Go ahead,
Okay,
The
Hawia.
point I wanted to make is quite important, though. So
No,
you
but
guys get the
Tunaja,
content,
come
but
on, bro. Shut
Tunaja,
up, Tunaja, bro. You
Tunaja,
talking
come
importance
too
on.
much.
matter.
We
It's
not
You
saying
okay.
let
nothing.
him
You just
finish,
talking
man.
nonsense all
Let him
day, bro.
speak, innit?
Yeah, let him talk, guys.
Look, man, look. I grew up in the United States, bro. Like, I grew up in Seattle, Washington. There's a lot of West Africans here. There's a lot of
Mhm.
Gambians here. We don't have any problems. We eat together. We marry each other. When we fight African Americans, we on the same side. You know what I'm saying? So this idiot is from a little corner of London. They have a different culture there. So he's basically judging all Somalis. Look, man,
No,
the
I've been to
Somalis in
Norway.
West
It's the
Africa
same in
divided.
Norway,
Dustin,
man.
In
Dustin,
UK,
let him talk.
that's
Let
not
him talk.
everywhere. So shut the fuck up and listen. Look, man, we don't look down on West Africans. They're all brothers, bro. We fucking we go like when we go to the mosque, bro. We pray together. We sleep together. We do everything together. We play soccer together. But what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Somalis don't look
Yeah.
Okay,
down on
can I
West
ask you? Can I
Africans
ask you a
here.
question? Yeah. How many Somalians do you know that's married to a West African person?
A
But,
Name me a
lot.
but
few.
A lot. I
Dunstan,
can tell you
Dunstan,
right
that
now.
cannot
I
be the
know
marker, though.
what.
No, what I'm
Never
All
seen
saying.
it.
he's
Okay,
thinking of
hold
marrying
on,
an effing
hold on.
woman.
Let me give
Is
you.
there
Let me
anything
give.
else?
Only me. Hold on. Let me give
Yeah.
an example here.
I'm a woman. I'm
Even
getting
myself,
disgusted by
right
this
here,
shit.
right. Let me give you an example. Like Dunstan, I don't know if you're familiar with my tribe, the Maraka, right?
Not really.
Okay, similar. It's pretty much there. We're like the Somalis. The women in my tribe, they are not going to marry. You're not allowed. You cannot marry a woman from my tribe. They're not gonna allow that. Especially not being a Muslim. That's not gonna happen. Don't even think about
Exactly.
it because you gotta go to this woman's family, her parents. You're not from because we go by the clan and family. Even people that are from the same tribe, if you're not from that clan, certain clans don't marry each other. So the Somalis will be familiar with what I'm saying here. Certain clans, you're not going to marry them. If you're not Muslim, that's not going to happen. If somebody's from different class, class. Let's say they are from a slave class, because they maintain the classes. if you consider the slave class, you cannot marry somebody in the upper class. They maintain this. You know, even today.
sad, mate.
That's not, I get it, but it's not only in that tribe. There are other tribes that still maintain this, even in West Africa, where,
That's a
you know,
story.
where
Yeah?
they are
That's a
Muslim,
story.
they're not gonna marry someone who is not from that tribe, and it's based in religion as well. If you're not
Okay, can I,
Muslim,
can I, can I say a story, yeah? Can I say a little story, yeah? You know, when I was in school, yeah, my first girlfriend, like, I was about 15. She was a Somalian girl, yeah, right? We was in the same class, yeah? And I used to talk to her all the time. I liked her. She was beautiful, man. She was gorgeous, yeah? And, right? And then I had a phone number. This was before mobile phone was, like, popular. And then I went, she knew me, yeah, and I knew her. And then one day I called her house, yeah, and then a sister, like, found that it was me. It was Dunstan, yeah. It was that's my name, yeah, Dunstan Cole, yeah. Like, our sister found that it was me, yeah. And I was black here, right? And then she was barred from coming out of the house, all of that, because I was black, innit? And then a couple of months later, she had a white boyfriend, man.
And her parents let her. You telling me that, right? That is
I swear
so
to God,
lie.
yeah, I've
Be-
never
That's
lied.
bullshit, bro.
That is a lie. That is a pure lie. First of
I'm
all,
not
the
even
white
lying,
guy,
man. Why would I lie
probably a
about that?
Christian, probably a Christian, you Christian. For Somali parents, you both the same. You understand? Somali
No,
parents
we
do
know,
not
man.
let their
You
daughter
don't,
date
you
you
don't
out. We
respect
don't
us,
just
innit?
date people. We just don't
You
date
think you're
people.
Arab,
Okay?
yeah? You people think you're
no,
Arab, innit?
no,
Because
don't,
it
Yes,
is
yes, I'm
different.
a Arab. Yes, yes,
no,
yes, I'm a Arab.
You think you are?
Yeah.
hold on,
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. No, I know
Dunstan,
I'm a Arab. So
hold on,
Yeah, I'm
go
listening,
sleep
man.
with that one.
Dunstan. So
I'm
you heard
listening, man.
me.
Go.
Wait,
We
you
do
heard me
not let
ask.
our girls
Wait,
date. We don't have a dating system, first of all.
hold on.
And especially if you're non-Muslim, you're not coming close to. And he's telling me that her parents just let her a white boy. Are you
Of
kidding
course they
me?
did.
No, you
I'm
liar. You
No,
listening.
are
Man.
hold
lying.
on,
You are a liar.
Dunstan.
You're slandering
Hold on,
Yeah,
Somali
I'm
hold
women
on,
listening,
because
man.
you
Talk,
cannot
man.
have
guys,
one.
hold on,
I'm not gonna
Dunstan.
believe anything coming out of your mouth.
Dunstan. So you heard me ask how we're about a
Yeah,
certain area that
yeah.
him and I both know in person, and we know the dynamics there. I'm literally
Yeah.
telling you, this mall, this shopping area, it is Somalis and Gambian, not just any other guy, like the strictest Muslim Gambian religious people. They
Yep.
interact with the Somalis because they share the
Did they
same.
marry? Did they marry each other? Did they marry?
Yes, you fucking
Yes,
idiot. We
yes,
told
they
you 100
do. Some
times.
of them
Yes,
do.
we do.
Yes.
Fuck. What's wrong
Man,
with
I've
this
never
idiot,
seen it,
bro?
bro. I've never seen it.
I'm
Yes,
just
we
telling
do.
you. In
Gambians and
fact,
Somalis
Oh,
marry
God,
each
yeah,
they
other.
listen,
do.
yeah, listen. Listen, the biggest Somali community in London, yeah, is West London, yeah. There's a place called Putney, Wandsworth. What's this other place called? Garrett Lane, all of that way. There's a big Somali community down there, yeah. Man, it's all like, it's all to themselves, man. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So wait,
Black
don't.
people, they live in go
So
down
you
them
like
sides.
to
I
be to
live in
our
Bristol
stuff.
now, yeah. I live in Bristol, yeah. So Jamaican here and Somali, yeah. I've never seen a Jamaican and a Somali girl. I swear to God, my friend.
Because
I've
what
lived here
most,
5
but
years.
most
Yeah.
Jamaicans are not
First of
Muslim,
all, we
right?
do. No,
So
they're
we
not
have to be
Muslim
Muslim then.
Jamaicans.
Yes,
Yes, that is
So you
how
can't
it
be
is.
like
As an
you can't be like a
women are
Christian.
not allowed to
yes,
marry
yes.
outside
Exactly, and
Islam.
that is
Okay,
the
wait.
point I was
Again,
describing.
hold on, Tunaja.
Yeah.
First of all, let's just be real. Okay, religion is
Come on,
very
man.
important, right? Okay, last time we talked about this, which some people want to negate it, but if a group of people, because I
Yeah, but
understand,
nigga,
like,
they're not even
wait,
Muslims, man. They
hold
drink
on,
all the time, man.
hold
They
on.
smoke weed, man.
No,
Don't fucking
but
smoke fucking shit. Talking
if
about,
you've
man.
wait, if you've never been
Please let.
socialized in that, for example, right? I'll give you an example. When I was growing up, I went both to English
Yeah.
and Arabic school, what they call madrasa, both in Sierra Leone and Gambia. I went to madrasa to study the Quran. You know,
No, yes.
we did this, right?
Mhm.
So a Muslim people, I'm not talking about just dusty foyon Muslim. I'm talking strict, whether Somali, Azerbaijani, wherever they, whatever. It's important to the people to share their life with someone that they have the same faith, they both believe in the same God and practice. This is very
Exactly.
important. So if you come
Right.
and say to the person, hey, forget your belief system, I'm just an atheist, you should be with me. Like, who does that? That doesn't make sense,
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's not
listen to
gonna
me. You
work.
listen to this. You listen, yeah, right? If you come
Please
to
let
England,
Kushite,
yeah,
Kushite
can I just
and
finish? If you come to
Kushite on,
England, yeah,
please.
there's
Let the
all
brother
these
on.
Somali girls who are running
Fine.
around, yeah, thinking they're Muslim with the hijab and all that, yeah. They're all little slugs anyway, yeah. They're drinking alcohol, yeah. I know that. I've seen them on the bus, yeah, all the time. They're
Well,
smoking weed.
you should hit on
I
them.
see them all the
Listen,
time, bro, yeah. I live in fucking
drinking
England.
alcohol, can I, Dustin,
They
whatever your
drink,
name
they
is,
drink, and they
drinking
smoke weed.
alcohol, listen,
But
drinking
What?
alcohol is a sin. Listen, drinking
yeah.
alcohol is
What
a
they
sin.
do, this
But
Somali girls
listen
do
though,
that, man.
but listen though, marrying and having kids in a marriage, which is like a Christian man and a Muslim woman, this is unlawful. Your children will
So it's
become,
not,
your
that is not
children becomes a
pretending.
bastard, basically.
Can I
You're
say
lying,
can I
you're
say
Children are
lying.
something,
bastards.
please? Can I
Hold
say
This
on.
is a
something,
long-term
please? Can I say
sin. You
something? I think
understand?
But
I think what I
Nah,
have
tonight,
something
you're
to say. Can
drunk,
I
tonight,
say
man. I don't know
something?
what country do you live, man. What country do you live, man?
Can I
Do you
say
live in
something?
America or something, or
hold
Canada or
on,
something, yeah?
hold on.
Come
Tonight,
to England, yeah?
Can I
See
just
the
say something?
Somali girls here,
hold
bro,
on.
yeah?
Dunstan,
They're everywhere, mate. Drinking, smoking
hold on.
weed,
But
having sex
Dunstan,
with people all over the place, man. And then
but
next
Dun,
minute, yeah, they got a hijab on, yeah,
hold
pretending
on.
as if they're holy thing. They're not. I see
Can
them
I
on the
say
bus
something?
all the
But
time, yeah?
Dunstan, this is
Yeah.
for you and Tunaya, especially Dunstan.
Let-
Dunstan,
let-
you not
why are
being
you asking me a
hold on.
question? I just wanted to
Wait,
say something very quickly.
wait. Dunstan, you are not Muslim, right?
I'm not Muslim, man. I don't believe in religion anyway. So
Okay,
bullshit, man.
so okay, you don't believe in religion. So therefore, people that believe in religion, why would you
Yeah.
want to have anything to do with them?
Because we're all black people. That's why.
No, but they don't care about that. The religion takes precedent over skin
No,
color.
because you know why? Because the
Islam,
hypocrites, yeah,
no,
they pretend, yeah.
Islam doesn't recognize skin
No, it's
color.
not
I
about
just
Islam, man.
wait.
You know what? Don't disrespect Islam, man. Yeah, you
No,
know my flat here, where I'm living now, yeah, right? On a Friday,
but
yeah,
but
right?
Dunstan,
I live. No,
Dunstan,
let me finish it. Let me
wait,
finish,
wait,
bro.
wait, 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 Dunstan. I
Go
just
ahead,
gave you
go
an
ahead.
example, right? If you and I both, right, with the same skin color, the same, look alike, right?
Yeah,
If
origin.
you, the same origin, if you
Mm,
try to marry somebody from my tribe, I mean, I hate to tell you, a woman, right? Typical, her
mm,
parent, both mom and dad are both Soninke, and
mm.
they will reject you. What would because you're not Muslim, you're not from that tribe.
Can I say
They're
a
not gonna
story? Yeah, can I
accept it.
say? Okay, can I say a story? Yeah, you see the girls, yeah, from London, yeah, from Whitechapel. That was where I'm from. That area, East London, Bethnal Green, Hackney. That way, the girls that were into ISIS, yeah. You know the two girls, Alima and a friend, yeah. They jumped on the plane and they went to join ISIS, yeah. You know why that was, yeah? Because I got like a really good friend, yeah. I used to work with this guy, yeah, Somalia. You know what he told me? He said, Dunstan, yeah, you know what the issue, right? When these girls are in England, yeah, their parents put a lot of pressure on them to conform to this like Islam thing, but it's not possible because when they go to school, yeah, they're linking with all these other people, all these English girls, and it's like a liberal system,
Yeah,
and
but
they want to be free. Can I finish? Can
Wait
I
a minute.
finish? Yeah?
But
Can I finish? Yeah?
That doesn't
Let me
negate.
finish, please.
No, wait a
No, let
minute.
me
I'll
finish.
let
Yeah?
you finish. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Give me a
And
second.
this bullshit.
Wait,
That's
wait,
why they
wait.
want to no, let me
Dunstan,
finish about the ISIS girl shit. Even go,
Dunstan,
yeah.
give me a
You never let me
second.
finish, man.
Sir, let me talk. I'll let you
And
finish. I'll let you
but you
finish.
never
Just
let I haven't finished
look.
my story. Can
Okay,
I
I
finish my
have a
story?
show. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I
Can
have
I
a
finish
show
my
here.
story? You
Dunstan,
interrupting me, man.
I have a show.
What's wrong with this
Sometimes I
guy,
have
bro?
to
Like, this
interrupt
guy
you.
got some issues for real.
I have to interrupt you sometimes because I'm the host. Okay? Let me ask you this question. You're from Sierra
Oh
Leone,
man.
right? Wait, you're from Sierra Leone, right?
Yeah.
And you're Christian or you don't believe in religion, right?
I was born a Christian, man.
Okay, but there are plenty of Sierra Leonean women, right?
Yeah. My wife is from Sierra Leone, man.
So why do you have an issue with quote unquote Somalis not marrying? Like, you're not Muslim, you're not Somali. Why
Okay.
would you say black, but that doesn't mean anything. It means I just
Because
gave
I've
you an
seen it after
no, but
Dallas.
I
I've
gave
seen
you
it,
an
yeah.
example. Wait, I just gave you an example of my tribe, which is a black West African tribe. I just
Yeah.
told you they will reject you because you are not one of them. They're not gonna
You're Arab,
accept you.
maybe.
You
Maybe
see what I'm
Sonika
saying?
Arab then.
Yes, they're not gonna
Yeah.
accept it, But
Sadly,
then, what you're saying about the Somalis, then what would be your excuse for the
Epidemics, can I
Soninke?
respond to can I respond to that? Yeah. Listen here, right? I don't just live in England here. I'm a traveler. I've been to everywhere in Europe. Yeah. I've been to Sweden. I've been to Norway. I've been to Holland. I've been to Germany. Yeah. The last place I was in here was Norway. Yeah. Norway. There's a place called, the capital is Oslo. Yeah. And there's a place called Grünerløkka. It's a massive Somali community. Yeah. Right. Bare Somalians there. Right. And yeah, when you go to this place here, right, as a West African, there's lots of Nigerians, lots of immigrants everywhere. Yeah? They don't treat you like the same.
Like
You
like
can
when you
feel the
said the same, can you elaborate? Like what do you mean
man.
the
Come
same?
on, bro, man. You're not
But
stupid.
you're not Somali, you're not Muslim, right? How do you want them
But
to
the
treat
white
you?
people treat
Do
us
they
the same, though,
respect
and the
you?
other people treat us the same.
Huh?
But there's a difference, man. Come on, man. Don't be stupid, bro, man. There's a difference. You look
okay.
at us like we're nothing.
But
you look
Dunstan,
at us like nothing. I've seen it, man.
but
Are you
Dunstan,
joking,
why are you ignoring reality? You are not from
I'm not
Somalia,
ignoring
right?
reality. I'm talking facts, man.
Hold on. Let me finish. I just gave you an example of West African tribe who are known to share the same religion as Somalis, same type of clan. They operate in clan system. And I'm telling you, here in America, I just gave you example to see how the Somalis work in harmony with this group as one of them. They get along, they eat together, they do everything together. No
Which group
problem.
is that?
I just told you, my tribe, the Soninke people, they share the same mall with the Somalis. They pray together, they eat together. Some of them even marry each other. I know this for a fact.
Yes, bro. Look, me and you know
What's in
this,
Europe,
but
mate?
this
Not
guy,
in
look,
Europe.
I know this to be a fact. I know this to be a fact.
Experience that he had. Look, man, you can't just generalize all Somalis based on the little experience you had. Here, we have no problems with West Africans.
So
Like
somehow,
Gambians,
everybody's
we
able to
share
talk, yeah?
religion.
All right, mate, right? Listen,
Why would
yeah,
I have
I
him
live
in
in
here?
England, yeah. I live in Bristol, yeah. It's the west of England. It's a city in Bristol. Right, there's a place here called
This is
Islay,
just
yeah,
ridiculous
right?
what you are doing. I don't know what
I've
kind of
never
bullshit you
seen a
have.
Somali marry a Jamaican,
Just
yeah.
wield
I
your
haven't
power,
seen
and
it
if let
yet.
the power get to your head.
Just
I haven't
because
seen
you
it.
haven't seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Bro, you sound ignorant, bro. When you
Dunstan.
generalizing people, you know you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about based on your experience.
I
Bro,
do,
like
man.
there's millions of Somalis around the world. Have you met all
So,
of them for you to make that claim, bro?
Justin
You
God,
shut
you're
the
calling me
fuck up, bro.
long-winded. You're talking about 5 minutes of discussion now. Seriously?
So Nigel, take over, mate.
Okay, hold on. Fine.
Ridiculous.
Dunstan, you made your point. Now we're gonna move on to Josie Go and then Two Niger. Josie Go. So far, what you've heard, Two Niger and Dunstan are complaining. Again, in the beginning, I said with the West African, when they say Pan-Africanist, somehow they look for the fair skin, the countries that have the fair skinned women. They think when they say Pan-Africanism, that means now we gotta get access to their women. Look, let me tell you right now, Somali women, right?
Now you're speaking your
Hold
mind.
on,
That's
let
why
me
you
give
made
you.
sure I was
Hold on,
quiet.
Tunaja, with my background
Don't
and
worry, I will respect
let me
better
finish.
next
Being
time.
a West African, I'm
No,
just
he's
my
asking me the
background,
question tonight.
my background and understanding. Somali women, they would accept me with no problem. I know this to be a fact. They would accept me, and I'm from West Africa. I have no qualms about this. But now you are putting emphasis saying Somali women, they don't want to, marry West Africans. Obviously, I'm proving it to debunk it. Maybe
Me?
because
I didn't say
He's
that.
because
asking you the
maybe I'm
question
just too
tonight.
handsome. I don't
Come on,
know,
let the man talk.
but I'm just saying.
Oh, mind your business. Stop
I'm
being
just saying. So, Tunaja, when you guys hear Pan-Africanism, I did not hear you point to say, oh, Ghanaian women don't want to marry Nigerians. But when it comes to Somalis and North Africans, you guys want their women.
Wow.
And you, for example, you are not
You are
Muslim.
crazy.
Oh,
if you
wait,
think that's
wait,
what I'm
wait,
saying.
wait, wait a minute. You're not Muslim, right? You're not Muslim. You're not part of that
Wow.
culture.
These guys
Why
are
do you?
No,
Why do you
look,
want their
I'm
women?
Somali, bro. I'm Somali, and
You
sometimes I
just
can't even
putting
get a
words in my
Somali
mouth.
girl.
Something I didn't even
So
say.
what
You're
you
just
talking
accusing me
about?
of it.
Huh?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you. I'm asking you.
No, you're not asking me. You are implying something I never even suggested.
Okay, well then correct it. I'm just asking you.
Yeah,
We're
because
having
I've
a
been trying to correct
discussion.
you for the last 15 minutes that you have been ranting with everybody else.
Okay,
So
you
stop
have the
pretending as if you're not
floor,
playing
and
games.
then
Play your games if you want to play your games. If you don't want to shed light on anything,
Okay,
fine.
wait, Josie go. Drop it. Go ahead. Because Josie go, Tuna has been obsessed with Somali women and the Arab women. I want you to talk on this. Go
I
ahead.
am obsessed, all right.
Okay. Look, I have noticed that whenever Somalis are mentioned, whenever Somalis come on the panel, that certain Pan Africans or people with Pan African leanings do seem to have an issue with Somalis for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but it is there, and including North Africans. And what I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the whole woman thing seems to come out. This is not the first time it's come up.
The
Even
obsession
in
with the
other
Somali
panels and other
women. This is the
channels, it's
first.
come up.
This is not the first time. I've heard this. Tunaja especially.
Yeah,
He's talked
it
about
happens all the time. It
Somali
happens all
married
the
women,
time.
and so yeah. So keep going, Josie.
Okay. Yeah, and this keeps coming up over and over again. Somali woman this, Somali woman that. Oh no, they don't want to date us. It keeps coming up on many different panels. Yeah, that's a separate issue. Now, back to the topic. Yeah, the whole Gaddafi thing. For me, there's a part of me that thinks that many African leaders, for whatever reason, didn't respect him, didn't like him for maybe, I don't know what the experiences were. Because for me, here in my country, I don't hear anybody talking about Gaddafi or anything that he did, let's say, for South Africans. It's not something I heard about. I never heard anything about them giving them money. The only thing I've seen is Mandela thanking them for their support. But what kind of support, I've never heard about it. That's the reality of it. Maybe they just didn't respect the guy. Was it some sort of lived experience? I don't know what happened with them and other Africans, especially Gaddafi, right now as we're talking about. But it's not something I've heard about when it comes to in regards to Gaddafi. So yeah.
That's very, very, very interesting. So I'm gonna make this disclaimer: West African women, those of you that are watching, sorry for you to sit here and watch your West African men obsessing and over other women. Obviously, they're not choosing you. You see, the first thing that went to their mind when they say Pan-Africanism, they are like Somalis. If you're truly a Pan-Africanist, how about you let us have your women? Have you noticed the Somali men are not saying, oh, let us have the West African women? But every single time we talk Somali, they talk about the Somali women. So let's allow two Niger Pan-Africanists to answer this question. Why he, not being a Muslim, doesn't 200 million? There's plenty of Nigerian women. Why does he want a light-skinned Somali woman? To Niger. Now the floor is yours.
Wow, nice agenda, and in this leading question as usual. Yeah, your intention to malign Pan-Africanists with anything anybody says, man, is so low. It's so low. I don't know how low you want to descend, but man, but that's for you to do.
Even Josie Go,
can I
even
talk
Josie
now?
Go,
You've been talking for
Josie Go
almost 20
even
minutes.
observed you.
Okay, go
Even
ahead.
Josie Go observed it. So just
Okay,
keep going.
you mean like for like or observe? You
No,
just
but
asked me about.
Josie Go, when you talk about South Africa,
Oh.
how come you don't talk about the South African one in the South African Zulu women? But
Talk to
even
yourself.
Josie
You know
Go
what?
observed it. Keep going.
Put a mirror on in your studio and talk to yourself if that's what you want to do. Okay, you
Keep
fancy
going.
that a lot. All right.
Okay.
So, point is, so
Teenager want him a Somali.
see, let me just. You just asked me earlier on what I have any problem with North Africans. I told you zero. I don't have any issues with North Africans at all.
Because you want their
Because you
women.
asked me whether they were not Africans. I said I don't. I said they were Africans. See, come on. When he keeps talking about me wanting their women, if I want their women, I'm in the UK. Come on. If you want light-skinned women, they are as light as they come.
But you want the
if you want straight
Somalis.
hair, no, stop it. If you want straight hair, they
But
have
why are
straighter
you
ones.
crying about the
Can you
Somalis then?
stop? Then if you let me talk, then maybe you get the answer. So the issue has nothing to do with somebody wanting Somali women, and it's scary because it turns out I just remember that I might have a Somali young guy. They're calling me uncle. Weird enough, but it's one of those things. I forgot about that. Point is, I forgot about that. Point is,
I swear. Wait, Tunaja, wait. I cannot just let this one go with that. Josie, go.
Yeah.
Josie, go. What do you have to say to this, Josie?
See, you are not letting me talk.
Wait, no, Tunaja, I just want your best friend to give a quick synopsis of what he is hearing. Josie, go. What do you think about what you're hearing?
Personally, all I'm hearing is Somali woman this, Somali woman that, over and over again. It keeps coming up.
Because you are not letting me say the reason why. You are not letting me tell you why it keeps coming up.
No,
oh my
okay,
God.
Tunaja. There does seem to be some sort of
you ask the question and answer it yourself.
Some sort of attachment to Somali woman.
Perfect solution. Answer and answer.
Infatuated with Somali woman for whatever reason.
Ask the question and answer it
no,
yourself.
But Tunaja. But honestly, Tunaja, look, my brother, look.
Was that
it
no
does
exercise
seem to be
about
some
South
sort of
Africans
attachment that some of you
let
have,
me tell you what I'm exercising
Somalian
about.
woman.
Let me make it clear. If you want to know what I'm exercising about, I'm exercising about turncoats.
Tunaja, you know what?
South African people do that. Some South African people do that too, where they this is xenophobia and all those things that happen. So when we, I also am exercised about Ghanaians.
I'm just embarrassed.
Fellow Africans.
Tunaja, you know why I'm embarrassed? With all these West African,
you didn't even wait to hear the answer.
All these West African women watching right now.
I know, bro. That's
all these West African women watching, hearing you.
Wow.
Totally bypassing them and fighting to go for Somali women. That's what's embarrassing me right now.
You are not listening at all.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening, and the West African women are going to hear what your plan is. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, so point is, the reason why that young man was exercised by this thing, the way the Somalis behave, is because mostly what they hear is the old generation that used to separate themselves from Africans. Secondly, the Islamic stuff prevents them from talking and becoming like close to Somali people. And there is maybe that element there, because then imagine if a guy wants to talk to a Somali girl, like a normal girl that is in their secondary school, and the elder brother say, "Oh no," you can see how that kind of stuff can build up. But my point is, like the story I know of that is actually close to me somehow, is that it's not like Somali people don't get on with the other groups. I remember somebody that is close to me, not friends, but got a Somali girl pregnant, and she was ostracized. She had a child for him, and because of that, her family distanced themselves from her. Now,
that doesn't happen in West Africa.
See, let me finish talk. See, I'm trying to explain to you what is happening here. The young generation of Somalis that I know, when I even came to London, I did all kinds of stuff. I encountered them a lot, and when I say a lot. These so-called animosity, especially the men, we don't even have any animosity against the men at all. Not at all. It's the old generation that has created the old generation and religion that has divided them. Because some of them actually were saying that being black was because they were, the sun was burning their skin. So they try to attach themselves to not being black and not being African somehow. So that is one of the stuff that annoys them. But for this young man, I believe that what he has experienced is that he tries to talk to a Somali girl that are in the same secondary school with him. He discovered that, oh, you can't. just like Indian girls are. Indian girls in the UK here are known to be very difficult because their parents are very, very close to them. Those Hindu ones, they don't want to marry anybody that is not Hindu or Muslim. So it's very, very difficult to get close to those people.
But
It doesn't mean
are you looking to, why would you care if you have no interest in looking for Somali woman?
Okay.
Why do you always bring this
That's
up?
a critical question.
Okay,
I didn't bring it up. What do you mean I bring it? What do you mean that I was
But it always comes up.
calling out?
It
What
always
do you mean
comes
that
up.
I was calling out?
It always comes up.
Not
The
by
Somali
me.
woman question.
Oh,
always
no,
comes
by
up.
you, actually.
No, but you're always around when it
By
comes
me?
up.
Yes.
You one of the people.
How?
Yes,
You're one of the
Jesus
people.
Christ. Because you were discussing Somali then.
And then you bring their women up.
No, I don't. Oh my God. I don't bring me. I bring Somali women up. Are you crazy? Okay, I wouldn't call you crazy, but why would I?
Because you want one.
No, I really encountered them.
All the time.
See, I really encountered them, and recently I encountered one actually, which is weird, but I don't encounter them. So why would I be bringing them up? The only reason why
You tell us why do you bring them up since you don't
my
encounter
God.
them?
I don't know whether I have memory enough, because when we are on a panel, when only me makes some statement that I don't like, that is when I go on high. I don't bring the topic up. Why would I bring Somali up?
Because you want Somali women. I mean,
why would I want them like that?
Okay, Tunaya, if I were the only one that observed this, right?
See, I don't criticize.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Tunaya. If I were the only one that observed this, then we could say, oh no, Afridamus is making it up.
Video, you find out.
Josie Gold is right here.
Somali women, it's crazy.
Josie Gold is right here. He observed it too. This is why. Tunaya
will support anything that says against me. What are you talking about?
Tunaya, we're talking about Gaddafi, right? To be the undisputed king. Next thing you know, left field to Niger.
I didn't bring
and Dunstan. You guys wanted to talk about the Somali women. You have Gem. Hold on. You have wait. You have Gem, Jewel, Audrey, and other West African women, West African descent. They gotta watch you and watch you constantly cry about, wanting to be with Somali women. But that's not here or there. Let's allow.
You wish that was the case, wouldn't you?
Give Niger break, bro. It's
ridiculous. He just comes here to attack me, and because he feels that I don't like. This guy likes to divide our people, and he feels I'm one of those people that will stop.
Oh, really? I'm the one dividing people.
Yes, you do.
How?
No, he's not. Look,
because you are trying to insinuate something I didn't insinuate.
But Josie Go heard you. Josie Go heard you too.
No, Josie Go, what did he hear? Tell me what he heard.
He told you. He said every time, just like me, when we are talking, we're talking about Gaddafi. Tunaja is talking about. He can. You see, Tunaja, look at look in the comment section.
Don't insinuate.
Look at the comment section. What some of the West African women, some of the West African women are crying right now because of what you said. Look at the comment section. Let's allow proud Koshetik, and then we'll have questions. Proud Koshetik, welcome to the show. Again.
Thank you, Afridamus. Thank you for having me.
If every time I come here it becomes a hit job that you try to stitch me up somehow, and I'm going to be exposing you constantly, and if you carry on that, it's just going to, you know what's going to happen? It's going to discredit you, because what you are doing is childish.
Afridamus.
Come here and you try to put something that somebody didn't say on them. That is.
Do you want me to replay what you said?
Please, replay it. They
really?
Have recording of this.
So wait a minute. I have
hear what I said.
Okay, wait.
No, bro.
Hawia.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. This is your floor, Hawia. Why don't you tell us? Because Tunai is making it sound like I'm talking crazy. I was talking about Gaddafi. Tunai.
Yeah.
So
who brought up the Somali women? Go ahead.
Dunstan brought them up. I didn't.
And then who jumped on it?
I didn't jump on it. I tried to, because I'm in London. I tried to explain to him that he's mistaken about his views. That the young men that I encountered in London, I don't have any issue with Somalis, not one.
Tunaya,
So
look at what someone
what is
wrote.
going on?
Wait, Tunaya, think before
Oh,
you
I
type.
don't care what they are saying. I don't care what they are saying. I know what I am. Why would anybody tell me what I am? That's crazy. I'm an expert in me.
So Tunaya, when you go, will you go to northern Nigeria to say, I want to marry this Hausa woman, and they're like, no, you're not Muslim, and you're gonna say the same thing you're saying to the Somalis?
What?
I just ask you a question.
You're making this Somali thing a really big this thing. I just try to explain. This is crazy.
Oh, let's not talk.
I just ask you a question.
Can we just stop
What
talking
was the
about the
question you
Somalis?
asked? Ask the question again.
I just asked you if you, for example, because I allowed you to talk, right? So you're making it sound like, okay, despite everything we've said about the Somalis and the Islam thing being a thing, you making it sound like this is unique to Somalis. Where you're from in Nigeria, there are Muslim groups like Hausa Fulani. You're gonna go there and you're not Muslim, they're not gonna marry you.
Okay.
They look like you.
That's a very, very
So
good
so
question.
would you
Let
say
me
you're not gonna
tackle it.
say the same thing about Somali? You're not gonna
No,
say
no,
that
no.
about them like you're saying about the Somalis.
Okay, have you heard me say that on that continent, for any true Pan-Africanist, one of the greatest challenges you're going to face is the division between these religions. That one religion insists that before you can mix with them, you have to convert, while the other one says it's okay. And that was one, and that's one of my biggest witness with issues. Only me, because when she came on, she said, "I'm Muslim first."
But why do you have
Africa,
problem with her being
see,
Muslim
hold
first?
on. No. Why I said that? Because I'm not even sure a Saudi Arabian person would say that. She said, "I'm Muslim first before African." I said, "But you're African first before Muslim. You existed before
But how do
Islam
you
came.
know?
No, she existed before Islam came to exist. Is that not a fact?"
That's a true statement.
That is a fact. And if you are going to bring that continent together, you can't
Yeah.
have a religion that insists as a threat that if you want to get married to
I
any
agree with you.
of our people,
Tunagi,
you have
I
to
agree
convert
with you,
a
bro.
religion. That is my issues. And
Okay,
I have to
fine.
raise. I'm not saying I hate them for it. I'm
You know
saying
what?
just like Christianity was able to have a compromise, they have to compromise on that one, because their continent is not going to be able to work together if both sides are divided like that. And if they
Okay,
refuse to
fine,
work together,
fine. I
let
agree.
me explain the dangers of that. Let me explain the dangers of that.
Tunaya,
If they
here's
refuse to
how
do
I'm going
that,
to solve this.
can you let me finish my point?
Wait,
Crying out loud.
Tunaya, here's how I'm going to solve this. Howie,
Oh,
I want you to
Yes.
walk with me.
now he doesn't want people to hear the truth.
Walk with
He
me.
doesn't want people to hear the
Let's
truth.
find Tunaya,
Now
a
he's
Somali
running behind his hole. He's
woman.
running back into his hole.
Let's find Tunaya, a Somali woman, and so that this
hiding.
problem
He
will be
doesn't want people
solved.
to hear the truth.
Tunaja,
You are not
don't
letting me
tip. Don't
finish.
tip, Tunaja. I got you.
He's trying to
Tunaja,
run
don't
away
tip.
now. The dangers, if that continent doesn't work together, the danger of what you're going to see, you're going to lose that religion and you're going to lose the tribe. Because if you look at what happened in China, they destroyed their religion and they destroyed tribes.
West African women. I
happened
hope you guys are
destroyed
hearing
it.
what West African women. I hope
insist
you guys are hearing your favorite.
What has
Tunaya?
woman got to do with this? I'm talking about religion and the systems of government, and you're talking about women. What is wrong with you? Are you talking about me talking about the women?
Tunaya, this is why.
This guy doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about.
This is why I understand. Wait, I understand why Kwesi.
Oh man, this
is why I understand why Kwesi say Ghana for Ghanaians, because Kwesi have noticed. Kwesi noticed. Look,
this is so low. This is so
the West African women that are watching
this discussion. You're debating
look,
it completely.
West African women that are watching me. This is you're hearing your favorite Pan-Africanist. You know exactly where his heart lies. He wants to be Kwame Nkrumah. You know, if you know what I mean.
I don't care about
Kwesi,
being any Kwame Nkrumah.
Kwesi, we have Kwesi. Let's allow Kwesi to talk too. Was it even Proud Koshetik that was talking before he was interrupted?
I didn't go yet.
Okay, Proud Koshetik, then we have Kwesi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me again. I really love your show.
Thank you.
I came back again. I just wanted to say something very quickly. I mentioned this before.
Yes, you did. I remember.
Yes. It's the West African incel who gets rejected by Somali women that pushes forward this Somali superiority complex. So
Absolutely.
Yes, I've been noticing. I've been noticing that too.
Hey, Proud Kashid, you're 100% on point. It's always some ugly West African guys who got rejected by Somali women, and they push this whole fucking propaganda that West Africans and Somalis hate each other. Somalis look down on each other. No, bro, it's you ugly. You can't get any girl, let alone Somali girl.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And it's
No,
not
no,
enough
no.
to get along.
Tunaja looks good. I'm looking at his emoji.
No, I'm not
right
talking about
now.
Tunaja. Tunaja is a nice guy. I love Tunaja.
I'm looking at his. I'm looking at his picture.
No,
He looks good.
Tunaja, that's my brother, bro. I love Tunaja, bro. I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about like the other idiot you had it on the panel earlier that was insulting all Somalis because he got rejected by Somali woman. You know what I mean?
I think there's a cross between the two of them. That happened, but there is also that aspect that some of them pick up on the idea, especially the older generation, that the Somalis were dividing themselves from fellow Africans, that they were saying that they are not like black Africans and stuff like that.
They're not.
So you know there are videos online of them saying these type of things.
They're not
So,
like you.
I'm about to hit the button. Can I say my last word?
Yeah,
go for it.
And it's not the women. I don't know why
I'm just surprised that as many Igbo
It's very,
women,
very
as many Igbo women, Hausa women, you know, Yoruba women, to hear somebody not talk about these women, and it's
And
just,
Sierra
it's just
Leone,
you know,
Sierra
I'm
Leone.
for me right now, you know, I don't even know if I can sleep without crying. Go ahead, only me.
Yeah, I
I'll
just came
come
back
and console
on.
you.
I just came back on to
Ridiculous. Wow.
yeah. Listen, I just came back on because I want to clarify one thing here. He said he was taking my word before one time I said I'm a Muslim first, and I'm going to explain to him what that means. Muslim is somebody who worships the creator of the universe, okay? So when I say I'm a Muslim first, that means I will take my creator before anything that breathes in this world. No, he created me in Africa. Do you understand? I was not here in Africa before. He is the one who chose for me to be born in Africa. And so if I could have been born in China, I would still be a Muslim. I'm a Muslim first because I will choose my God before anyone who breathes on this earth. If you find that they're threatening to you, well, it's your problem, but this is what I believe. And this is what every Muslim should believe. They should believe that their God comes first. If Allah doesn't come first, then your iman and your religion is in doubt. Do you understand? This is what a believing in God means. It doesn't mean that I'm thinking, oh my God, I was in Africa. I was not in Africa. I was just born like a couple of decades ago. And I did not choose to be born in
So you're
Africa.
20?
Let me respond to that very
Listen,
quickly after she
I was
finishes.
not chosen to be born in Africa. Do you understand? God chose for me, and I believe in Him. That is exactly what I mean. So whatever you want to take on that, take on that. This is my belief, and that what it is, and this is what every Muslim should believe, that they should take God first before anybody else. That is what religion and believing in God means in its essence.
Okay, see, I agree with you that in on that aspect of religion. However, religion, you see, this is the thing. They will say it's religion, but in reality, it means something else. It's like
What
the
does
Roman
it mean?
Catholic.
Give us the meaning.
Can I finish? It's
What
like a
does it
Roman
mean?
Catholic. It's like a Roman Catholic. A Roman Catholic will say, "I'm a Christian first," but in reality, the Pope controls them. You see the meaning?
What are you talking about?
We
Saudi
don't have
Arabia
a
is
pope.
whom
We
they are
don't have
loyal
a
to.
pope. In
Saudi
Islam, we don't
Arabia,
have a
you are
pope.
Sunni, aren't you? When Saudi Arabia says something, you have to obey
No,
what they
Tunaya,
I
say.
but
don't
are you
have to.
Muslim?
I don't
Tunaya,
have to.
Muslim. Tunaya, are you
I don't
Muslim?
have to do
I've never
whatever
had
Saudi Arabia
any
says.
Muslim groups
Whatever the Quran
disagree with
says,
what
I have to do,
Saudi
not
Arabia
Saudi
instructs.
Arabia.
That's where you go for
No,
your Hajj.
Tunaya,
no.
That's where you go to.
I go
Come
my
on,
Hajj to,
let's not
I go
pretend.
my Hajj for
Tunaya.
pilgrim. But Saudi Arabia
Muslims
doesn't tell
don't
me what to
listen.
do.
Yeah, they
I
don't
listen to the
listen to
Quran
Saudi.
and the Sunnah. I don't listen to
Yeah, they
Saudi
don't.
king.
Yeah, no,
No,
they
we
don't.
don't.
I'm just telling
No,
you
we
the
don't.
truth. They don't.
We are
Actually, they
over
do.
1 billion people in this earth that is Muslims.
See,
We don't all follow Saudi.
Saudi
No,
funds
we don't.
must see. Come on, let's not pretend.
Just
No, but
because
Saudi
Tunaya,
in Nigeria, I see their fingerprints everywhere. They fund the building of mosque all over this thing, all over their
yeah,
this thing.
they're building
Anywhere
mosques.
they
That
have
doesn't mean we
Muslim,
follow
they
them.
support. And these people go to Mecca as a requirement that you have to try to do
Exactly.
it once in your life.
so
So
Yes.
Tunaya,
So what's
this
your
is
problem
more
with that?
strict. I don't have any problem with that. But when you say you are Muslim first, what you are doing is you may not even realize it. you are actually swearing allegiance to another
man.
another continent than your own people.
No, Tunaja, religion
No.
has nothing to do
No.
with continent.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
be
that,
Can I
that is
come
why
in,
Africa
please, and
lost.
talk about this?
okay.
It is
Hold
a
on.
belief
Let's
system.
allow
Afrodamus, man.
Dunstan, go ahead.
Yes,
Let's not
please. Can I
pretend.
give my response to this
Guys,
My
religion
color
thing,
will not
right?
take me to heaven or to hell. My color of
Can I
skin does
speak
not
here,
take me to
right?
heaven or hell.
Okay.
Where I was born doesn't do it. Who takes me to hell and heaven is
We
only
are
God,
already
and
telling
that's
that
who I
religion is
follow.
just singing and praying. That's not what all religion is.
We
Religion
don't
involves
sing.
more
We
than
don't
that.
sing in our
Religion is
religion.
muscular.
Hold on,
Okay.
guys. Hold on.
Can I speak here? Afrodamus here,
Hold
right? You know
on,
all this
Dunstan.
religion. Yes,
Dunstan,
yes,
go
my
ahead.
friend, yeah.
Go ahead, Dunstan.
Afrodamus here. You know all this religion thing, yeah, is just driving people crazy at the moment, yeah, right? No one cares about religion, yeah. Nobody follows the religion anymore.
No, some people do.
Some people do, but
Yeah.
a lot of people are hypocrites, yeah. I used to live in a place called Southall in London, yeah. It's like the west of London near Gatwick Airport, yeah, and it's a massive Muslim community, yeah. I used to live in a flat here, right? I live at the top here. On a Friday, there was a mosque next to my house here, a mosque, right? After the prayer, there'd be people in the shop, man, getting the whiskey, getting the brandy, getting the Jack Daniels.
But don't you think that's between them and God, though?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but
Yeah,
at
that's
the end of the
between
day,
them and
yeah,
God.
people use this religion. I'm a Christian here, right? I don't really Christians are the most probably worse, yeah, because they got pedophilia and all of that going on, yeah. But people use this religion as a shield. Oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm better than you. It's none of that, man. People do a lot of bad things all the time, yeah. You know what I mean? And the religion in this country, I don't know about America, yeah. In England, yeah, they suppressed the Muslims here, the girls here, they suppressed because they do not want that religion. I swear to God, yeah. The girls that went to ISIS, yeah, that went to what's the place called?
Well, you're talking
Can I
about
finish, yeah?
extreme
This is my end, yeah. This is
things.
my school. I know these girls, yeah. Don't tell me
Yeah,
nothing,
you
my
know.
friend, yeah. I know these people, yeah. The girls, I was not base manager. I used to work with these people, yeah. The girls that went to ISIS, yeah, right? You know what? You know what the mentality was, why they went there? It's because, yeah, their parents, yeah, try to force this Islamic thing in their head, yeah. But they live in England, yeah, where girls are going out getting.
Their
wait,
parents put
Dunstan.
them to ISIS. You
Let
tell
me
me.
finish my conversation, man.
Hold on,
No, I'm not
Dunstan.
gonna let you finish because you're
Dunstan.
just proving
Yeah,
Dunstan, let me ask you this: Have
really.
you you're in London, right?
Yeah.
Have you like run into some? I haven't heard you talk about some Igbo girls or some Ashanti girls or like some Manding girl or Wolof girls or some Mende or Temini girls. You're talking about a completely different group of people, right?
Yeah.
They don't share your religion, the same belief system. Why do you? Why even it doesn't matter? You're not Muslim, right? No matter
I'm not
what you
Muslim,
think,
no.
no matter what you think of these people, why do you care what they do between them and
Why
their
does
God?
he
Why do you
care?
care?
I don't understand.
It's because,
that.
yeah, it's
I'm not
because. Can I
obsessed
answer
with Christian
can
what
I
they
answer the
do.
question, yeah? Can I answer? I went to school with lots of
why do you care?
Okay, I'm going to answer the question here, right? I went to school with a lot of Pakistani girls, Bangladeshi, Somalian girls here, right? And they don't want that. It's the parents that forced it on them. They live in England here, right? This is like one of the most liberal countries in the world here, where people go out, girls are out on a Friday night,
Yeah, but why do you
know what?
care?
No,
It's
but I'm
like
just
telling,
saying to
it's
you
like telling,
where they're coming
you're
from.
telling parents to just not have their kids on the same way that they live in. You
But they don't
don't
want
make
that
any sense.
lifestyle, do they?
I don't care what Nigerian parents do with their kids. I don't, or nor do I care what Sierra Leonean do with their kids.
They
Why
don't
do
want
you
that
care
lifestyle.
what Muslim parents do with their kids?
So
It has nothing
why
to
did they
do you
why
with
did they go on
you.
a plane and go to Syria to join ISIS? Why
They
did they do
don't.
that?
How
But
many are
again,
they?
but
They
what
live
I'm
here
saying,
millions. How many do
Dunstan,
go there? Like
I'm
serious. They're
confused.
Yes, I'm
taking it
listening
Dunstan,
to
out
you,
of
man.
proportion.
wait, Dunstan, in
I'm
London,
listening.
right? You're gonna
Yeah,
see like some other Africans, let's say others who are into selling drugs, right?
yeah.
That's what they do. They want to sell drugs. You're not into that. You don't focus. You don't care
Yeah,
to
I'm not
talk
into that
about it.
job, man.
Okay, so again, like these Somalis that you talk about, they are Muslim. They have nothing to do with you at all. Zero. They just living their Somali life in England. They living there just like you saying, they're drinking, smoking.
Yeah.
That's between them and their God that they believe in. So to me, I'm just confused. Why do you care? Even if they go to Syria, kick it with ISIS.
I don't care, yeah, but Afrodamus, the point is, yeah, it's all a big, massive hypocrisy thing going on, yeah.
What's the hypocrisy here?
The hypocrisy is, yeah, these people that pretend to be like all Muslim and Islamic and all that, they're not doing all of that thing that's
but you're not Muslim.
Let me finish, man.
Why do you care what they do? Why do you
Let
care
me
what
finish,
they do?
man.
How
Let me
does
finish.
that affect your
You
personal
never let me
life?
finish. You're interrupting me, man. Let me finish what I'm about to say.
What is wrong with this dude, bro?
I live around these people every day. I live in Bristol City, yeah. Easton. Come there now, yeah. Go to Easton Center, yeah. It's bare Somalis there. Drinking, having sex, smoking, having weed, all of that, yeah. But it's the parents, yeah. When they come to this country, whatever, yeah, right? They're trying to put this thing in the head. Oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. But a lot of these people don't want to do that stuff, yeah.
But doesn't all parents do that? Do you have children?
Do you notice a pattern here? In one breath, this guy is saying they are not practicing Muslims. They are very drinking and alcohol and all this. In the second breath, he's saying in the second breath, he's saying they're going to ISIS and they're fundamentalists. Which one is it now? Are they not practicing, or are they too practicing to go ISIS? Because somebody who smokes, drinks, alcohol, and all this.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. Hold on. Hold on. So, Dunstan.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, but are you, like you're saying, these people, they say they're Muslim, they come from Muslim background, they're doing all
Not all of them though, but most of them.
Okay, but are you upset that these women you're talking about, they say they are Muslims, you say they're having sex with people, are you upset they are willing to break the law with other people, the law of their religion, and not, like, are you upset that they are not having sex with you? Is that what you're mad about?
I'm not mad about that, yeah. You know what I'm mad about? I'm mad about the hypocrisy, yeah.
What's the hypocrisy here?
The hypocrisy is, yeah, people like wave a flag, or I'm Muslim, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, but deep down, they're doing what they're not meant to be doing.
But how many Christians do you know that do that?
They do that as well. That's why I don't really follow religion.
But why do you have issues with the Muslims then?
Because they want to be prim and proper all the time. They think they're the best, innit?
But what's wrong with I think I'm the best.
Everyone thinks they're the best. Who cares?
Like, yeah, but they set the standard.
Look, if they think they're the best, what's that got to do?
Like, what's wrong with that? I think I'm the best. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, but you could think you're the best, yeah, but if you're not doing the right thing by the Lord, by the book, then you.
But what do you know? But what do you know? What how the Lord is judging these people?
Well, they're not exactly very good, yeah. You know what?
Well, you don't know what God. You don't know what God, Allah. You don't know what Allah thinks of these people. You don't know this.
Yeah, but
that's between them. But that's between them and God.
In the end of the day, we should just care about what we are doing. Your own business. You should just care about your own business. Let the people live their own life.
Afrodamus, where do you live in America? Where do you live in America? We're about east, west, north, south.
We live in the West Coast.
You live in the West, yeah? Because I've been to America before, yeah? When I was a kid, I only went to New York City with my family. I didn't go around. I want to come back here. But I know there's a lot of Americans in like Minnesota, Somalians in Minnesota and all those sort of places, yeah, right? But what is the situation there? Yeah, is it like happy-go-lucky, everybody's welcome there, West Africans? I want you to tell me, man. I don't know, bro.
Yeah. I've never felt unwelcome anywhere. I just leave my
life. They marry, yeah, they like integrate and all that.
Why?
You might be worried
I don't
about
know.
that.
I've never.
West Africans. Like, why are you
For
so
me,
upset
I've never
about
walked
marriage
around
between
and
Somali and
think
West Africans? You mentioned like so many times. Why are you so obsessed with West Africans marrying Somalis?
Because
Like, I
where
don't
I live
understand.
here,
I don't get it.
because where I live here in England, yeah, right? I used to live in London, yeah. I've never seen it, bro. And now I live in Bristol. Bristol got a massive Somali community. I've never seen a black West African married to a Somalian woman and have babies, yeah. I've
But
never
we
seen a
just told you
Jamaican.
there is plenty of I've seen it with my own eyes. They do
Man, not around
exist.
there, man. I've never seen it, mate. I've never seen
Well,
it. I'm not
but
lying to you.
they do exist, and for me, like honestly, like I don't go around to see who's married to who. Hey, you gotta be the one living with that woman, not me. I could
I
care
went to
less.
Norway as well. I went to
Like
Norway.
like
Norway.
that's not
Everyone.
my problem. Like
Yo,
if you want,
just
like if you
clarify,
want
bro.
to
I
marry
just
a
want to
midget,
clarify. Look, I just want to
hold on,
clarify. Most
wait,
West
wait, wait.
Africans are not like this dude.
How we are?
This
Well,
dude is a
wait,
low
wait.
IQ. He's retarded. He's obsessed with marrying
I'm not
Somalis.
retarded,
Most
man.
West
You're an
Africans
idiot.
don't care
Hold
about
on, how
Somalis.
we are?
Most
Hold
West
on.
Africans don't even know Somalis. They don't give a fuck about Somalis.
Right.
This guy is just obsessed. He's
Can I
fucking
say something?
ugly. He got turned down by Somali women, and he's going to fucking panels, talk about the Somali women, bro. You idiot.
But you're getting stressed out because of the truth, innit?
Okay,
There's
cool.
a serious echo somewhere. I think where at the crux of this is that when the world is controlled by blood, and you hear our fellow Africans detach themselves from their blood and attach it to another religion, that is where the danger truly lies. Because let's say Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia wants to invade
Religion.
another Christian nation in Africa. You will see fellow Africans side with Sunni Saudi Arabia against a Christian nation
But
because they cannot
Tunaya,
fight against Saudi Arabia. That is a
why would a Christian, a Muslim Somali, care about what you are saying? They don't. There's no interest in
You
them.
know why?
You know.
You know why?
Wait. Let me
Just ask the
finish.
question.
Tunaya. For instance, like,
Afrodamus, can we
wait,
just go back
Tunaya.
to
Let
the
me give you
original
an
subject?
example,
This
right?
is getting
Somalia
boring.
is suffering while Saudi Arabia is enjoying.
We
Because
don't care
Africans
about
are
Somalia, man.
suffering
Fuck
while Middle
Somalia.
Easterns are having
Bro,
a lot of
look,
money.
let's go back to the other subject, bro.
I
This
just
is
said
getting
Africans
boring.
are
Okay,
suffering
hold on,
while
hold
other
on,
people are
hold on.
enjoying.
Okay, great, fine.
Shit, man.
Now let's
Religion
have.
bring the
Hold on,
prosperity
we
to our
have
village.
Tunaya. We have two people in the house. Let's let them talk. They haven't talked for a while. We have three people here who haven't talked. We have Kwesi, Milky, and we have Josie Gold, I believe. So let's allow Kwesi to
I
talk.
wanted to answer this.
Since Tunaya
Yeah, I
have
wanted to.
disappointed all the
Yeah. I wanted
West African women here. Look at them
Oh,
putting
come on.
the crying emoji. I mean, I'm looking at it.
Can you stop it? I'm seeing it too.
Ladies, I can tell you, I'm not the one that put this together. This is strictly from this man. It's
See,
from their mind, okay?
I'm
Okay,
just
It's
trying to
only
bring
Kwesi,
one
out
man, bro.
hold
the
on.
It's only
Yeah.
potential
the idiot
danger.
from London.
Kwesi, so far what you've heard, what do
Yeah.
you make of this? Seeing especially a
Yeah.
Nigerian Pan-Africanist promoting to want to go be with Somali women because they have 3C hair. He doesn't want Jerere babies. So, Kwesi, what do you say to this?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the Sierra Leone brother on it. Like one thing I noticed or realized is that in the UK in the 90s and 2000s, there was conflict between West Africans and Somalis in parts of London, in Southeast London, innit? And it was mainly amongst the young men, but there was conflict between the two groups, between West Africans and Somalis, but mainly Nigerians. And there was also the divide between the two
Well,
communities
the
because
Nigerians are known to go after other people's women, but continue. They like to obsess over other people's women, but keep going.
Somalis,
Yeah.
Are you there?
It froze, innit?
Oh man, Kwesi got that.
Ghanaian internet.
Yeah. Man, Nana, Ado Nana should do something about this internet.
Yeah. Africa internet.
The Africa internet. Anyways, we have Milky Mill. You know, he's got the Canadian one. Milky Mill. Please don't tell me you have the
kind of
you have the
country
boost.
in it, so
I hope you don't have the boost mobile.
no, I got good internet, man. I got fiber.
Okay, yeah. So you got the real internet. Okay, keep going. Milky.
Yeah.
Talk about what you've heard. Like, are you? You know, we're talking about Gaddafi being the undisputed king of Africa, but then we brought in our favorite Pan-Africanist expert to Niger, Dunstan. They don't want to talk about Gaddafi. They
I'm a
want to
fan of
know.
Niger, man.
Cool. I'm a great friend of Niger myself, but they want to know why they cannot get themselves some 3C, you know, Somali woman with 3C hair. They are not even afraid. They said it in front of the West African women that are watching. So, what do you think about hearing all this?
Yeah. About the women, I don't think is that Somali women don't want to date West Africans or West Africans don't want to date Somalis. The problem is love is a tricky thing where the conditions, how you met, is right. And second of all, like as a Christian, I know Muslims don't date Christians unless the Christian convert. So therefore, in your mind, you are conditioned to sometimes kind of ignore these kind of women unless the conditions are right. Like, for example, maybe it's a school, you know, you met as friends and then you came close and all of a sudden you both realize like, yeah, you love each other. Right. And yeah, sometimes families might have issues, but at the end of the day, when two people really, really want each other, sometimes it does work out. And I've been in that situation with the Indian women and Afghan women. And it's not like these women didn't like me because they just randomly, they knew that in their culture, like it's tough, right? So anyway, in conclusion,
but hold on, Milky. Mind you, Niger and even Dunstan, they're not talking about getting themselves some Liberian woman, some Igbo woman, some Gambian woman. They're not saying, oh, you know what? Now we're going to be united, Pan-Africanists. They are looking to the 3C section of Africa, the 3 section here, section of Africa.
Uniting Africa will not make
No, hold on. You see, Niger.
I like fucking Pan-African people, yeah, that's gonna build this shit together. Yeah, I don't want to talk about all this shit, yeah, right? I like Malcolm X. I like fucking the Black Panther. They were militant people, yeah.
Well, let me just
hold on. Let Milky finish. Milky, go ahead.
Yeah. So, first of all, uniting Africa doesn't mean that all of a sudden cultures and tribes are going to start dating. It doesn't work like that. But what it will do is probably create a situation where we can actually learn more about ourselves and our continent, because all of a sudden the books in our text will be different, right? As a united Africa. But in terms of just randomly dating, there are cultural things such as religion. So it's not going to work like that. And going back to, but what I noticed, it seems like there's this toxic culture between Africans and Somalis, and specifically in the UK, because everyone who's coming from the UK seems to have this division. As Canadian, like I have never even knew that existed here. Like
I didn't.
Same here, bro. As American,
yeah, I didn't know. As an American,
it's only in the UK, bro.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't even know this exists. To be honest, I know plenty. In fact, like I deal with a lot of different Somalis. You know, I never knew this was a thing. That's why it was interesting to bring the topic to hear people talk. Look at what the Kio said. The Kio is, I think she was born and raised in the US, but originally her parents are from Sierra Leone. Look at what she said. I don't know what you guys are talking about. A lot of Somali women date and marry West Africans. She's absolutely right. So maybe, I don't know if Niger, the part of UK, he's that, and Dunstan, but Dunstan said he's been to other countries. But You know what?
It's
I
like you
think.
don't even hear me when I talk.
Hold
I
on.
never
This is
said
what
there
I'm.
was
Tunaja. This is what I'm willing to do. Here's
Wow,
what
you
I'm
really
willing
don't
to
hear
do.
me at all.
Hold on. Here's what I'm willing to do.
Thank you, Afrodamus. Thank you, mate.
Here's what I'm willing to do. I'm allowing people to talk. Okay? We're just having a discussion, but maybe I can put a video together. Maybe this would be the marking game on Somali women. See what entices them.
God.
I'll have to do investigation on this.
Yeah, but I disagree with the cure.
Why
I
are we
disagree
talking
with the
about
cure
Somali
comment.
women?
Kwesi, wait. Kwesi's internet is back. Kwesi, what do you have to say?
I disagree with the cure. I think the cure the person's comment. I
The
disagree with
cure?
in the UK.
No, the cure lives in America, Kwesi. What she's saying. I totally agree with her. She lives in America. I live in America. What
No,
she's
I'm thinking.
describing, I've seen it.
No, but the Sierra Leone guy is in the UK though.
Right.
In the UK, there's the division among Somalis and other Africans. That is a
Yes,
big divide.
but we know this. There's a lot of divide in the UK
Thank you, Kwesi.
between the
Thank you.
different groups. I noticed that whenever I
noticed
talk to
that
most
too.
UK people on the internet, there's a
Everybody's
lot of
divided.
divide. And I noticed UK people like to say America is racist, but it looks like you guys live in a deeper racist,
Division.
segregated
They got some
society.
issues down there,
Because
bro.
over
What's
here,
going on in the
over here in
UK?
America,
They got
it's not a big deal for us here. I'm just
not at
keeping
all.
it real.
Not at all. Not in the slightest. There is no tension
In
between
the
West
UK,
Africans, East
wait.
Africans,
In
Somalis in
the
America, but
UK,
it's only in the UK.
Yeah, it's not real here.
I don't know.
in
I
the
think
UK, the
different areas
Somali.
of the UK have different
Because there's more
experiences.
Somalians in England.
All the ones that I've experienced, I've not seen any animosity between Somalis and your other groups. Maybe
Oh,
in some
Tunaja
areas you get that.
speaking on
I'm
both
telling
sides
you.
of his tongue. Did you
Yeah,
guys hear what
I
Tunaja
never
just
said.
said?
I never. But you are not hearing me. That's why I worry that your hearing has. I don't know what to
Because
say
there's more
because
Somalians in
I've
England,
said
innit?
exactly the same thing. I just
Okay,
told you
you
that
know
I
what?
have
Fine,
encountered Somalis. I never had any issues with them. But you keep
Tunaja,
hearing something else. I don't know
Tunaja.
what kind of ghost
Wait,
hearing you have.
Tunaja. What about now that we have Josie Gold here, right? Tunaja, are you into South African women?
Oh my God! So
I'm
what
just
kind of women
asking.
now?
Are you into because every time we talk
Oh my
about
God!
Somali, you talk about the women. South
Actually, the South
Africa.
African women are very very good looking. So why am I obsessed with them? See, I don't understand why we are making this about the women. The point I
Well, you
made.
guys made it
See,
about that.
only me came here. Only me came
Well,
here
Nigerian
herself
women are better.
and addressed the
Nigerian
point
women.
that I made, and you still make it about Somali women. Only
But
me
how
came
come?
here
No,
and made it.
you made it. How come
Because
you
that
didn't
is
say?
exactly my issue with only me. It's not. It has nothing to do with whether she was a woman or anything.
Okay.
That point that I made was the serious issue, and it's a very serious point that people need to answer because I just asked the question earlier on. If Saudi Arabia wants to invade a Christian country in Africa, what would the Christian Muslim nations do? Would they
We
side
don't
with
know.
Saudi Arabia?
It didn't happen. So we don't
Yeah.
know yet. It never
Yeah,
We saw
happened.
that
you
in
keep
Sudan.
saying that. Most of the time,
Tunaja,
you will side with Saudi Arabia.
Tunaja. We don't know that it's never happened. But Tunaja,
Actually, it
What do
has
you mean it's
sort of
never happened?
happened.
It has
In
happened.
Sudan, remember
Tunaja.
the Arabs supported the Arabs
You
against
people keep acting.
the
You are seeing
Christian
danger
Sudanese.
before your face, and you act as if you don't see it. It's like America invading
It
this
did
in
happen.
Mali. If America wants to invade Mali, then all the Christian nations join with America to invade Mali. That is the
And
danger we're facing here.
Cameroon
Well,
is divided.
we haven't seen that. But what I'm saying is Tunaja. Ghana is next door to you, and Ghana is into this Pan-Africanist thing. You know, they kicked it off. They are when it comes to Pan-Africanism, when it comes to Pan-Africanism in West Africa or even Africa, Ghana, everybody knows they are, they are the foundation. But Tunaja, why not go for Akan women? Why not go for Akan women or Ashanti women? What's wrong with
It's
them?
like you are obsessed with women. I never said anything about women. You are bringing women into the discussion.
No.
You should have put the title as women, then we'll discuss women.
Hold
This
on.
is not a women discussion.
So,
I never said about women. I was just trying to explain what the guy from London was saying. I was just trying to give my own explanation. I never brought women up.
You did. Even Josie, hold on.
It didn't.
Josie,
I did.
Why would I bring the women up?
Wait,
The
Josie, go.
topic has nothing to do with women. The topic has nothing to do with women.
Okay.
Yeah, it was it.
Can I just make
Yeah.
a point about
Okay,
Gaddafi?
fine. Let's since it's not about women,
I'm right here.
let's allow Josie go. Josie go. Obviously, Josie go. You've had several conversations with Two Niger, right? On different platforms, right? So every time, I mean, South Africa comes up, he doesn't mention the South African women. He's talked about Two Niger. Wait, when Ghana comes up, he doesn't talk about the women. But the moment you talk about Somalia or North African countries,
he's gonna fucking say something, can you?
It goes to the, oh, they don't let us, get the women. Josie, Josie, have you ever, Josie, am I wrong in what I've seen?
What is this?
No, you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth.
Get me in, man. I want to
exactly what
fucking chat to this fucking
guys. Let him talk. Let him talk.
It's true.
Josie, go, man. You've lost all credibility in my eyes today, man. This is ridiculous.
No, but he heard you.
Look, but it's the truth. No, but it's the truth. Whenever Somalians are mentioned,
tell me how I brought Somali. If it's the truth, tell me how I brought Somalia.
It goes to the woman.
You see, if it's the truth, tell me how I
but it
Somalia.
happens
Don't
all
worry.
the time. And look, tonight,
It happens all the
this
time.
guy,
even
you are
when
not
we were on this
ashamed. You
platform
come
the last
publicly
time.
to come and say something
It happens
that you
all the
cannot
time.
even substantiate at all. It's just shameful. Grown men come here to malign other grown men because of their feelings. Because you didn't win argument. You think I came here to win arguments? You think I came here to lie to anybody? Why would I bring up Somali women? If you said I brought them up, tell me how.
Look, I'm not trying to win and look to Niger. To Niger. I'm not trying to win an argument, but I have picked this up. Like,
but
whenever
give me an
Somali
instance
people come up, it always goes to the woman. It's not the first time this has happened.
But tell me now, don't tell me.
It happened
See,
today.
this
It
is
happened
just
on other
conjecture.
platforms as well.
Make it specific.
Okay.
How did I bring it up?
Comment on Gaddafi, man.
No, it's not.
You
I'm
can't
being
just
honest.
you can't just malign people. You can't even produce
happens
any
all the
evidence
time.
of it. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. If I
I
say
wanna
it happens all the
say-
time about you,
The evidence is on the internet. It's online.
Hold on. You know what, Kwesi, let me ask you this real quick.
Well,
You
can I
can
come
come
in,
back.
man?
Hold on, Kwesi, are you shocked to see that how Two Niger, being a Pan-Africanist, is mostly obsessed with the women with 3C hair, the women from the 3C hair section of Africa? This is Two Niger. I mean, like, I'm talking about Gaddafi. Now look at what we are saying. So obviously this is what's on people's mind. So, and this is not the first time we've heard this. So that's why I'm allowing the conversation to take place. I'm not the one to shut down free conversation. So Kwesi, are you shocked? Have you ever heard, in all the conversations we've heard, even Ghana, South Africa, have you ever heard Two Niger say, oh, the Ghanaian women don't marry us, we don't mix with the Niger, but Somalis is always the women? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I have noticed it, but I think we have to be careful because what was happening with just the YouTube thing in real life in the UK, Somalis and other Africans don't really mix in terms of even mixing of community, not relationship, but they don't really mingle with each other. But in these YouTube streets mixing with other Africans. So I think what the Sierra Leone brother's trying to say is that they're being hypocrites in terms of what he's seeing here. I don't know if that's what he's trying, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
But these people that are here interacting, we're all interacting. If they had no interest in Africa or they think a certain way about West African, you think they would be in these platforms wanting to discuss these things? Obviously, they have interest. They see themselves as Africans. They see themselves as one and the same with all of us. So we met here. So they are not going to be the marker, because Olimi is here, Hawiya is here, other Somalis in the clouds that are watching. Obviously shows they are interested.
Yeah, but these are Somalis. These Somalis are not from the UK though, so they're talking from a different perspective.
Yeah, but America is what's important. To be honest,
America is what
is more important.
No, but they caught the Sierra Leone guys speaking from a UK perspective. So this is what's making this live
Yeah,
show.
but UK, but you see, we here in America, we're not counting the UK.
No, but he's Sierra Leone guy is in the UK.
Yeah. No, but that one doesn't count.
Of course it counts. He's talking from his perspective and how he sees things.
Okay, Quincy, you just said that I bring up Somali women.
No, I never said you love Somali women.
No, I bring it up in discussion.
No, I never said you like Somali women.
Can I defend myself?
That's not the question I was asking. Did you say I bring it up as a topic?
No, I never said that.
Let's be clear about that.
Don't really link up like that, for me.
Anyway, I just want to comment about the Gaddafi thing. Sorry.
Yeah, go. Let's stick with Gaddafi. In fact, I see that we've been here 5 hours. Please, people, let's just finish up with the Gaddafi, and we understand. Fine, through Niger and Dunstan, like
man,
3C
you have not done yourself.
Yeah, but you're not gonna give me a chance to respond to my.
No, you will respond, Dunstan. You will respond. That's why you're here. No, you will respond. You're fine. So hold on, somebody's echoing. I don't know who it is. Okay, who was speaking? Was it Josie Gold that was speaking?
It was me.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, about the Gaddafi and Kwame Nkrumah thing. Well, they both seem to have different approaches because they both came into power differently. Like you said, Kwame Nkrumah was elected, right? He wasn't like somebody who was chasing people and beating them up and forcing them to do. He was trying to appeal to African leaders in a more authentic way, compared to Gaddafi, who was trying to, like, it seems like you said that he was, paying African kings to name him as the sole, king of kings. Well, loyalty by paying people off, and that's why, like, come and speak out when he was getting overthrown. But the thing is, I don't know too much about Gaddafi, like whether he was genuine. But one thing I know is that Kwame, his tactic was more genuine. Now I know that you want to say, well, he was trying to make himself the ruler. At the end of the day, we don't really know what their real true motive was. But the benefit is that
you're contradicting yourself. You said Kwame Nkrumah was genuine. We don't know that. He could not pull it off. So it doesn't matter. We don't know what it would have looked like. He never actually gained the power. So to say his intention, that's just an assumption. We don't know.
No, and that's what I'm saying. We don't know what the result would have been.
So he's not more genuine than a person that actually pulled it off.
No,
Kwame
based
Nkrumah
on
didn't pull it off.
He was genuine. He was genuine to the point where he was overthrown. That's what we see. I'm talking
Just
about
like
now.
Gaddafi got killed for what he believed in. Kwame Nkrumah ran away. He's not Gaddafi.
Running away doesn't make you less of a Pan-Africanist who had like an ideology that he tried to sell to people. It doesn't mean anything, right?
But he never achieved a Gaddafi level, right?
Sorry?
He's never achieved a Gaddafi level Pan-Africanist power. He's never achieved that.
No, he never achieved it, but it doesn't make his worse than Gaddafi. You're trying to discredit.
Oh no, I'm not discrediting. He never got to do. He never matured to what we don't know what he was going to do. That's my whole point. I
agree. I agree. We don't know what he was going to do. He could have been a dictator, like you said. He could have.
Well, he was a dictator before he got kicked off. He was a dictator.
But there's a reason. He had a lot of traitors around him. And if you're trying to do something and realize that you got a lot of people who are going to turn against you because he's watching all these things take place, at some point you got to start like kind of enforcing your power. So I just say really blame him if he's doing things out of paranoia. Right? Because it was just crazy at the time, the way people were getting assassinated. And he knew that. But anyway, like you said, we don't know what he would have done if he had had the power.
Yeah, we
also
don't know.
right. We also don't know what Muhammad Gaddafi would have done if he had achieved it.
Oh
But I
no,
did
we
know.
know we know what he did. You
Yeah,
know, he used his power.
We know what
He had 40 years.
He
to
wrote
build
this in
it.
a book, dude.
But what I'm
Okay.
saying is, we know what he had done, and we appreciate, right? But at the same time, you can't always appeal to people by just throwing money, because if you do that, you're gonna get a lot of fake people. But
that's
also
what gets that's money is what captures majority African people's attention.
agree.
So
I
we cannot pretend like the people are not gonna, like, you think the guy that's giving money, in Africa is going to have the same footing as the guy who isn't.
I agree.
Then it's not going to happen. Sometimes you have to motivate the people a little bit.
That's true. But at the end of the day, one realizes all these African leaders are so weak. Like, they just can't seem to get a foot.
I agree with you on that.
Right? Like Gaddafi can do whatever and create a defense pact, but they can't do anything. They can't even think for themselves. If you can think for yourself, how you your people, how you gonna do it? Anyway, that's all I have to say for that. Thanks for letting
Hey, Milky, thank you for coming. Okay, thank you, Milky. Okay, we have
Can I interrupt, please?
hold on. We have Dunstan. Dunstan, you have your final closing statement and your answer. You got
Okay, yes.
You got 1 minute.
Thank you so
Hurry
much.
up. 60
Thank
seconds.
you, Epidemic. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, yeah. You know what, yeah, right? This Pan-Africanism, yeah, thing, yeah. People trying to define it as this, that, and the other, politically, all of that. I'm not interested in all of that, yeah. My belief, yeah, my definition, yeah, of Pan-Africanism, yeah, is all black people, yeah. Either you're in America, you're in England, you're in Brazil, you Caribbean, whatever, yeah. Like trying to connect to the continent and trying to build, trying to make something better so we could be better people, yeah? We don't have to live in this land. We oppressed every day. We look down upon the police on our case, all of that, yeah? Because in Africa, we got everything there, man. We could be better. We could be kings and queens. That's my definition of Pan-Africanism, yeah?
Okay.
So Afrodamus, yeah? Don't put it down, man. Don't disrespect
Oh no, I'm
people.
not. I'm not.
Please,
I'm just
don't,
having the
man.
discussion.
Stop doing that.
See,
Yeah,
Dunstan,
please, man.
no matter what, you have to remember, I'm doing a show, right? So
Yes,
you might be
I know you are.
thinking one way and you have other people. So I have to ask the questions and bring the topic in a
Yeah,
way that
yeah,
covers
yeah,
how, different
yeah,
ways of thinking.
yeah. I know,
Even
I know. Yeah,
though my good friend Tunaja thinks I'm picking on him, but I think he's just saying that. Tunaja knows, I'm not picking on him. He knows I'm not picking on him. I'm just bringing the
but don't
topic.
pick on these American people that go to Gambia, yeah, and they get involved in it, be a scam, all of that. Africa is a hard place, yeah. We're from there. You're from Sierra Leone. You live in Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone, yeah. It's not easy, man. It's difficult. There's no welfare. There's no food stamp. There's no Section 8, whatever, yeah. There's nothing there, man. People have to survive.
You don't think I've been nice?
So
you
when
don't think I've been
people go
nice
there,
to
yeah,
the people?
and they're trying to make a living, yeah.
You don't think I've been nice to the people?
You've been very harsh though sometimes.
Huh?
But it's okay though. You've been very harsh though, but it's right.
I think Tunaja would disagree
That's my
with
closing
you.
statement,
But
man.
all right,
Thank you.
Dunstan, thank you. Don't hesitate to call. I enjoy talking.
Thank you,
to
Afrodamus. Thank you,
thank you. All right. We have Proud Koshetek, then Josie Go.
All right, thank you. So what I would like to say is Pan-Africanism reminds me a lot of religion. There are so many different interpretations of the same ideology. This is one of the reasons why it will ultimately always fail. But when it comes to putting actions, doing the work, Gaddafi was without a doubt, historically, Abdamis, you laid out the facts. Gaddafi is the best Pan-Africanist there ever was, and there ever will be. Because when we look at Pan-Africanism today, it's Pan-Bantuism, as you said. And I know it's Pan-Bantuism because they don't even consider North Africans or Horn Africans as Africans, which is the silliest things, because these people have been living there for thousands of years.
Right.
So to deal with this issue they are trying to mix with these communities and genetically wipe them out. It's genocide, right? So that's my thing. Okay, that's what's going.
Well, thank you.
That is their idea.
Thank you, Proud Koshetik. And
Thank
please
you.
make sure you find, send me a Somali woman my way so I can help to Niger here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have, who do we have here? Josie, go for it.
Yeah, personally, I agree with the things that you were saying earlier about Gaddafi. I think Gaddafi was more effective, more than any other Pan African. I think his ideas were well executed, his influence. I think he was doing what the West is doing. I think he understood that to unite Africa, you're going to have to be the colonizer in a way, the African
Thank you.
colonizer. That's the only way you can do it.
Yep.
Use money, control things for yourselves. It didn't work out as well, but I think he gave people a blueprint that
Thank you.
maybe if this Pan-African, maybe this level of Pan-Africanism is going to work. One country or maybe a few countries in Africa might have to do that in that way. So yeah, thank you. Bye.
I totally agree. Thank you for coming, Josie. All right. Now we have H Block.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize first, man. I lost my cool because that guy was dragging Somali woman to the dirt. So I want to apologize. I just lost my cool, and usually
It's all good. It happens. I mean, you know the show how sometimes it goes. Don't
Right.
even worry about it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I also want to clarify earlier when I said like North Africans are not real Africans. Like what I meant is North Africans are not the same as sub-Saharan Africans. Like they're not really Black Africans, and they don't have the best interest for Black Africans. We know this because when we go to North African countries, we see how they look at us, and the way they discriminate against Black Africans. So that's what I meant when I
Sell
said
them
that.
even.
Yes, absolutely. So as far as Pan Africanism, I don't know. I'm not sold on Gaddafi. Gaddafi, the biggest mistake he made was first of all get rid of his nuclear program, and I don't think the West would have took him down if he still had this nuclear program going, because they had sanctions on him for a long time.
Mandela talked him into that.
Right. So the deal was, if you get rid of your nuclear program, we're gonna lift the sanction. And as soon as he did that, and you know what happened. So
that's one thing I support Tu Niger on. I remember he said this in one of the discussions a while ago about Mandela getting rid of working on getting rid of the nuclear. But when Tu Niger comes, he'll talk about that. But I think I've heard him mention something like this before. He'll correct me when he comes. Go ahead,
Right.
Hawia.
So when Gaddafi first came into power, he was pushing for Pan-Arabism, not Pan-Africanism. And when he couldn't do that successfully, I'm not going to say that he didn't do a lot of good things in Africa. He did help a lot of African countries, the most obvious South Africa. And, he also did, improve the quality of life in his own country. But at the same time, and it, like you said, the Ashanti kingdom crowned him as the king of all kings.
Zulu too.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. The guy had money. So these guys, like another person mentioned earlier, there's African American actors that go to Ghana and become kings. So that absolutely means nothing. You know what I mean? So and then as far as Pan-Africanism, I just don't think what some people think about Pan-Africanism it's not going to work, because the divisions we have in Africa along religious lines, and there's so many different aspects. Pan-Africanism it's not going to be successful ever. So
well, I mean, we just gotta keep hitting the points. You never know, right?
right, but the things though, like just Proud Koshetik said, some people interpret Pan-Africanism different.
Right.
People from West Africa, when they say Pan-Africanism, they don't include people from Horn of Africa. And
Well, you gotta let me tell you how this is gonna be solved. the 3C-haired women. I'm telling you, you've heard it here, but
Yeah.
that would be a different show another time.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
trigger tonight. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of disrespectful to West African women. Like some of the most beautiful women I have seen in West African, they have a style better than any other woman from Africa. So like when some people keep bringing up women from Horn of Africa, I think it's very disrespectful to West Africans, West
Hey,
African women in general.
ladies and
So
gentlemen, that's how we are. West African women, you've heard this. So
yeah,
somebody's here defending you against, your Pan-Africanist that went rogue.
yeah,
Keep
man,
how we are.
I'll
Thank
take
you.
West African woman over any other race any day. No question. So I love West African women. Is any West African woman out there, that wanna, get with a Somali king? Let me know.
Hey, you all heard it. Thank you, how we are. All right, we have Kwesi. Kwesi, go for it.
Yeah, yeah. You guys know what I think already in terms of the whole Pan African thing. Is a fantasy, is an unrealistic goal. It's never going to happen. Gaddafi was wasting his time. He also wasted his money on people who were never really going to defend him when obviously he was in danger. Nobody came out to defend him in public. So it's a failed ideology, and Africans just can't defend the ideology. You feel me? And the next so-called Pan-African leader to rise is going to get killed again. So really, I don't want to waste any more energy or time on this failed ideology. And
So,
really,
so
yeah.
you're just gonna stick with you like the nationalistic approach, Ghana for Ghanaians,
Yeah, I just Africa is a vast continent. I'm just comfortable
right?
concentrating on my
On
part of
Ghana.
Africa, which is Ghana, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think there's not. Julius Nyerere used to be that way. In fact, he think Pan Africanism was toxic. He shares your sentiment, so nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's also the opposing forces like the Western world. They will never let it happen, so there's no point of trying. And
Well, I mean, Gaddafi tried. He went on for several years. So, I mean, we just gotta keep pushing, and maybe somebody will rise up and have enough resources to make it happen, right?
it's not gonna happen because you see, how's it gonna happen though? Like uniting an entire continent under one government, one leadership. I mean, I can't see it happening because it's never gonna happen, in it. Because primarily because the Western nations will not allow it to happen. That's the main reason why.
And you don't believe Africans have what it takes to fight against that.
No, no, they don't have the weapons. They don't have the
The
nuclear.
will.
They don't have the nuclear deterrent. They don't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They don't have submarines, or advanced submarines. They don't have naval ships. Heavy bombers. Fighter jets that are up to date and or comparable to what NATO forces have. They don't really have the military superiority in terms of technology to make it happen. So, because if you want to make shit happen, it will come down to military might. Really, talk is talk, but you have to walk the walk. The African countries don't have the military, they don't have the technology and military might. They may have the will. Some African leaders may have the will, but they don't have the technology and the nuclear deterrent and other weapons needed to make to in order to make this
To
a
make it
reality.
happen.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I'm more inclined to agree with you on that. Well, thank you, Kwesi. Thank you. Thanks for coming. We have two Niger.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go on for a bit. Sorry about that. This is
Oh,
the first
geez.
time
So,
I'll be
okay,
talking.
wait. I gotta ask you, when you say a bit,
Time me 3-5 minutes
uh,
max.
you know
Uh,
what? The moment you hear your music, you know that
okay,
it's the end.
no
But
problem.
oh, we have two Niger, as you guys know, your favorite Pan Africanist. I know right now the West African women are not very happy with you two Niger. So I don't know what you're going to say here to bring them to your side, because now you've shown your hand. They know that you're into 3C hair instead of 4C. So you better make this good. Go for it.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to entertain that one. I knew the moment you played that song when I came in, you are here to troll me. So it's all good.
Tunaja, why would I troll you?
Okay, you are talking about women when I didn't bring the woman topic up. I was just trying to explain some other person's position, but fine.
Everyone heard you. Go for
So
it.
my key point, let me address the real topic at first. You know what Gaddafi did. He probably did a lot of good things, and but some of the things he did were not. I cannot say that they are the best when you sponsor wars within countries. You are if you truly believe in Pan-Africanism, you are supposed to be ending them. You're supposed to be stopping conflicts on that continent, because you know when there is stability, there is growth. When you are sponsoring fighting, there is no growth. And you see, so that philosophy, that's where you call somebody out. The moment somebody starts saying, brothers, fight each other, ask yourself whether that person actually means well for you.
But wait,
So,
Tunaja, if you had the power like Gaddafi, right? Let's say a French installed president like Omar Bongo, for instance, in Gabon to promote, neocolonialism, and you are a Pan-Africanist, you want to unite the continent. There's other forces that install their puppets, and they are in charge. If you find somebody from that territory and they want to get rid of those people to unite the continent, you have the power. Won't you sponsor them to get rid of the Western back puppet?
well, he knew he was never going to win against the West, for one. That's one. And secondly, when you want
No,
to do
but
that,
wouldn't you?
No, you're not going to sponsor them with force to go and cause war. You
But
target the person.
that's the only means.
Well, you target the person that is in office. Don't create a war in that country. The government is what you want to take out, not a war you want to declare.
You need to convince the people with war.
What? You convince people with war, civil war, destruction of the country? How does that lead to Pan-Africanist?
Sometimes it's necessary.
See, that is not the way to go about it. If you want to struggle, if you want to make a struggle against the people, the way people do it is not by killing their own people.
Well, you don't need to kill the people.
But that's what he's doing by sponsoring wars. See,
well,
my point is
wars have casualties sometimes.
See, he believes in that. That's fine by him. But personally, I believe that if you look at what Nkrumah did, he had a clearer vision, for me anyway. And the way he approached it, he was a little bit, on himself too much. But he wasn't advocating, let's just go and start triggering wars and try to overthrow governments. Because if you do that, you are defeating the whole point of Pan-Africanism. And that's why I don't understand why people don't get it. You want the continent to grow. When there is war, it's not going to grow. And one of the ways you do it is try to change. You have money, isn't it? You have military might. You start from the ground up, try to change people's mind and take over this in part of the state. The state cannot win everything. If you create war, the continent is not going to grow. And Gaddafi is from a small country. The population is tiny. He had no hope of ever winning that kind of conflict. So he could have done it in a totally different way, which he did, to be fair. In the African Union, he went there to talk. But to call him the biggest Pan-Africanist because of that.
But he is. He was the chairman. He sponsored it. He controlled the minds of the people. So,
he had money.
Money talks in Africa. Bullshit works.
He started wars. Nigeria ended wars. So you have to admit that there is a difference there.
Maybe Nigeria is a Western back puppet government.
I think what we'll have to be careful about is some people talk Pan-Africanism while others act it. There are people behind the scenes putting things in place. Like I said, there is a Continental Free Trade Agreement in place. There's a common passport program that is being rolled out. There's a common sky program that is being rolled out. There is a defense pact that has been signed that I didn't even know till last week. So there are so many things people are doing behind the scenes, a lot of good work. They don't talk Pan-Africanism loud, but they are doing it. So you have to be careful about it.
Wait a minute. You said common passport?
Yeah, you didn't know that.
Okay, hold on. I want to make a quick announcement. Somalia, you guys heard this? Somalia, North Africa, please do not. Please do not allow.
Oh my God. What is
please,
this? Leave
please
Somalia out of this.
exclude
You keep bringing
yourselves
Somalia
from
up, and you say I'm the one that brings it.
exclude yourselves from having this passport and allowing the movement into your territories.
Did you
Don't
hear
don't say
Somalia
I
up
have
again?
not. Don't say Afridamus have not warned you. Okay, I'm just telling you guys, African to African. You know, I'm not saying anything against Tunaja. You guys know me and Tunaja. We're from the same coast, so I'm on his side. Okay,
Wow.
I'm on his side. We're from the
That's
same
being
coast.
on my side. God help me. If somebody's on the other side, if you're on the other side, God help me.
Me and Tunaja, we're on the same coast. You know, like Tunaja gonna come to Gambia and he's gonna fit right in. He knows this. Okay, so I'm not against him. He knows this.
I've been
So
to Gambia now. Gambia is
you
okay.
see, you see.
So
But keep him out of Somalia.
don't talk about Somalia. You are bringing Somalia up again after you say I'm the one that brought it up. So the point I was making was that it's a very serious point, to be fair, that if a country, somebody comes and tells you that, you know, these people, they are already used to telling you that they have burnt skin because they are not black, because they are just only
But you
dark.
only heard one person say this.
No, but it's not only one though. See, this is the thing you don't understand. It's not only one. Multiple Africans do this. I'm telling you, they do this regularly.
But to be fair though, even
They don't do it anymore because now they use a different way to do it. They don't do it the way openly anymore. And to be fair to them, I also say that because they are a bordering nation, they border other continents. Yeah, maybe they should be allowed a little bit of flexibility to do all those things. I don't mind that part. The part I mind is the one where you could run a risk of people identifying with non-Africans against Africans. You know, Africans have fought against fellow Africans for Arabs and their religion. They've done it over and over again. And if Africa is to have a future,
Africans
you don't
have
want that
fought.
to happen
They
again.
have fought for Africans have fought for the British. They fought for the Belgians. They fought for the French. Nothing new here. Those people are not even religious. They are not affiliated to any religion. They fought. They fought for these things. This is just a normal thing. But Tunaja, before I let you go, you have
You're
to
not letting me finish that
wait
point.
because the West African women are commenting here.
They are not commenting. You are the one commenting. It looks like
Look
that's
in the comment. They are
that's your
asking.
pseudo accounts. That's your pseudo accounts.
They are commenting here. They've heard.
African women.
Look,
African women have better things to do than to be
no,
worried
they
about
are in
comments
the
here.
clouds. They are in the clouds here. They are writing. They said they want to know.
See,
They want to know why why Tunaja is not talking about the Akan women, the Liberian women, the Sierra Leonean women, the Nigerian women, the Gambian women, the Togolese women. You want to go all the way to the Horn of African women. They want you to address this point.
Why do you keep bringing these women to see?
Well,
Leave
look in
this
the
topic.
comment. Look in the comment section.
Because that's all you. That's you.
Look at my hands. My hands are up. They are right there.
I don't want to talk about Somali women. People, leave me alone, please. Wow, what is this? Okay,
You
I'm
think this
saying
is
a very serious
you
thing
think
here.
this is gonna go away? These women, I guarantee you, they're going to bring this back. I assure you.
You know, you said that other nations worked with this in the British. Those were conquered. I'm talking about people that willingly side with people that they consider their compatriots because they are the
They
same. We call
willingly
it
did
the
it.
Ummah.
Whether conquered or not, they
But
willingly.
there's a difference, though. That's my point. There's a difference
No
because
difference.
if tomorrow now, if Africa needs to do something together and Saudi Arabia says, you know what, Muslim countries don't do this, what happens?
I don't know.
You see, that is the thing you have to be careful about. You have to take that into account. If you are trying to talk about the security of that continent, you have to take that into account because
Tunaja,
these people have dual loyalties.
Tunaja, I can tell you right now, Gambia, right, is majority Muslim. You think they're going to do what Saudi says? Come on, let's just be real now.
Maybe not, but maybe Egyptians will. Maybe Sudanese will.
No.
Maybe Tunisians
Tunaja,
will.
you better go look at Egyptians, their relationships to Saudi. You think Egypt listens to Saudi Arabia? Are you crazy?
Of course, because they're
No,
all
they
Sunnis.
don't.
Why do you think they're all ganging up
Tunaja,
against this in Iran? Because they're all Sunnis.
Tunaya.
All Egyptians that are Muslim have to go to Saudi Arabia for Hajj. What are you talking about?
Tunaya. So is the
They have to go to that country.
Nigerians.
How are you
So,
going to disagree with that country?
so is the Nigerians and the Gambians, the Senegalese, they all go to Hajj to Saudi.
And they are beholden to them. I'm telling you right now, even in Nigeria, the Muslims, they don't care about the West. They go only to Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
and whenever
I've
you
seen.
do
I know
anything
that.
in
I know
Nigeria
about
itself,
that.
there are children in Nigeria today that they don't teach them anything else. Nothing else they teach them. They tell them
Yes,
they
I've
teach them to cram
yes, I've
the
seen
Quran
that.
into their head.
Yes,
They
I've
cram
seen
the
that.
Quran into their head. They don't teach them anything else. So when you are looking at the people that are that brainwashed to believe in a specific people and their religion and their God, you think who is going to instruct them? You think your forefathers are going to instruct them? No, they won't. Those
Is
people
that
control
is
them.
that why you wanted to save the Somali women?
No. All I'm saying is that when we are talking about this type of things, I'm trying to open the eyes of all the young ones.
But
And
why
even
just the
the older
Somali
ones that
women?
there is that dynamics that is going on there that you have to be aware of. Because I've seen even English in England here, there is this Queen Mary that is a Catholic that turned on the Protestant part of the English this in population, and they kill each other. So religion is quite powerful. Let's not pretend as if those things are not powerful in terms of the country. All right, I get the message. Point is that I don't want to make over labor the point. I'm just saying that if we have a threat that is going to have a problem, that is going to cause problem for Africans coming together, we have to address it. We can't be pretending as if it doesn't exist, because how is Africa ever going to heal itself if you keep having people that think that they are not Africans, or they might turn against the interests of Africans because they fear that they're going to be minorities? Because this is another thing. They say that it's a Bantu this thing conspiracy, or Bantu this thing is only Bantus are this thing.
Bantuism.
Yeah, that is Bantuism, because they fear there are going to be minorities. Hence, why they are going to be willing to sell out. You see what I mean? All those things, we have to have those discussions so that the younger generation will understand where everybody stands. Thank you. Anyway, I'm sorry I took a bit long, but there was a lot of stuff I didn't even respond to because they said a lot of things.
I see you ignored the
I didn't talk about Malema. I didn't talk about
I see
so
you,
many things.
You ignored addressing the West African women, but we'll have you here again tomorrow. You will have to answer.
Because West African women have better things to do than to be worrying about what I'm saying right now.
Tunaya, they heard what you said. They know where you stand, okay?
They heard what I said, and I know they have better things to do than to be listening to me.
Any Igbo woman that's listening, a Khan woman, Iwe, Senegalese, Wolof, Mandinka, I'm sorry from what you heard from Tunaya. I did not put him up to
I have
this.
any issue against Somalis. I've never really had any bad experience with one Somali ever, and I've met a lot of them. So I don't understand where all this comes from. Is what only me said is what I was reacting to. I don't have any issue with Somalis. Not one. I've never had any bad experience with them at all. So there you go.
All right. I think this is your jam. This one would send you out really well.
Thank you for having me, man. But you are trolling me. You are trolling me. Don't worry, I'll catch you on a different channel. Then
guys, that's my favorite Pan-Africanist, y'all. Tunaya. Thank you for coming to Niger.
All right, man.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Tunaya. As you guys know, I mean, I didn't even plan on staying 6 hours, but I totally got lost into this. So that's what you got. We started with Gaddafi being the king, undisputed king of Africa. But as you guys know, somehow it has to turn to the Somalis. They got to talk about the Somali women, and people got it off their chest. So I want to thank all of you for watching. If you're new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. And also understand that, look, any conversation that takes place here is because I want people to understand there's different groups of people that listen to this show. So it's nothing personal, but I have to frame the topic in a way that would cover, different ways of thinking. But there's nothing bad about it, okay? Nothing wrong in it. And slowly, people would get to understand each other. It's just great confusion and Don't mind to Niger. He means no harm by what he's saying. It's just discussion. That's all. Nothing big. So, until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for coming to the Afridamos Report, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow should be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you. Peace out.